Hi, everyone. Hello. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to the stage 2. And let me introduce our first amazing speaker, Vasily Starostenko, who is a head of product at Revolut. And he is going to talk today about building products for maximum impact. I think it's going to be very exciting and very powerful. So let's hear what Vasily has to say to us today, and let me know if you have any questions, so you can put them in chat. Vasily, the floor is yours.
Sounds great. Welcome everyone to this product conference. Thank you organizers for inviting me. Quite excited to face such an awesome group of product-minded people. I'll make my intro short. I'm assuming we're going to focus mostly on Q&A in this section. The title of the section is Managing Products for Maximum Impact. Something that's dear to my heart. That's what my passion about products is. Obviously, we build products primarily for customers, and we want our products to land with those customers really well. The meaning, what different people mean different things when they talk about impact. I usually distill it to 3 actionable insights. There is definitely more if you go deep, but if you want small number, if you want to focus young product managers on what can you learn early on to be able to be more efficient and to deliver again larger impact to customers. So those 3 things usually distill maximum impact to. Number 1, you need to understand what your customers want. It's kind of basic thing, but specifically again talking about young people who are just in their first, second, third year in product. I'm seeing a lot when it kind of feels like you know everything, right? Only much later you learn that you don't know what you know, what you don't know, but then it turns out that what you think you know also is not exactly as clear. So this focus on understanding things deeply, and the word understand is also kind of a deep word. You can go much into different levels of depth. What does it mean? Do you understand things, right? Do you understand the data? Do you understand the qualitative insights? But this is number 1, right? You cannot move forward. You cannot just build features and, for example, drive metrics up or down, etc. You really need to have understanding who your customers are, what do they want, what their problems are, what they get excited about, etc. This depth around understanding is critical. Second is the focus on running experiments, because even when you understand things or you think you understand, the world is just too complex and people behave in ways which we cannot really describe, we cannot comprehend. So the discipline around running experiments organizes you and makes sure that you ship things which improve your product and not necessarily make it worse. The reasoning behind experimentation, again, this is not new to anyone. I'm probably not saying anything super revealing, but the importance of running experiments is that on a long time horizon, right? Compounding is what really matters. If you just keep doing this 1% change every single day for X days, then it's like everyone knows, right, that you're going to end up in a really awesome place. And if you do minus 1% change over X days, then you're eventually going to end up in 0, right? So those small incremental improvements matter a lot. And by running experiments, especially with companies which are growing, which are getting into large size, it's becoming increasingly more important because you have fiduciary duty to your customers and to your shareholders to make improvements. And again, running experiments allows you to be more confident that you're launching successful products rather than not successful products. And then the last one, which is probably the least straightforward of the 3. The last one is aligning your organization. So when you get into a role which allows you to manage and lead the organization, then structuring your team and motivating your team towards success becomes critically important. You're not necessarily building the products yourself anymore. You're kind of more focusing on what the vision is, what the organization structure is, and what the incentive structure for your employees is. So this alignment to part 1, you understand the customer needs, and then you understand the most important of those, and aligning your organization to those customer needs is critical. And I'll show you some example of where you have to think twice. In many cases, we build teams around, again, features or technologies, and some viral teams in recent years have been growth, for example. Everyone wants to work on the growth team. I'm not saying that you never should have growth team, but there is plenty of examples of really awesome companies which eventually retired those teams, right? They've gotten bad reputation for growing at all costs. And they kind of came to a realization that we have to retire those teams to show clearly that we're focusing on what customers care about. Second example, well, I'll just give machine learning is also a viral. Big data is quite viral. So many companies have those teams. And again, not saying that you should not have them, but whenever you have those teams, you should have understanding like what those teams are doing. You cannot just be running machine learning for the sake of machine learning. So that's my brief introduction. Happy to get into questions.
Wow, that was amazing. Thank you so much. This is like, people, this is an instruction, 3 steps, what you should do to build a product with impact. Thank you so much, Vasily. And we have several questions, but before I move on to them, I actually wanted to ask a question of my own about your product, Revolut. I was one of the lucky ones to test it in the USA, among the first ones. And I was just wondering, so I'm sure like European market and American market are very different, and banking systems are too. And were there any big differences in customer needs in the USA and in Europe? How was it challenging for you to explore those needs to build your product?
And you're asking now specifically about banks, not overall like differences across multiple products, right? Are you asking about banking?
I'm asking specifically about the process of building Revolut product launching Revolut in the USA.
You know, I'll probably not go deep into specifics because much of those insights it's too early for me to cover. But I can just give you some kind of top of mind things that by having lived in the United States, I haven't lived for a long time in Europe, but by having lived in the United States, I know what pain points people in the United States have. And again, those pain points are kind of obvious if you look into the companies which are growing the fastest in the United States in recent years. So probably you can just Google it and find it. So I'm not opening many secrets. And then Europe, you can project to yourself whether you think those problems apply to Europe or not, and how much do they apply. So talking about specific pain points, again, like financial products should be solving for customer pain points, right? Generally, managing your money and keeping your money is already a huge enough problem, but you still need to be like, there is so many financial institutions out there that you have to think very specifically on how you're going to be better than all of them, because in a pool of 1,000 companies, it's just really hard to stand out. So the problems I clearly see, and I see again, companies which are growing the fastest in the United States solving are like, number one, like lots of companies just do not have bank accounts, right? It's kind of, it seems weird, but in fact, many families just do not have bank accounts. And for example, when they get paychecks, they get a paper check, and then they bring those paper checks into like so-called cashing companies, which take quite a bit of money from them to give them cash or to give them, again, some kind of payment card, etc. So the question why this happens, like there is multiple reasons. So number one, sometimes criteria to open bank account are not that straightforward. So customers need to pass know your customer procedures, and many of those procedures are just not straightforward. But there are some financial reasons for this as well. The fees are very high, specifically in the United States. I don't think that's the case in Russia, and I'm not sure that's the case in Europe. For example, when your bank account gets overdrawn, and that means you're trying to get more money out of your bank than you actually have, it's very typical in the US to get fees like $35 to $50 for just trying to overdraw your bank account without even getting your transaction accomplished. So, and that's shocking to many people. For example, you expect, when you ask for more money than you have, you would expect bank to actually allow this transaction, maybe charge you some fee on top of it, but at least transaction goes through. What's happening in the US is when you have this type of transaction, it would fail, and at the same time the fee of, again, 35 to 50, which is quite a substantial fee, would be charged, and that results in many cases the organization that tries to charge your bank, like your rent provider or again some other company that you have maybe recurring payments set up, they would try again and they would try again, and you get hit with those fees multiple times. So that, from my standpoint, is one of the most ridiculous problems in the US today. And the way it reveals itself is banks make on those fees more than all customers in the US spend on groceries, or either groceries or vegetables. So it's, I think it's $30-ish billion revenue item for banks in the US just from those types of fees, like not from transfers, not from subscriptions for their products. So I'll probably pause there to not go too far, but that's just one specific problem, which if you solve it well, and that's just like huge fees, There is no single reason in the world those fees should be that big. They only stem from the fact that banks can do it. No one has ever bothered to compete with them on this dimension. And the companies that grow fastest just reduce those fees or remove them.
Recording in progress.
Super successful.
Great, thank you so much. Yeah, I thought this would be helpful for all of those who are building their products and expanding to the US market, because I know there are a lot of companies that want to conquer the US market. So this was very helpful. Thank you so much. And what would you say are some of the traps that can novice product managers fall into while following the approach of focusing on solving customers' problems?
Yes, that's another great question. I'm hoping that we'll have plenty of young, aspiring product managers here. So again, I probably started with this. I can repeat it once again, but the main mistake you can make as a product manager and generally in life is to just assuming that now you know everything. And there is lots of flavors of this mistake as you grow like more experience.
Glory Ukraine, Ukraine power.
Sorry?
No, please go ahead. That was just something.
Okay. So as you grow more mature, obviously, as you get more experience, you learn that, well, there are things that you don't know and you don't know about those things you don't know, etc. But early on, your confidence is just peaking. There is even confidence curve. Like the less you know, the more confident you are. So basically, as you get more experience and more mature, it's kind of a negative as well. Confidence is helpful, but being overconfident is something that's definitely not going to yield good results in terms of you building great products. Again, there is healthy amount of confidence. I'm not saying that you should be like inconfident, etc. But early on, people are known to be too confident. So going into depth, asking more questions than actually making statements early on will pay good service to you. And then the other things, again, the running experiments, I'm assuming, is just becoming so common these days. But then, like, some people just think that, oh, I ran this A/B test, like A is better than B, so now I can confidently go. So in that case, you still lack depth in many cases. Like, you need to figure out what exactly the variables are. Like, are you actually comparing apples to apples? Or in many cases, I see A/B tests where apples and oranges are being compared, or even worse, like apples are being compared to like cars, like not even the same type of fruit or vegetable. You would be comparing apples to tomatoes or potatoes, etc. Like that's just two kinds of mistakes, but there is an infinite number of them, obviously.
Thank you. Yeah, that was very insightful. I'm sure the newbies in the product management will take this into account. And I have another great question for you. What would you do and what to do in case when customer problems encounter business needs, like revenue growth or cost cutting? You mentioned before, like, okay, you should strive to grow your company, but it's not necessarily what customer needs or wants, right? So could you elaborate on that a bit?
Yeah, so I think to restate your question, you're asking that as a product manager, you're serving not just customers, but you're like, from my standpoint, you're serving three important stakeholders. You're serving your customers, you're serving your shareholders, basically the company itself, and then you're serving the company employees. So those are the three usual stakeholders that you serve. And then there is a variety of opinions, who of them is the most important, etc. There is full consensus that all of them are important, but then different companies stress different priorities on those. Some, like Amazon One and like plenty of other companies, say that customer is the most important thing, right? You always please your customer, everything else follows. The company is going to be successful. With successful company, employees are going to be happy. There is plenty of companies that these days that start saying, whether they actually deliver or not is a separate question, but they start at least saying loudly that employees is the most important factor. In fact, only happy employees can deliver good service to the customers, and then good customers will take care of the company.
And I hate niggers and Jews. Burn them all. Niggers, not people.
I'm sorry, we seem to have a lot of trolls today. This event has become so international, so global, that so many people come in to just say hi and become famous. Sorry for interrupting your question. Please go ahead.
Okay. Sorry, can you remind me the question that I got interrupted?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, the question was what to do in case customer problems encounter business needs. Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then again, the third aspect, obviously, shareholders and the company itself, it's kind of not very fashionable these days to say that we're serving company first. But if you look into what many organizations are doing, in fact, they favor shareholders the most, and they kind of just talk about customers and employees, but not actually delivering.
Ukraine нацизм best. Слава Україні! Героям слава!
I just want to make sure that the Zoom link didn't get out too much. So host, please take care of this. Vasily, again, sorry about this. Please go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I'm being interrupted too many times, but okay. So the importance of those three stakeholders is clear. The relative priorities are different in different companies. And then you're asking a question, so what happens when serving one of those stakeholders come at the cost of serving the other? For example, when you charge the customer high fees, arguably the company loses money and then the customer is gaining, on the opposite, the company is gaining money and the customer is losing money, etc. So the answer to this type of question is yes, when different stakeholders come into conflict with each other, when serving one is going against the other, like those are not ideal situations. You have to make a call, right? In some cases, life is life. You just need to pick if you cannot deliver, for example, improvement to customers and at the same time to the company. But the mindset should be, is those priorities should not always, they don't have to always come into conflict with each other. It often happens this way.
Байден лох, долбоёб.
I apologize. This is something we, for now, cannot control, I guess. Sorry, Vasily. And then we have 13 more minutes.
Schedule this to the time when you can control.
No, I'm sure the tech team is working on this. We are already taking care of this. So again, so sorry about this. Well, let's move on to one of the next questions we have prepared for you is, what are some of the ways, what would you recommend to build communication with the management team about the strategy of focusing on customer needs? And do you have any examples from your practice that you can share with us?
Okay, so on alignment topic, and again, to wrap up the previous discussion is, as a product manager, you need to understand those three important stakeholders. You need to focus on initiatives when you can simultaneously improve situations across multiple angles, like when you make the situation better for both customers and employees in the company. When it's not possible, then it's a call, right? Like, unfortunately, those situations, you cannot prevent them. You cannot always make everyone happy. Okay, sorry, next question. I'm slowly getting interrupted all the time.
Yes, sure. Okay, so the next question for you would be, what would you say was the difference between solving the customer problems in an early stage startup and a large corporation, like the early age and large corporation? You have experience working in on all of these fields. How do you take into account the current company strategy?
Okay, yeah, it's another great question. I would say the main difference between young companies at the very beginning of their life cycle and older companies, usually that comes to the availability of resources, right? Young companies usually basically are struggling for financing. They're struggling for many different things, such as they struggle to hire employees, they struggle to build the product, etc. But normally the case for 95%, maybe 99% plus startups to stop operating is that they run out of cash, right? The reason that companies stop operating is not that they cannot hire employees and everyone quits, or for example, that the product is not great and there is still lots of cash in the bank. The most typical reason is that you're running out of cash. So for young companies, it's important to understand that for you to be a sustainable, successful company and to serve plenty of customers and to, again, deliver maximum impact, you really need to focus on making your company, like helping it survive and making it to the next round of funding or the next business milestone, etc. So that's the primary priority for young companies, for small companies, for startups, to not let it die, to not let it run out of cash. For larger companies, when this type of threat is already not like for example, not threatening in the next year or next month, etc. The key challenges become, so you need to be focusing on longer term at the same time delivering on your immediate customers' needs, right? So the key challenge is that you have a certain set of customers today and they have their problems. You need to be solving those problems. But then as you grow, you might realize that you're going after a completely different set of customers, right? The example could be with Netflix, right? The first serviced companies, customers that ordered CDs by mail, and it was such a small number of customers. And then eventually they started streaming, and they started producing their own content, etc. So the streak for larger companies becomes, again, what is my impact? What do I want to be? Are those customers that I have today the right customers for me to have tomorrow? And should I just be increasing their number, or should I be materially changing my target customer base and going after different type of customers? So that's the key challenge for the larger companies. Again, for smaller companies, it's largely staying in the market, being able to sustain yourself for long enough often means becoming successful, like Forrest Gump analogy in this case. You just keep doing something, you do it for a long time, and then suddenly the wind blows into your sail and you become successful, right? So that's the Forrest Gump approach, just persist for small startups.
Great, thank you so much. We have a question from our audience from watching YouTube. Okay, so the question is, could you give, or are there any tips on validating B2B ideas?
Any tips on validating B2B ideas? Again, I think general framework still applies. You do need to talk to your customers and figure out if they have those problems or not. Sometimes, again, people give advice that you first realize that you have that problem and you go solve that problem for yourself. I don't know how I feel about it. It usually does not hurt if you have the same problem and a million other people have your problem. But sometimes you can fall into a trap. Again, that could be a trap for young product managers, not just for young product managers. Like if you have a problem and if it's super painful for you, you tend to generalize it to everyone else, right? You tend to think that, oh my God, everyone else must have the same problem. So how about I go solve it? But the trick is, it's not too difficult for you to actually talk to, let's just say 10 to 100 people. Ideally, my magic number is about 1,000. So whenever I want to learn about customers, you do need to get closer to 1,000 data points to start getting more confident that you actually understand things. And the reason for this is, again, like 10 or 100 may still not give you a large enough sample size for specific types of problems. 1,000 usually will have you, will give you at least tens of data points on even rare types of cases. So you'll be a lot more confident. So yeah, nothing specific to B2B here, but just do not, for example, do not overemphasize your problem and do not assume that if you have a given problem and if it's super painful for you that everyone else has it. Other than this, go talk to people who are running small businesses and ask them what their problems are. On top of that, in some cases, you could look into statistics, right? Sometimes statistics is available for those smaller companies, and you can just look into their P&Ls and you can just try to see what their problems are from the numbers. Not the most reliable way, but if you get a sample of, let's just say, a million small companies, and if they all have particular problems, they all struggle with configuring ads or, again, hiring people, or running some processes, that should be able, that should help you validate your ideas.
Thank you so much. Now we have 7 minutes before our presentation ends, and I would like to ask any of the audience if you guys would like to ask any question. If you do, please raise your hand and we will unmute you. This is a very unique opportunity to ask Vasily your question and get some tips. So before you gather your thoughts, I will go ahead and ask another question. What would you say? Let's say, like, you're always speaking from your own experience, and what you just said about data and experiments. What I really liked is that I read one of your articles that you did an interview, and you said that data shows past, and you should not get fixated on data. Yeah. Could you elaborate on that idea? I was really thrilled to read that. Could you tell us a bit more about this idea?
Yeah, thanks for reminding it. That one, I also personally think is a big enough revelation. I was always super passionate about data. As I come from technical education, and everyone says that you have to be data driven. That's actually also how young product managers are being kind of tasked today, and they've been said that your focus on data is great. I do believe focusing on data is not a bad thing overall, because if you don't know your data, chances are you're just basically like flying blind or driving blind. So you definitely don't want to be flying blind. But once you know your data, so you have to know your data, and you have to make sure that the decisions you make kind of make sense from the data standpoint. But then if you just think of what the data is something that you measured, and you usually measure things in the past, right? You cannot really measure things in the future. And then you go into different levels of depth of what it means. Sometimes, like, you can go even further, like saying that in physics, for example, if you measure something, then you actually cannot measure things without making change, right? Like, by measuring, you're actually already introducing change to the behavior. And in business and with customers, it also makes sense in many, many cases. So if you just make an attempt to measure something, you might already like hide the actual value of the variable that you're trying to measure. So the way you think about this data, once you have it and once you understand how it impacts your decisions, it becomes the matter of skill. It's more art than science for you to understand, like, can I actually project this into the future? So that's the key question you want to ask. And there are key situations when the answer is no, you obviously cannot. And those situations could be when you're going after a completely different customer segment, right? If you know that my customer base that I'm serving today is not the right one, I'm going to be switching tomorrow to a different customer base. In that case, sorry, you cannot rely on your data. If your company is growing fast, that's also the case when data is not always too reliable, simply because when you double every half a year, and there is plenty of companies which grow much even faster than this, right? If you double every year or every half a year, chances are your customer base is going to be completely different tomorrow. So you have to be thinking in advance, like what problems would those customers have, and how you solve those problems with customers. So yeah, probably that's it. So data is still important. Do not discard it. Do not just say that it measures the past, hence it's irrelevant. But do ask yourself a question like, what I measured, how much does it apply to my future? How much does it describe my customers? Sometimes it also is not about you, right? You might be willing to service the same customers, like Kodak is an example, right? And your sales might be going up, right? People are buying more film and they're printing more photos, etc., and everything just looks good until the day when it suddenly just doesn't happen anymore. So in those cases, also just looking at the data, because I'm pretty sure management was quite happy to see the statistics until it suddenly just started going down as a rock, and it was too late to change things.
This was great. We have 2 more minutes. I think I'll ask you one last question, very short one. What advice would you give yourself, like, I don't know, 10, 20 years ago, like whatever, like at the very beginning of your career, what would be the tip and recommendation, advice you'd give yourself to maybe move faster?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think the main advice is being optimistic pays off. In many cases, we just focus on what could possibly go wrong, and we just try to risk manage those scenarios. Like, what if this goes wrong? What if this goes wrong? And it impacts our investments, and it impacts many things in our behavior. In fact, if you look into what actually happens and who succeeds the most, is being optimistic and just thinking, what if things go right, right? What could happen to this company if things go right? So this mindset will ultimately make you a lot more successful. But again, at the same time, I like it's not just black and white. It's always there is shades of gray. I still like advice of being paranoid, and actually my favorite business book is Only Paranoid Survives. So while being super optimistic and focusing on what if things go well, it still helps, especially for smaller companies, to be like really paranoid about, did I check all of my assumptions? What could happen if this assumption doesn't go well? So do your due diligence, but be as optimistic as you can. That pays off.
Great, thank you so much. We have more questions, so I will ask you to join Spatial Chat and follow there. And ask all the questions you have. Vasily, thank you so much. This was really great. I hope this was very inspiring to all the product managers, aspiring and experienced. I'm sure everyone found something useful in your presentation today. Thank you so much for finding the time, for joining us, and for giving us your very valuable insights. Thank you.
Thanks, Anna. Thanks, guys.
Thank you so
Enjoy
much.
your time at the conference. Bye.
Thank you. And now we are going to move on to our next speaker, who I see is already here, which I'm very happy about. And our next speaker is Zhivotvorev. He's a senior product manager at Booking.com. And he's going to talk to us about why product managers should learn machine learning and how to start. Dmitry, please, the floor is yours.
Hi, everyone. Let me share my presentation. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen. Please go ahead.
Okay, hi, everyone, and thanks for joining today. My name is Dima. Today, I'll be talking about machine learning for product managers. A little bit about myself. At the moment, I'm working as a senior machine learning product manager at Booking.com. And I'm building a machine learning platform for hundreds of ML practitioners that affects all parts of Booking. Before that, I was co-founder at startup Wrike, and this is a personal AI wardrobe assistant. And prior to that, I worked as a data scientist and a product manager at Yandex on a big variety of different machine learning projects. We'll start with discussing what is machine learning and why is it such a big deal. Then we'll see when does it make sense to use machine learning. And finally, we'll dissect the role of machine learning product manager. So what is machine learning? Machine learning is the science of programming computers so they can learn from data to answer questions. We can simplify this definition and say that machine learning is using data to answer questions. Of course, this is not a scientific definition, but this is a useful framework for us to think about how we should approach machine learning. And probably all of you are using several machine learning products like several times a day. And to give you some examples, one of the classical examples of machine learning is classification of emails for spam. Another popular application are recommendation engines, and as an example, recommendation of movies and TV series in Netflix. This might be surprising, but prediction of delivery time in Uber Eats is also done with the help of machine learning. And one of the hottest trends in ML right now is computer vision, and as an example, Tesla Autopilot. No, machine learning has been around for quite a while, and pioneering machine learning research was done in 1950s. So why now? Why it took more than 60 years for machine learning to become one of the biggest trends in tech? There are several reasons for it. As I've said, machine learning is using data to answer questions. Data is critical for machine learning, and today we have more data than ever. On a graph, you can see the volume of data created, and according to predictions, it will continue to grow with the same rate. Also, today we have more computing power to process these huge amounts of data and to enable advanced machine learning algorithms. The algorithms themselves keep getting better and better. On the graph, you can see the amount of research being done on the topic of machine learning, and it's also growing exponentially. Not only that, but we have a big variety of open source machine learning libraries that you can use in your products. And these are the exact same libraries that are used by big tech companies like Google or Amazon. And of course, to build a machine learning product, we need more than just these libraries. And today, the landscape of ML and data tools is huge. So this sounds exciting, like every big tech company uses machine learning. So does it mean that everyone should use it? And this is a tricky question. As Arthur C. Clarke, a sci-fi writer, once said that any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. And I've seen a lot of business stakeholders who do believe that machine learning is some kind of a magic wand that can solve any problem. You know, something like this. Unfortunately, this is not true. Machine learning is just a tool. And as with every tool, you need to know when to use it. There are several questions we need to ask ourselves when we're considering to use machine learning. The first one is complexity of the problem you're trying to solve. Machine learning approach requires a lot of resources. So if the problem you're solving is less complex, it would be much better to use simple rules or if statements. Let's say, for example, if you have an e-commerce platform and you want to launch a hot deals section, you can just select products that are currently on sale and had the most amount of orders in the last 24 hours. And it would actually work really good. The next question is scale. Again, if the problem you're trying to solve is of small scale, I wouldn't recommend you to use machine learning. For example, if our e-commerce platform launched recently and we want to assign a category for each product, in this case, we can just hire a few content managers who do this manually instead of trying to automate this process with machine learning. Interpretability is a major issue with machine learning, and especially with more advanced algorithms. ML behaves sort of like a black box, which gets an input and produces an output. And if in your product, it's critical to know the exact reason why a particular output or prediction has been made, for example, for legal reasons. In this case, again, machine learning probably would not be the best tool for you. You also need to think about if mistakes are allowed in your product. Performance of machine learning models could be really, really good. However, it would now be 100% accurate. And if you remember Skynet from the movie Terminator, this was sort of an AI that was responsible for the defense system of the United States. It actually worked really good for years. However, when it did a single mistake, a third world war has started. So yeah, probably not the best application for machine learning. And of course, the data. First of all, we need to think about privacy and security. Are your users fine with the way you're going to use their data? Are you following the local regulations? Is the data going to be stored securely? These are all of very important questions. Then we need to see if you have enough data. And what is enough would depend on your use case and what quality are you expecting from machine learning. And of course, your data should be of high quality, meaning it would be fresh, it would be relevant to the problem you're trying to solve, and it wouldn't have any kind of bugs or biases. So let's say we've checked every box and it actually makes sense for us to use machine learning in our project. So what's next? Here's the life cycle of a typical machine learning project. Everything starts with defining problem and goals. Then we'll start collecting and preparing the data, and then train a model, do an evaluation, and finally use our model in production. Now let's go through each step in more details and see what would be the role of a product manager. And as an example, let's say we want to train a model that would predict if a given image is of a cat or a dog. So everything starts with defining problem and goals. And as a product manager, it would probably be one of the most important steps for you. Everyone in the team should know what is the exact problem we're trying to solve. In our example with the detector of cat and dogs, it could be for entertainment purposes or to help users with vision problems. And this is important. The next step is to define a measurable goal. And we need a measurable goal to understand if the quality of machine learning model is good enough or we need to try some other approaches. And finally, you need to think about what kind of answers are you expecting from machine learning. In our example, there could be two options. The first one is just a binary answer, if it's a cat or a dog, or it could be a range from 0 to 1, where if the value is closer to 0, it would mean that it's probably a cat. And if the value is closer to 1, it would mean that it's probably a dog. So yeah, overall, very important step for a product manager. Now we are ready to start gathering the data. And this step is important because quality and quantity of the data that you gather will directly determine the how good your performance model would be. First of all, you need to think about what data is available for you. It might be something that your company produces, or something that's available in a public domain, or something you can buy. Then, of course, questions of bias, privacy, and security. I've already talked about privacy and security, but speaking about bias, there are different kinds of biases related to machine learning. But just to give you an example, since we are training our models on pictures of cats and dogs, if we would show a picture of a raccoon, we're not really sure how it's going to behave. So we need to be careful with this. And finally, we need to think about how to get labels. Label is a term in machine learning, meaning the correct answer. And usually to train a model, we would need a lot of examples of images with correct labels. So yeah, in our example, it would be for image label of a cat or a dog. And there are different approaches to getting training set with labels. If it's a small project, you can do it yourself. If it's a bigger project, you can hire someone, or there are like special products for getting labels. Or in some cases, you can try and extract labels automatically from the data. Now it's time for the next step of machine learning, data preparation. Usually the data can be used as it is for machine learning. First of all, you need to clean it. And by cleaning it, I mean removing mistakes, removing unwanted columns, and handling missing values. Yeah, and then we need to transform our data into features. And features, again, is a term of machine learning, meaning the way to represent the data that a machine learning model could understand. This step is important. However, the role of product manager wouldn't be as big as the previous steps. And finally, the most important step, the most interesting step, what I want to say is model training. And here we want to choose the right algorithm to train a model and to tune parameters. And usually people expect that PMs would be actively involved in this step. However, this is not true, and it would be probably the step that you're going to be least involved in. And you know, you can think about it in a way, if you're building a new UI feature in your product, probably you wouldn't tell your engineers what kind of programming language or technologies they should use. Here, it's the same. It would be a decision of a machine learning scientist or ML engineer how to approach this. Now we train a model and it's time for evaluation. There are two types of metrics that you can evaluate for machine learning. The first one is ML-specific metrics, and the second one is product metrics. Some of the examples of ML metrics is precision, recall, accuracy. But you need to be aware that if ML metrics are really good, it doesn't necessarily translate to some improvements in the product. So as a product manager, you would probably want to run an A/B test and calculate some important metrics like engagement, retention, and other types of metrics that may be relevant to your use case. And finally, we are ready to use our model in production. You need to think about how you're going to integrate your model into your product. You might want to use it real time to make real-time decisions, or offline. Then maybe you need some sort of an API or AI to accompany your model. The performance of machine learning models could deteriorate with time So in some cases, it makes sense to periodically retrain your model. And of course, it's very important to monitor the performance of your model to make sure that it's working correctly, and the quality would be the same as when we've launched it. So this was only the introduction to the topic of machine learning. And I would say that this field is very exciting, and especially today, there are a lot of interesting things going on. So if that is something that was interesting for you, I would recommend the next courses for you to dive deeper into this topic. Thanks, everyone. And if you have any questions, I would be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Dima. Thank you so much for giving us this beautiful introduction to machine learning. And you made it so exciting with those cute doggos and cats. Thank you for that too. Makes it easier to comprehend the concepts behind such a difficult concept as ML. If there is anyone who wants to ask Dmitry a question, please raise your hand. If you are watching us on YouTube, please comment your question, we'll get to it. And meanwhile, while you're gathering your thoughts and collecting your thoughts, I will ask you a question. And you figured out all these steps. Can you share some of your personal experience that led you to kind of like getting to these main steps that now you can say, okay, from my experience, you have to do this, this, and this. This is how it's done.
Yeah, the thing is, it was what I showed, it was typical machine learning project, but yeah, there are a lot of different things you can do. Sometimes you want to launch a new model. Sometimes you want to improve an existing one. So your steps would depend on kind of project that you're working with. But yeah, I think one of the key things for you is like what I heard a lot from other product managers and business stakeholders. They think that product managers should know how this mathematics works, like which algorithms to use. And this probably could be the reason why someone might be scared of using machine learning and kind of exploring this field for themselves. And yeah, what I wanted to say is that is not necessary. You need to know how it's working, but you don't have to know the mathematics behind it. So yeah, I would say this is one of the key things for our viewers today.
And how long did it take you to integrate all of this into Booking.com?
The thing with Booking is the company has been using machine learning for quite a while in different parts of the company. Currently, I'm building a machine learning platform that actually enables other departments in Booking to build machine learning products. And yeah, so before I worked like in a B2C section using machine learning to launch products, and now I'm building tools for machine learning. Yeah, it's a little bit different experience, but yeah, it's also very interesting.
So our audience is asking to show the links again, and I would also ask you to share some other maybe recommendations, like book recommendations, where else product managers can learn more about this, along with the courses.
I can, yeah, let me share my screen again. I would later join some chats and I will send you the links over there. But also feel free to reach out to me in LinkedIn if you have any questions. As for books, I would probably start with the courses, because if you have like some visual help it makes understanding the concepts behind machine learning easier. And these, I would say, are really good. But if you want to dive deeper, there are also, and for example, if you want to build something yourself, there are good courses by Andrew G, one of the key figures in machine learning community. But yeah, I would recommend to start with something more simpler. And then once you figure out all of the concepts behind it, maybe only then you can dive deeper and maybe build something yourself and understand how some of the algorithms are working. But again, this is not necessary for the job.
Do you believe that you need AI in all fields, or do some products or some fields do not need machine learning and AI at all?
I would say it's not more about the field as about the stage of your company. So if you're launching a new product or a new feature, again, it would make sense to use some of the more simpler approaches, like what I said about rules or if statements. But then if you see that your product is working and now you want to optimize it to make it even better, now you can start introducing machine learning. This is one thing. The other thing is the data. So yeah, a lot of companies, they want to build some machine learning, but they don't really have any data. So I would say this is also important. And probably as a company, you want to be data-driven. You should have your data like captured and stored in a proper way. So yeah, this is one of the prerequisites for machine learning.
And I'm just wondering, what has working with Booking.com taught you as a product manager? Like, what are some of the biggest insights, or something that really moved you forward a lot working with them?
It's an interesting question. I would say that in Booking, everyone is super friendly. Yeah, and I came from a Russian company, and I wouldn't say over there everyone's not friendly, but yeah, I think it's just a little bit different mentality. And however, I think the bigger difference for me as a product manager was before I worked in a B2C environment, and now I'm working on an internal product. And so yeah, usually when you're working in B2C, your users are somewhere outside. There are a lot of them. You can set up a lot of analytics tooling to gather a lot of data. And I don't know, like to build a KPI dashboard, this would be very easy. However, if your product is internal and there are like probably in total there are 200 of your users, and this is like the limit, and this becomes trickier. Some of the things that were simple for B2C product, when you're working on internal product, it's much more complicated.
And I also wanted to say if there are any biggest tips or biggest recommendations, like the one secret, for everyone, for all the product managers that you could give to product managers, either they are experienced or they're just, stepping on this professional path. What could you recommend?
One of the things for me, and this is what I really like about work of a product manager, is that every product manager is different. And, some of the product manager come from design background. Some of them come from engineering background. Like me, I came from analytics and data science background. And depending on your background and your skill set, and maybe what's interesting specifically for you, you can find a right place for you to apply your skills. And yeah, I would say machine learning is one of the options for you. And if you're excited about this field and it is something that's interesting for you, you can start exploring it. And I see that there are a lot of demand for ML product managers, especially lately, and I believe it would continue to grow because when you're working with machine learning, of course, you would still need like data scientists and ML scientists, but again, your company needs to know what to build and how to approach these problems. So the role of a ML product manager would be very important here as well.
Thank you. I hope everybody is taking notes. So many insights we're getting today. We are 5 minutes up to the end of our presentation. I don't see any questions in chat. Guys, please use this amazing opportunity to ask Dima questions. I cannot be the only one asking questions, even though I have many. I can talk to you all day. I don't know anything about machine learning, so for me it's something very interesting, and it's a field that really helps to see how these products that you guys are building in any field help to improve our lives, right? So I was wondering also that, you know, as a product manager, so now you gave a tip to others. Would you give the same tip for yourself, or would that be a different tip to yourself when you were just, you know, going to product management?
Yeah, so I started working as a data scientist, and a transition. I think I worked for 3 years as a data scientist, and then I transitioned to the role of a product manager. And right now I see a lot of people reaching out to me asking, hey, how do I get a job of a product manager? And, you know, this is especially difficult because everyone expects product manager to have some experience, but then like there are a lot of job postings we're hiring. Junior product manager, you need to have 2 years of experience, something like this. And even at the time, it was difficult for me. It took me like 6 months or even more to transition from data scientist to a product manager. So I would say not to give up. And in the meantime, there are probably other ways to develop product management skills, like working on your own personal pet projects, or helping some other teams, or helping some non-profit companies. I think what's very important for you when you're looking at a job as a product manager is to have this experience, because knowledge is important, but the thing with product management is like you read all of these books, but then once you start working, you see that the problems you're facing are completely different.
Yeah, I like that one of your points was, are mistakes allowed, right?
Yes.
Well, we have 2 more minutes, so maybe you can talk a bit more about this. Are mistakes allowed? And was there like this biggest mistake you made that made you really become a great product manager at some point? Like, okay, this was the key turning point, you know?
Okay, I'm feeling like this is an interview for a job.
No, not at all. I'm just trying to see, you know, what other product managers can face with, and your experience can also help them.
I'm joking, of course. Yeah, for sure. As a product managers, when you launch something new, there would be mistakes, but I think we shouldn't treat them as mistakes, but just as part of our like product management experience. And if you want to launch only like always your EBITDAs would be like positives, probably you wouldn't really launch a next great thing. So yeah, and for companies, I think they should promote this that filing is okay. Because if you want to build something really great, like the next big thing, of course there will be mistakes, because there is no data that would show you that like this is the next thing that would be as big as an iPhone or something like this.
Thank you, Dima. Thank you so much for your time and for sharing your insights and your experience with us. You guys, if you have questions, please join the spatial chat and you can move your communication there. Thank you so much,
Thank you everyone
Dima,
for attending, and thank you, Yana, for having me.
Thank you so much. Before we introduce our next speaker, I want to make a quick announcement that there have been changes to the agenda on stage 2, which is where you are right now. So after this block, please check the agenda. All right, and now let's welcome our next beautiful speaker, Manasa GN, who is a senior product manager at Mitel, Human-centric design. This is the topic she's gonna talk about. Manasa, please, the floor is yours.
Hey, hi everyone. Good morning. Thanks for giving the intro. Let me share my screen. Hope you can see my screen.
Yep, we can see your screen.
Okay. Thanks again, and a very good morning and warm welcome. And I think you guys are enjoying the sessions in both stage 1 and stage 2. So let us continue with the human-centric design, which I'll be talking for another 20 minutes at least, and open the questions for 10 minutes. So before starting, I want to take a quick moment about the safety, because it's a long day for you guys and you're all working from home, hopefully safe, not in office due to pandemic. So make sure you have a home safety, child-proof, the stoves are off, not using anything. And since it's a long day, use the ergonomic one, clear pathways and lightning. And also, since it's a virtual meeting, keep your phone away and concentrate on the sessions. That's it. So agenda for today will be about me, a quick one, and which already gave, and then the human-centric design, what are the mindset required and what are the process used in this, and some of the examples which I want to share, and some pointers, and also the learnings out of my human-centric design practice so far. And we'll take a Q&A for that. So about me, as provided in the LinkedIn, I have a 14 years of diverse IT experience in product management and consultancy, and been a very passionate and value-driven and safe POPM certified, and currently have launched digital transformation products like data and analytics and SaaS platform. I do coaching and mentoring on product management skills via conducting some workshops and webinars. So that's about me. So moving to human-centered design. So as you see here, you can see what are all the things this human-centered design covers. It touches all the places of design thinking, user experience, the service design, and the system thinking like that. So what do you think human-centered design is? So it's basically an approach of problem solving, which is heavily used in design and management sectors, always thinking human perspectives in the mind during the problem solving process. So that is what makes the human-centered designs. And also this design focuses on people's everyday thinking, emotion, and behavior. So that's the reason that is what you see here. It's more about the people's everyday's behavior and the emotions towards that. So what exactly why we need is, as Steve Jobs says, is the broader one's understanding of the human experience, the better design we will have. That's for true. So it's basically once you understand the human experience broader, then you can have a design better for their purpose. So the product management is purely about design and providing the better products to our customers or users, or solving the problems of the people in everyday's job, right? So that is why this is hard and tightly coupled with the product management space. And this is kind of followed from ages. You will understand when I share the examples how it is tackled in the from ages and all. So that's the reason this is more keen towards the product management. So how the business impact happens when the enterprise or you start using the human-centered design is something what is mentioned from the Forrester analysis is using this design practice. The enterprise has seen the higher revenue from the traditional organization by 32%, and also the deliver outcome has been faster to the market by 2x, which is very faster, so that we solve the problem and we reach the market faster. And then the companies outperform. The S&P has been increased by 500. It's almost like 219%. So this is the 2018 data. So I think now it will be more than this. So the human-centered design or design thinking, it really impacts your business and the organization one. So what are the mindsets required to practice this human-centered designs? So basically, as a product manager or a team, you should have this list of mindset in your mind when you try to practice these things when solving a problem, right, in your space. So the first thing is the confidence about the creativity. As you know, product management is a part of more on creativity side, but in HCD, you need a lot of confidence and the creativity part, and the make it possible part where you link the optimistic, like you are sure and true that this will happen for sure, the ideas or problem solving things, right? And you should be open for a learn from failure, having a failure mindset. You shouldn't be not stopping you to do any kind of new things or a silly or funny things for solving a problem. You should be open for failure and learn out of that. And also that you should also embrace the ambiguity when you're trying to solve the problem using the HCD mindset. And as since it heavily involves the people's behavior and emotion, you should have a lot of empathy toward the users or the customer or the problem you're solving to understand from their mindset. And also iterate mindset. It's not like everything you shouldn't feel that you should do at a single point to do something directly. So you should have the iterate mindset where you learn and you iterate everything over again and again. So these are the basic mindset which involves in the product management and also in the HCD like that. So what is the process we use here? As you see in the design thinking, it is being observed, iterate, prototype, ideate, like that and all. But when it comes to HCD, the IDEO, what you see, the image source here, it is heavily followed the HCD process. The IDEO is a design kit or the design website or the design organization itself, the non-profit organization where they solve the problem from the HCD perspective. Here the process what they follow is more on inspiration, ideation and implementation. Though the design thing follows the 6 steps of observation, in ideate, prototype and implement and iterate, right? So these are all clubbed to 3 I's, what we call inspire, where you try to learn the people's problem and you will observe their lives and their day-to-day activities, and you hope and desire to solve that problem. So as you see in this inspiration, you have this will answer how do I get started, how do I conduct any interviews to understand the user, and how do I stay human centered. That is the inspired part, and it shows, especially you should diverge your thoughts here when you're doing, and you have to stick to that phase initially. And this is little smaller phase compared to the other 2 phases, which will be a very long process one. So in the ideation phase, what you do once you understand the problem and the user, what they're trying to do, you come up with a lot of ideas using the problem solving techniques, right? Whether it is desirable and feasible and viability one, keeping that in mind, you generate tons of ideas and you identify opportunity where we can do some design, test, and change your solutions based on the requirement or the user needs like that. So in this phase, you see you converge and also you diverge based on the thoughts what you are trying to solve, and you when we are doing the prototype in this phase. So this try to solve the problems like how do I interpret what I learned in the inspire phase, and how do I make my insight into tangible solutions. Like you will come up with wireframes, low fidelity diagrams, and even some boards or even some game itself. Because when you see even by storytelling or the games what you make the user interactive and also apply to the design thinking, that makes life simple and it helps to prototype and test it. So this is the phase where you do prototype and testing of the ideation, and in this phase you shouldn't hesitate. I should do only one or two, and also you should do which is very challenging and which you feel this is something silly and this is something going to be have a lots of fun, and also understand the user one. So this is the phase where you do both converge and diverge part. And last, which is a pretty longer phase or compared to the other two, it's an implementation phase, because here you do a lot of iterations and you do a lot of testing and understand them clearly. So you get a chance to bring the solution to life. It's basically when you prepare a skeleton in ideation, you give life to the implementation part, and you maximize the impact of that even by coming up with the business model, like how it is viable to the enterprise or the organization itself. So that's the reason it's a little longer phase, and definitely it needs a lot of converge methodologies to apply. And you plan the sustainability here, and also you make sure it works, it really works to the user what you're trying to solve. So this is the process part, what is about this one. Next, coming to some of the examples which I want to share. So as I said, it is not the HCD process what we are using. It's not very recent. It is followed from ages. So most of you know the Kellogg, and it's kind of the breakfast used by worldwide nowadays like that. So it started in 1984 by the Kellogg, WK Kellogg. So it actually happened accidentally when he left something on a stove, and overnight it got very hard and crisp thing. So it was very useful to feed his own brother who was hospitalized, and also it was like more fiber and the digestive thing. So that itself made a testing that this can be used by as a breakfast, to as a light breakfast where you are hospitalized or you want to keep it very simple, not the heavy one. And due to this innovation, it went to a lot of things like the marketing, the acquisitions like that. That made $1 billion company here itself. So you can think of how the human-centered design has been applied when designing these kind of things. Especially it leads to an innovative products, and it matches, or the tailoring happens very neatly, that it solves the user expectation or problems what we are trying to do here. So that was one of the Kellogg example. And next is the Airbnb. As you already know, this user experience is so widely accepted, and also it solves so many hard things when you try to do any booking of in a unknown place, for example, right, where you travel and a lot of unknown things are there. So Airbnb is such a great example for every part of the product management. Either it can be a marketing, or it can be a design thinking, or it can be how you want to solve a problem, or how you want to do an UX or the design, especially the website or anything like that. So that is again followed from the HCD perspective. So it's a great example for whole product management space, not only for HCD, I would say. Next comes the Trello. The the very good part of Trello is it's very compact. It is not having lot of features. Usually what happens in the product management, after MVP, you keep on iterating and implement lot of features, thinking it is required or the market expects, or you want to showcase that either it can be AI or MI, anything, ML, like that, anything, right? But Trello, what it does, right, it concentrates only the compact users, and it only gives the necessary features for the users following the HCD process. It's not too much towards what is required. So next one, I wanted to show a video for especially it's more on hook fit designing, where we want to see the recent changes happening in this space, like that. Let me know, can you guys see the video and hear the sound?
No, we cannot. We can only see your presentation.
Okay, let me share that again. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Make sure you share the audio as well.
Yeah, I did that.
Mhm.
Share sound. Okay. Can you listen?
Okay, everyone, just hold on for a second. Maybe just reloading the page will help. It seems the video is not loading. Meanwhile, guys, collect your thoughts and get your questions ready for Manasa after this presentation. So please watch the video carefully and attentively, and I hope you were following her presentation.
Let me refresh it. It was a quick video, just very interactive.
Yeah, no problem. These things happen, especially with technology all the time. Something happens.
Yeah.
Something doesn't load.
Can you see the video now?
We cannot. I could hear, but there was no image.
Let me see. Can you see now?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Hope you guys were able to see the video with all the hassles. So yeah, so as you saw in the video, right, it's more on how you want to do that, especially for example, this changes what is happening the fitting room, especially where you want to change the things, like you can go and change the settings or what you prefer, and you get assistance directly, where where the user thinks, or the behavior or the emotions being captured very well, and without the this is the quite common thing, right? When we go for air fitting rooms, so we think the size or the color changes, something is required, and we need a lot of assistance, or we spend a lot of time again searching for that, and then do the changes required for ourselves, like that. So that has been changed by using this fitting room of enabled with the new technologies, and also with the applications and assistance being provided. Yeah, these are some of the great examples, though it is kind of this generation and little from the older generation, but you might have seen when you just Google for HCD example, you will understand push pull doors, or even the kids toothbrush, or how it has been designed, like that you have plenty of designs happening in, especially thinking the people's mindset in the mind when we work as a product managers. So that was the example sections. Now moving to pointers. Yeah, pointers basically, here I wanted to suggest in each and every stages of the HCD process, or what are the tool sets we want to use, and the skill set, like how we want to craft, or the mindset why we are doing this, and how we can apply that. So that was the pointers which I wanted to share. So when you are in the inspiration stage, you should come up with a vision of what product or the problem you are exploring, and come up with the empathy map, understanding the users. While you observe them, you need a skill sets of listening with intent, like you are listening to during the user interviews or the customer interviews, like that, and crafting a brief things about your design after understanding that. And mindset is this is completely, as I said, apart from HCD, when it comes to product management, you have to live in curiosity only. And also empathizing is, it's a everything. Empathizing, it's as a human being, right? When you work professionally or personally also, that is a great thing which builds our personal thing also, and also definitely with the product management professional things. And don't do the constraint part. As I said, it should be embracing the constraint one. When we come to ideate phase, as it's more on the prototyping part, right? You have to challenge your assumptions, and you have to design for the extreme. Always think of extreme instead of constraining for the smaller part. And across value chain, these are the tool set you have to remember. What is the value chain you are giving from across the product management space. And also the brainstorming, it should be hybrid. The skills what you need, you should do a lot of brainstorming in the ideation phase, especially when you do prototype, or do some testing over that. And always the idea should be quantity over quality of ideas. What are the different quality types you want to implement during when you're clubbing tons of ideas here, like that. And yeah, implement phase, since it relates to the business or the viability, and at the longer run, right, you have to do a lot of business models, keeping in mind how you can generate revenues. And also what are the OKRs you want to set, the object key results, especially when you pick up a design and done with the testing, right, like that. And the skills what you need to maintain the stakeholder management, you should have a lot of storytelling, linking the real life, and making more tangible. That is what this phase comes up. And definitely it needs collaboration from different parts of product management, either it can be marketing, the engineering, or the designers, like that. And here the mindset, it's definitely the business mindset, because it's always thinking from the business viability purpose, as a product manager itself. And the fail faster, which comes here in the mindset of all the phases, I would say. Think of more and learning from the failure, like that. So these are the pointers I want to give, the tools and skills and mind you should have when you start using the HCD, practicing the HCD one. And moving to my learnings, especially as I said, I have worked in a lot of both medium sized and the bigger enterprises, especially, and where the products being what we call multiple products, as you all know, shall we it is more on to the multiple products of the downstream related one. So there, when I was solving a lot of problems, especially for internal users or external users, so these are some of the learnings what I gathered like that. The inspiration phase, the conversations starters, like where I used to converse more with the people or the team members, and observing the peers, collaging that everything into one place and doing some cart sorting, like how should I merge that and make it one, something like that. In ideation phase, I heavily use the how might we statement, the HMW statement, to make it sure whether we have a proper template filled, whether the problem statements been approved or analyzed by each and everyone, where the team understand the problem, right? And the brainstorming is required to do these kind of activities, and thinking the DVF framework, the desirability, viability, and the feasibility one. So that is the design principles which I heavily learned in last 4 to 5 years, especially in the product management space. And during the implementation phase, being the fail faster mindset, the prototyping, lot of prototyping and testing that with the real users was really good learning for anyone who start their career, or also in the mid career part. And the partnerships or the stakeholder things, right? Either it can be when it talks to partnership, it will be external, but internally it's more on the stakeholders. So you have to build that network with all the stakeholders required for that, and use different types of framework when we do implementation. Either it can be a new or the existing one, something like that will help more on this one. So these are my learnings, and I'm open for the questions now.
Thank you so much, Manasa. This was beautiful. And I hope everybody got introduced to the principles of human-centered design. And I hope you guys have questions. You have 4 minutes exactly to ask your questions if you do. So raise your hand if you want to ask, or type your question in chat. And meanwhile, I'm going to ask you a question about how these principles that you have learned about human-centered design changed your attitude to product management and changed the way you work in product management.
Yeah, so as I said, it's more on the people's one, right? So it changes completely as a person itself, not only in the product management, because it's more on the emotion or the behavior. So it's always like thinking myself as a user, walking put in their shoes. Usually it happens, right? When you are in some pain, you won't understand me. You should walk and understand me, right? Along with me, or putting your this one in my shoes, like that. This is the standard one. So it is a similar perspective, being empathized, and you have to walk in their shoes to learn it more. So when you learn that more, it solves half of the problem, and you know what to design better. And since you understand their mindset, it will be like serving for them. It's not only the politics about serving the nation or serving the one. As a product manager, you should serve your customer. You should serve them appropriately, so that they are happy and you get that viability part to your business from that.
Has that view changed your personal life in any way?
Yeah, a lot. Yeah, especially after understanding these techniques from the user one, I can see around the world with a different mindset only. So I can see each and everything more from the empathy perspective. Either it can when I travel outside, or when I meet hospitality or anything like that, right? So I can see that how the people are empathized, or how they want to help you when you are in a trouble, right? Something like that. So knowing them better will make life simple. It's at work and also at life, right? It's something which changes you are as a person also.
What a beautiful note to finish your beautiful presentation on. Thank you so much for sharing this design principles, and I hope that all the product managers and not only listening to us will get the valuable we'll get the valuables for them. Thank you so much, Manasa.
Yeah, thank you. Have a good day, everyone. Be safe. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye. And we are moving on to our next speaker, which will give the presentation of this block. And please welcome Yana Belova, who is a founder at Mesto, and she's going to talk about Mesto and how they built a global community of 20,000 entrepreneurs. 20,000, guys. That's a huge number. Yana, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm so honored to be here. Thank you for inviting me. And it's such a challenging task. Actually, I have just 20 minutes to share the most insightful experience of my life. So I just proceed to the slides and I try to tell you the story in every detail, just with everything from the inside, because I think it's the most valuable thing is to share how it was really, the detailed picture. So I'm ready to share my present. Just a sec, I'll do this. And then we will go and see the slides. Just a second. I'm sharing my screen and yeah, can you see this?
Yep, everything is perfect.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So how we built a global community of 20,000 entrepreneurs in a pandemic. And well, actually, when we come to the stage of any conference, there is such a desire to simplify everything, to tell your story. Here is a picture A when we had 2 circles, and here's a picture B when we have a completed owl. So we just made a small journey between the picture A and the picture B, but I will tell you about the picture B because I'm just so honored to tell about this. But no, this presentation will be totally different because my biggest goal here is to explain what was between the picture A and between the picture B. Actually, we are not at the picture B, but we are going to. So I want to describe the process with all the most important and powerful insights I got from it. Actually, I have 11 years of experience in community management. I built communities in different, on the different continents and in different cultures. I work as advisor for Miro company and for Study Free in California. And now I work for Canva in Asia Pacific. But the most insightful experience was that one I want to share with you. So how it started? It started with such a story. You can see on the screen in Russian, but I will translate you because I just wanted to keep it like it was on my on the screen of my iPhone when I got it. Actually, I followed the director from Google whose team invented YouTube Mobile, Andrei Deronichev. I was following him for long period of time, and then once, when pandemic began, so just remember the time, year 2020, April, we all went to the first lockdown. No one knows what's gonna happen tomorrow. I was a business owner, as many of you, I think, and I was really struggling with how can I plan my future? What's gonna happen tomorrow? No ideas, and we're all sitting at homes. So that was a time when I saw in my feed the post of Andrei Deronichev. And the main idea was just don't be afraid to share your ideas. Your ideas need freedom because they have their birth in your head, and you can save them and keep them in your head and maybe bury them in your head inside of you. Or you can share your ideas and find the right person to make your idea happen, to make something happen after your idea. So it is better to share, even if someone will steal your idea, how we sometimes say it could be, it is better than it will die inside your head. So what he offered he just offered to share our most crazy ideas below in comments. My first thought was, okay, I will just do this, but a little bit later, because now I'm playing with my kid. So I want to just put my iPhone somewhere away and then get back to this like in the evening. But the second idea was, damn, I do this all the time. I want to share it right now. And I did it. So I wrote the comment, which was one of the most popular in this feed. You can see almost 900 likes here. And I just wrote simply what I had in my head. It was like, I have an idea of a global co-working online where like any person from any point of this world can come and find the right person to share and then to like set the idea, bring this idea to life. I want people to create and co-create the ideas together. I cannot build this online co-working, but I definitely can create a community there. So if you guys want to create such a co-working together, I'm ready to be responsible for community. And then what happened then? Then Andrei Doronchev just called me. He asked my mobile phone number. So two crazy Russians, one from Sydney and the one from California. We had a call, and Andrei just offered me to be a CEO and a co-founder of such a like Mesto, as we call this. Mesto means place in Russia. So we decided to create such an online co-working. Here you can see the list of just 6 ticks that we had, like 6 points that we had at the very beginning. The first and the most important one was advisory board. We definitely needed an advisory board team of the members who are experienced in building communities, in creating such places online and bringing specialists together. And we have brilliant advisory board of 15 specialists right now. They are directors from Google, from Netflix, from Snapchat, from different companies all over the world to help and to put their efforts together to create such a community. Then the second thing, which was really important, is community guidelines, ethics, and mission. We spent around like 2 weeks like finding the right wordings to tell, because we knew, it is the first insight I want you to remember after this speech, we knew that the right wordings will bring to us the right people. If you have the right wordings to say, you will definitely attract the right people. If you will be too general in your wordings or something, you will probably attract not the people whom you want to build the community with. The third thing is a partner platform to host our future community, because it's a real challenge to host such a community we wanted to set, and we didn't have any time to create our own platform. We didn't even know if it would work or not. So that was the problem. So we found an open land, which is a community platform, who hosted us just for our future communities. Then we started to finding the right docs and signing the docs to set up an NPO, because we wanted this to be an NPO, like a community-driven community, like with no host, no particular person who gets any money from it, but just an NPO that we will own and drive together. A landing page that I created at Tilde just in one night, without any special design skills or something, just for collecting the applications form, and the logo design, because that was a scam team who helped us to create such a logo. So you can see it was just a total bare MVP, and really easy to make. So this is how it looked like at this stage. You can see it's like an application form in Russia, where we asked to share the idea a person had. So he or she had to share the idea they had, then enter the email, and then enter their active profile and social networks, just to make sure that's the right person. And we read all the idea just personally. We decided that everyone who sent us an application form has to be approved by a human who read this all like with no like such a like robotic stuff, because we wanted this to do so. So this is how Mesto looked like in its first days of existence. It was so many different chats, and so we decided to get lost. Everyone, have you seen? So Mesto jobs to find the right person in your startup, and Mesto women to find like women entrepreneurs ready to like collaborate. Mesto kitchen just to spend the time together and like to create the first network. And it really worked brilliant because the wordings were right, because our co-founders were rather famous and trustable. So I mean, like Andrei Deronichev and Nikolai Davidov from California, and myself with my like the people who trusted me, and I called them to join this community. And all together with our like advisory board, we create such a media wave that we brought there first, like the first 24 hours, we brought there to Mesto around 7,000 applications. And we had to read it like with our volunteers team. So I had to collect like in 24 hours, the volunteers team to read all these applications and to reply, because people were a little bit anxious, like, am I okay for your community? Can I enter? Or maybe I'm waiting for so long and you don't want to see me there. So we had to read it and to reply so quickly. First 7,000, then more and more. And then we grew up to, I think, 15,000 in the first month. And it was quite a lot. Who helped me to guide these people and to work with them? A really tiny team of volunteers. All of them completed their jobs just like simultaneously with their like paid jobs. I mean, moderators, community managers, onboarding coordinators, marketing and PR, and product managers and analysts. So you can see that like it's quite a small team, and we had to collaborate together from all over the world, from different time zones, and like juggling over time with our different tasks and like duties and everything. But we were so crazy in love with this idea. So we decided to work at nights, at the weekends, on holidays, and we did it. And we are still doing this. So Mesto started to become a really nice place with different like events, with their traditions and rituals, and we really liked this. But then we faced a problem that led us to this insight number 2 I want to share with you today. In September 2020, we realized that people stop entering our co-working. They just avoid these discussions, and we had our MAUs and our DAUs very low, and they were getting lower and lower, and we couldn't understand why. So we decided to create sort of a survey to understand what's going on, what's wrong. We did everything for their network, what's going on. So we created this survey, and we had around like, I think I'm doubting about the number, but I have like, we definitely had 50% of people answered to this survey, so not bad. And they answered that we want network. We want to meet people who will change our lives. This is what we want. And we thought like, okay, but we do this all the time. We create different meetings. We create different like spaces to collaborate. We create different opportunities. We created the profiles to create the networks. There are so many chats to follow. What's wrong? So we decided to go further and to set a list of in-depth interviews to dig a little bit deeper and understand what's going on here. And the in-depth interviews, thank you for the team of volunteers that they are who helped to do so. And the most of the interviews were made by our volunteers. And what we found there in the answers, people always show that they want to network, but somewhere deep inside, they wanted changes in their life. And when they don't see these changes, They don't want this network. Yes, they can say us, they can just say and write and like give us feedback that the network is the most important thing that they need from their community. But in the reality, they don't need network itself, because it's just an instrument to create any changes in the life, in the personality, and like in a journey they have. So this is what we call the track of a hero, or the journey of a hero. It means like everyone who comes to Mesto right now, he's a hero. He or she is a hero who has their own goal. I mean, like maybe they want to change their future. Maybe they want to create a company no one created before. Maybe they want to find the right person to maybe change something in their personalities, to see their how they dynamically grow in any skills or like points of view or something. So we created like 5 or 6 tracks for each of cohorts. We split all the people who come to Mesto into cohorts, and we offer different things to them. It was like, first, we worked with participants of the community. It was like community people in Mesto. Then we tried to turn them into replicators or co-creators. We tried to show them you're not users, you're co-creators. You're creating Mesto at the same time with us, and you're working to change that, the people who are around you, the circumstances, the context you're in. So do this together with us. And it was really good and it worked. But then we couldn't step a little bit ahead. We couldn't go up. And that was the time when I hired our new CEO, Yana, who helped us to go forward and who helped us to create a sort of organization from this community. The leaders in a designed ecosystem, because all they wanted is a designed context where they know their journeys and they know the steps they have to follow, and everything is clear. So now this is how the team looks like. So you can see that there are founders and there are operation people who are responsible for the next changes and the next tracks of a hero in each stage of the life cycle of each community member. And that is what is really important, because that's enough to have a brilliant community, inspiring volunteer team to start, but it's not enough to proceed to another stage. If you want your community members in such a community to be satisfied, you have to help them to organize the changes in their life. And there is no way how you can do this without a really good structure and a really good ecosystem when everything is clear and everyone knows what is the next step, what do I have to do, and everyone can compare. I was at this stage before, but now I'm growing through this community. So this is my impact. This is the impact this community has on me and on my life. And this is what I can give back. That is my insight number 2. So Mesto is still growing. You can see that it turned into like a really big world of different people, from the investors and to entrepreneurs to be, and to the people who wanted to be mentors or mentees, or create the education of tomorrow, or create the startup culture of tomorrow in a Russian-speaking world. And I see that there are so many products born in Mesto. Like the first accelerator here in Mesto, there are like community helping the people inside the community to grow their startups together. The masterminds meetings that also created inside the community and by the volunteer team. Radio, podcasts, our own media, our own expert services, mentor services, studio. So you can see that how it grows, and it really looks like a universe. And in this universe, which was chaotic just a year ago, it is now more and more structured. I cannot say that we are like at the picture of owl number 2, I mean, completed one. But still, I see how it's growing, and I understand that the most important insight I get from all this story is like, if at the very beginning you need inspiration and you need right people to be there and you need right wordings to say, so after the point of like everything completed here at this stage, you have to proceed to the stage 2, where people structurize everything they created before, and you have to help them. And if you skip this stage, they started like leaving because they don't want to be in a chaotic world. Yes, it's creative, it's creativity, it's inspiration, but they are not ready to waste their time finding the right people and like without growing inside the community. They have to grow through the community and find the right track of a hero and see the dynamics, how they grow. So now you can see on the slide the rituals and the traditional events of Mesto, also created by community, like welcome bar for the new community members, taught by the old community members who are like experienced enough to share the information. Our monthly meetings with the co-founders to stay connected with the community. It's really important to stay connected through all the levels. And Born in Mesto is a project where we highlight the different startups created inside our community. And even you can see the Forbes page. There are some of startups really impressive who had so much attention from the media and from the investors, just because they created this in Mesto. They found the right people there in Mesto, and they turned their ideas into real life projects. So you can see we are not in the very end. We cannot say that our owl is completed, but I see how it grows. And there are like, the thing that I always call a conference effect. This is when you have heard the story just right now. And if you do anything, just what do you want to do in the next 24 hours, if you just use any of these insights somewhere in your work, or you retell it to someone, or you just write it down to remember, you will definitely use it. You will definitely implement to your like work, job, everything. But if you don't do this, you will probably forget about this just in a couple of days. So there are 3 insights actually I want you to remember. The first one is wordings are super critically important, because if the wordings are right, you will attract the right people. If your advisory board is good, you will attract the right people through them, because they're role models to show, and the people who wanted to be like your advisory board, like your co-founders, they will be attracted to your community. This is insight number 1. The insight number 2 is about the stages, the track of a hero, because your heroes will tell you like, we want to have a network, but dig a little bit deeper, go an extra mile and find the real answer. Maybe the real answer is they want to have network because they want to have something like a goal, like a mission, or like a product they want to launch. Just help them to understand what is their dynamic of changes, what is their journey, how they step into this journey, and what sort of a person they want to end this journey in your community, what they want to take from your community, and what do they want to give back. And the third insight number 2, is about the chaos, which is absolutely normal in the very beginning. So it's okay when everything isn't clear, when everyone is so inspired doing things like at night and during holidays. It's totally okay, like without any like money or salary. They just do this because they believe it. It's okay, but don't stay at this stage for too long, because you have to create an operation team. You have to create a structure. You have to create an ecosystem you can rely on. So this is insight number 3. Now I know all of this, and I know that the next community, I won't skip the 3 important things. I hope that you want to. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jan. This was a very inspiring presentation.
Thank you.
Inspiring. I wanted to ask you if, I know this is a community for, you've mentioned that this is a community for Russian speakers.
Yeah.
Are you planning to expand worldwide to include English? I know it's already a mess. It's already like 20,000 people there, but have you thought about expanding? I'm sure you have.
That's a great question, actually. But I think the most important challenge for us right now is to build a bridge between Russian-speaking entrepreneurial culture and the global world culture. And like, it's a 100-mile journey, definitely, to go. So we want to complete this journey and then think about like globalization and how to maybe shorten the distance between this Russian-speaking culture and the global, because there are so many different startups worth being at the world stage, but no one knows about them. Why? Because we have different culture, different mindsets. Maybe sometimes we're like, the gap is too big, but it's an inner gap. It's inside our minds, and we want to change it to go further. Thank you.
That's a great answer. Thank you. Yeah, definitely. If you are able to cover that gap, to fill that gap, that would make it so much easier for entrepreneurs that are Russian speakers. And you're really truly right about the huge gap in the mindset. A couple of other questions that I have. We still have 4 minutes, and I hope other people also have questions. But if you don't, again, I can talk forever. So, well, 4 minutes. What do you say were the external factors that were the most, let's say, the most important ones that influenced your decision to create such a community?
I think that there are 3 most important factors why this community was successful and why I and my co-founders were like ready to dive into this project. I think the first one is pandemic. We were so like desperate, so lost. We felt like there are so many beautiful people around the world. You cannot just reach them. You cannot meet them somewhere in your trip or like during the conference. You just cannot do that. So we decided like pandemic is the best time to start. The second one, it was the documental movie of Yougood that was really like, it was popular in Russia during that time, during pandemic, and it was about the Russians in the Silicon Valley. It inspired so many Russian people, Russian-speaking people all around the world, because they have seen like similar people like speaking similar language like Russian, and they were successful. They were truly successful at Silicon Valley. So that people believed like, maybe I can do the same. Maybe my product can be global. Maybe it's not like, maybe I don't have to move to Silicon Valley to be like, to think globally and to change the world. And it was the right thought to catch. I think it was sort of a common thought somewhere in the space, because everyone felt the same. And the third one is the company of people, because Mesto is about people. When you see the right people, you know that you can do it like anything, just because you're surrounded by the right people. You see these role models around you, so it's getting normal for you. I remember myself like two years ago, if someone would tell me like, maybe you will go to Y Combinator, or maybe you will like take some courses at Stanford, I wouldn't believe that's me like having these ideas. But right now, staying like in this society like this in Mesto, it's getting normal. It's okay because everyone does it. That's okay. So the same, Mesto is about people, and our co-founders like Andrei Dvornichev, like Nikolai Davlidov, they are so inspiring as a team. So I just couldn't refuse from doing everything I could from all the contribution possible just to support this idea, because I felt so blessed, and I still feeling so blessed about this.
Thank you so much. This is truly inspiring, and that's, you know, a very big and ambitious goal that you've taken on to connect all people from all over the world, all the Russian speakers. And networking is not something that is in the Russian culture. So, but I know that, you know, inside everybody wants to connect. They just need they need this way to do that. And, you know, so that you actually with the way to do so, to connect with others. I think it's truly valuable.
Thank you. Thank you. It's easy to
so
go
much.
when you have the right people right near you. And it's important to say, like, not only co-founders and not only advisory board was there, but remember about volunteers who just committed so many hours of their life to support this community. Remember about the community itself. So many brilliant people whose time like costs $1 million. They just committed their time to contribute to this community. So it's easy to go like forward with them because you just have to.
You have no other choice.
you have no choice. Yeah, you just see them and you feel so inspired that you can just contribute like at night, anytime, because it's important to see how it grows.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Yana. Thank you for your presentation. I hope everyone have been taking notes.
Thank you.
Register. Thank you so much. And now we are moving on. Pause that we'll have a little break. So now it's time for a networking session, and we challenge you to share a photo of yourself or your team and show us how you were participating in this product camp. Join our Slack group and post an image there, or share it on social media, and don't forget to tag us so we can see you. Okay, so now you are free to go to a spatial chat to share your photos and videos with us. Thank you for joining us for the first block of this conference, and we'll see you in a while in a short break. In half an hour, there will be new speakers and new presentations. And please check the agenda. As I've mentioned, the agenda for stage 2 has changed. So please take a look and see which presentations you'd like to catch. Thank you for joining, and see you later. See you in a bit.
Hi, everyone. We are continuing with the second block of our presentations in our product camp on stage 2. I'd like to introduce you to Dmitry Matveev, who will speak about how not to join Bastardized Agile. Dmitry, please introduce yourself and over to you.
Yeah, okay. Good morning, dear colleagues. Glad to be a part of a community. My name is Dmitry. I want to share a personal story about managing innovative products in a pretty exotic industry, the manufacturing of electric vehicles. I have been managed IT products for a long time, over the past 15 years. All of them was linked with development of user interface. Last 3 years, I have been creating digital products at Revolut. And it's about this new experience what I would like to tell you. One of our principles is work reflects to well-known lean startup cycle. It's important because it helps to create the procedure how to create teams what can be quickly learned but making their own mistakes, and this method can be scaled by multiple teams. And that's why I would like to build my speech according to the stage of this cycle. I tell you what a company ideas spark employees. In the second part, I will show how the process of developing innovative product works. And final part, I will explain why the user experience testing is necessary for such products. I'll start with description of our company. Arrival develops commercial electric vehicles. We are an international company headquartered in London. Currently, our product line includes a bus, van, and a taxi. Our goal is significantly reduce the production cost of electric vehicles, making them equal in price to those on traditional fuels. First of all, for it, we plan to use microfactories. Instead of giant factories with a conveyor belt, Arrival is building cells with robots. Each cell can perform different assembly operation and quickly reconfigure to the new ones. This allows us to organize the production in a small area in a short period of time with a little capex for local vehicle demand. Second key factor is composite materials, unique recyclable fabric, what turns into the plastic when heated. We use the materials instead of steel, and it makes it possible to remove the most expensive welding, stamping, and body painting operations. This is a recyclable fabric, and it significantly reduces the vehicle weight with the same safety. Third factor is the in-house production of many automotive components: battery, electric motors, inverters, steering wheel, communication module. So we reduce the cost, speed up components manufactured by robots, and reuse them between the different models of our transport. The grid design allows to upgrade each detail the same as a part of computers. And last factor is proprietary software. More than 500 programmers from 2,400 employees create all international tools, in-vehicle soft, and application for customers. Kind of user interfaces create a digital environment around the transport. And since there are many users and touch points, so there are more questions than answers here. For instance, what would the control panel looks like for electric van and for a bus? What can driver do with this vehicle remotely when he is on the street, in the depot, or at home? How will managers receive information about their fleet and how to plan their work? What will be the bus inform passengers about its routes, stops, and arrival times? Finding answer to such question is a core of our IT products, and it's very different from the experience with which many employees came to the company, including me. most striking difference. You don't have a leading product yet, but digital system around it should be launched at the same time as it. There's nobody bring you the requirements and priorities. All the strategy of digital products is based on the hypothesis. Product has no real users yet, and you cannot get data from a product metrics. Teams develops the system in parallel, so the result of one always affect others. This freedom create a product from scratch. It turns into a dangerous problem of motivation. People in a team. People cannot see the result of their work. They begin to withdrawal because of product has no users and no load. It's not very certainly what we are doing all what expected from us, and desire of writing the perfect code becomes a problem. So to address these uncertain requirements, we build a structured development process to such products. In short, agile methodology alone doesn't help in such products, because the development iterations can confidently, step by step, lead to total product crash. To explain why this might happen, agile consultant Henrik Kinberg coined the term Bastardized Agile, and he drew an illustration demonstrating this disaster using an example of a car. So, of course, it's a metaphor. In the top line, iterations are formed as a regular production of models of product, and the user has the opportunity to test the product only in the very end. This means big surprise, which may not be always positive. At the bottom, on the contrast, each iteration is an intermediate product. After each step, the user can try and get the feedback. And of course, for first iterations, this feedback is likely to be negative, but it will be valuable. This approach has become known as a skate approach. If a user asks for a car, first give him a skate. And it's exciting, but the skate has now really become the first product for modern vehicles. This is the name of a platform consisting of a chassis, a battery, and the electric motor. Henrik's joke became reality. And this is the skate of arrival van. That's why we asked ourselves this critical question: what should we bring to the users in the following iteration? What will be our next step to them? To be able to answer, each team has a three roles. Product lead is responsible for scope and priorities. He keeps in the loop communication with our teams and stakeholders. Tech lead is responsible for implementation and evaluate the complexity of suggesting solution. And design lead is a user advocate. He offers the most convenient solution. They all together decide how to follow function turns out. We go through the 5 stages when developing product features, and they are pretty traditional, but I will show a real example for our case. First of all is drawing the customer journey map. We use Miro or Figma. We create separate schemes for each type of users, describe stages, user actions, context. On the second step, we defining job stories, an attempt to describe the context and motivation of a person in each his action. It's crucial not to explain how we are doing it now or how we will like them to do it. We keep this job story or in Notion or in Jira, and here's an example of this description formula for job story. Third step, testing of hypotheses, customer development. We are looking for our potential users and ask them the excursion, ask them the open question, take pictures of a workplace. Main task is confirm or deny the CGMs, draft version of CGM or job stories. Find the details, how we perform this task right now and how often. We pay special attention to the announcement on the walls. This is the key to what operation are problem now, where failures are constantly happen. Next step is creating user value in our product. Based on the collected data, we create a blueprint. This scheme shows the ideal to-be state, how we would like users to complete their job stories using our product. Blueprint allows us to determine the scope of the product features, what we want to provide. Here's an example of our blueprint. He has the layers, CGM tabs and job stories, user actions in our interface, product functions to support them, and dependencies with features of our system which should be implemented. Next, we prioritize the project features, which part of a blueprint we want to show users first, and then we implement it in such a way as to allow users to try it. Last and most important step is testing the implemented feature on our potential users. It's an important milestone for a project. We believe what a feature is not ready until it can be UX tested on potential users. And I want to talk about how exactly it happened. There are two teams involved in the preparation phase. The UX research team is responsible for finding respondents and preparing the script for them. The product team is responsible for preparing the list of hypotheses, test tasks, and environment. It's usually the goal of 1 or 2 sprints before testing. Preparing is easy if a product has the blueprint, because its description could be easily converted into the test task for respondents. At the same time, we together have an internal dry run and fix all bugs what could block the test session. We always invite the whole team on the test itself. We implemented a YouTube broadcast for a Zoom version to not confuse the respondents by the crowd of people. At the end of testing, we ask them open-ended question: how do the task relate to what we do at work? Which one thing you would recommend to improve in product, first of all? And how would you describe this product to your colleague at work? One of our major clients is UPS, and we work very closely with his drivers to take into account the requirements and wishes as much as possible. And he's an excellent example of how the appearance of the van changed after the such session. You can see the alpha and beta version of our van. Beta version looks into account all the wishes for comfort and safety expressed by the drivers. For example, the driver's seat was pushed back behind the front wheel. Of course, testing the experience of our passengers of the bus is just important. We define different categories of the citizens and get answers of the question: is it convenient to enter, seat, or exit from the bus? Are the screen visible enough from all seats? Is the information comfortable for reading? Is it clear how to cause stop by on demand? Results of each UX researchers is an essential resource for company. If company said what he want to do something convenient, these materials confirm this. UX researcher keep all records and prepare the special reports for different group of readers. More detailed presentation is sent to the product team. And at the same time, a short summary is published as an internal news for the whole company. To sum up, we would like to stress what significant impact team motivation, because we use UX research as a milestone for our IT product. We use UX testing in the product to create reason for positive team motivation. Observation of a research session helps team members to see the real emotion of potential users and bring confidence to the product team. To keep positive vibes during lean startup stages, crucial to make functions so it will not be a pity to throw them away after each iteration. The team should look for a minimal implementation for a test product hypothesis, and the desire to reuse what were already been done might be the way to create a Frankenstein monster like that. In the end, I would like thank you to my colleagues, because with their help, I can tell about our collective experience to build such a product development process at Arrival. Thank you, and I'm ready to answer all the questions.
Thank you, Dmitry. It was very interesting to listen about your experience at Arrival. Especially because I'm not from this field, I'm from advertising tech, and it was quite like a new way of looking at how the products are built. So thanks for that. And there are some questions asked by our participants, and also I have a couple of them from my side. The first one would be, can you describe or give some examples of your internal processes around hypothesis testing with the end users? Because it's quite interesting how this testing is carried out in the real world with the end users, like with the drivers and with people who ride your buses, for example.
So we have two different hypotheses. First one is product hypothesis, and we try to test it before we start implementation. We have a special excursion for potential customers and special interviews with potential customers, try to gather this information and get approve or deny our hypothesis before we start implementing. So it's a first stage. Second stage, when we have a first implementation of some features, we try to bring it to our potential users and ask them to test it, to use it as in real life. We create a special testing environment for them and kindly ask them, please use it as you can do it in your real life, and get us your feedback. So it helps us to get a second wave of understanding about the product hypothesis. Is it useful and is it valuable for users? Because we can understand what it's valuable, but we did it in the wrong way. So in this case, we reconstruct, redevelopment the feature. If you understand what we do, something what is very not important or not be used by our users, so we threw it away and get the second next hypothesis.
How do you evaluate whether there is enough sample of users who passed through your research, through your hypothesis testing, in order to figure out whether you need to keep this feature or rework it or throw it away?
So right now it's a very rare participants, for rare users for us, because it's not too easy to find enough quantity of fleet managers, for example, of buses, for example, in particular country. It means what almost all our hypotheses, except of sitting and something what is interaction with the real world. I mean, the weight, height of users, of drivers. Of course, we use it a quantity approach for it. But for some digital products, what has a very narrow, let's say, rare users, we use the quantity product research. It means what we try to find no more than 10 users and get a first approval of our hypothesis only on these ones. Because if we understand what no of them did not interest in our feature, it means what we don't need to find new users to continue do what we want, what we are doing before.
Okay, thanks for the answer. So one question from me. As far as I understood, basically the mission of Arrival is to build like a new era of electric commercial vehicles, right?
Exactly.
So my question is, like more than 100 years ago, Henry Ford said that if I would have asked my end users, what would you like to have? Like for your mobility, they would have answered a faster horse. So how do you balance between this feedback from the end users and the end mission of your company?
It's very exciting question. Thank you. It's very important to keep it always in your mind. What all the answers of your potential users, it's a look back on your their own experience. It means what they cannot ask them something about future, about next product, about how would you use this exciting new product and something like that, because they don't bring you the honest answer. It means what you need always find the right way to ask about their problems and decide yourself how your new product can solve this problem better than the current way to do it. So it always, conversation was always about the products, about the fears, about the gains, about the goals, about the ideal day, for example, but not about the new products, because you don't get the right answers, honest answers.
Okay, gotcha your point. Thanks. And another question that we have is around the user stories that you shared, how you write them. The question is about what are the main parts of the user stories that you have, that you write at Arrival, and what are the main components that you recommend should be in there when you basically write business requirements for features? How do you prioritize user stories and so on?
Sorry, I don't clearly understand the question. So what part of user story?
So in the beginning, you were talking about user stories and how you write them, like when the user wants something, do what. So I would like you to elaborate on how basically you write the business requirements for the features of your product, and what are the main components of these business requirements. Like you mentioned different user stories. Okay, you got the question. Cool.
Okay. So first of all, the user stories is something very eternal, because we can implement our iteration of our products and renovate, rebuild our products many times, but job story will be the same. It means that's why it's a core point for us to identify the job stories, and then during iteration try to solve the stories, job stories again and again. And business requirement is something what we have. We are ready. How we are ready to help users in his job story right now on our current state of maturity of our product. It means what we can rethink about our vision, how we will help our users with the same job story after the first iteration, for example, after the first interviews, after the second wave of interviews. And in business requirements, we always put our vision of ideal to be state as a part of blueprint. It means what our blueprint is exactly the way what we think how our users should what actions our users should do in our interfaces to solve the job story. And it's exactly what we want to test during user test. Is is it the right solution for job story or not? So we need to rebuild it again and again. So, and in this case, business requirements for us is something what is quite uncertain until we understand what exactly this way we will create our product because we know what it's a right way. So we got the arguments what exactly this way. For example, for open the doors, very easy example how where our drivers expect to open the doors. There's many technical variants for opening the doors, but only one of them will be the best fitted, let's say, to the expectation of our users right now.
Agree. Thanks, Dmitry, a lot for answering the questions and for the insightful presentation. Again, and so we'll continue in a couple of minutes with the next presentation, and it will be Alex Plotvinov, CEO of Yougood and ex-lead product manager at Wrike. And he will speak about the transition from product manager to entrepreneur. I'm really excited to hear the next presentation as well, because I did such a transition myself about a year ago. So stay tuned and we'll see you again in 4 minutes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dmitry, again. Hi, everyone, again. We're back with Alex Plotvinov. He is ex-product lead at Wrike, and now is an entrepreneur and the CEO of Yougood. And he will talk about the transition from product manager to CEO. Over to you, Alex.
Yeah, thank you very much. Hi, Vladimir. Hi, everyone. Yeah, I'm going to talk a bit about this transition from product management to CEO with a bit of so more details here. So actually, I worked as a product manager in a corporation called Wrike. Wrike is a work management platform. But right now, it's around 1,500 people working in Wrike. And I became a CEO of a pretty small startup, only early stage, called Yougood. And which means actually my experience, of course, worked for me, but it might be as a good food of thought for you, even if you're from other kind of environment working in product management, for example, in smaller companies and whatever. So first of all, my background, I started as a UX designer working in IT for, maybe 10 or 12 years ago. I've joined Wrike in 2013 and transitioned from UX to PM and from PM to lead PM. And I was responsible mostly on user journeys that are pretty basic. I mean, something that people are doing every day. And all my work actually was pretty user customer centric. So then in 2020, I left Wrike and started my own company called Yougood. This is a peer-to-peer recognition platform for employees, which means employees within Yougood can give each other some bonuses, accumulate points, and exchange it to some goods from the company. So it means that most of my experience actually are from B2B and SaaS. So my story that I want to tell you right now, starting in February 2020, when I left Wrike, then I had some time to think, to have a well-needed rest, surfing in Sri Lanka and so on. And after a couple of months of this kind of occasional vacation, I realized that actually I'm missing product management activities. I'm missing thinking of products, of users, solving problems, and so on. So we had to talk with my friends and partners about new ideas, and one idea came up, and we decided to start with Yougood. So I'm going to cover 5 lessons we learned from Yougood so far. It's about 2 years already. So first lesson is that the difference between scale-ups and startups. So most of PMs are working right now, where product market fit is already found, and where a company has money at least to pay the salary and attract more customers. And the most focus of product managers are lies on expansion from 1 to n. Comparing what startups are. So in startup, it's your job as a CEO to find product market fits. You have pretty limited amount of money. You even can't as a PM, me personally, I've used to work in scale-ups and think about product as a scale-up. Big companies, about things that are already working, about attracting customers and so on. So the first, and yeah, actually the environment changed everything. And when I started working on a couple of takeaways here, first, it's really hard to start think small again when you came from a big company, from a big numbers and so on. So I would really suggest, it's pretty common suggestion to entrepreneurs, to someone who starting something new, is to try to think small, try to work on things that are not scaling up yet, just to find its product market fit, confirm it on the market, and count your unit to the point 2, where you have to confirm product market fit again, make some tweaks, and then expand. Yeah. So another one lesson is It's pretty surprised for me actually that building great product is not enough. So working in Wrike, and especially with UX background, of course, I had a thought like, if we will be in terms of fulfilling needs of our customers and so on, success will go. So as a result, we found out that, and actually, one of the points here is that product managers are quite idealistic by the nature. So it's expected from product manager to deliver best products for customers, to understand their needs, to be pretty customer user centric. And the kind of surprising news that bad products might be successful and great, might be not. And there are a lot of examples actually on the market. There are a lot of examples of products with hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue. However, they're still having pretty bad UX, pretty bad customer journey experience. Yeah, and as a result, actually, you may end up build a great, easy of use with nice features product, which will be not needed on the market. So I would really, I actually learned from other entrepreneurs that most of successful businesses are starting from opportunity, not the vision. So it means that it's pretty rare, in my experiences, to find an entrepreneur who really made a successful startup or successful business from starting from the vision first. And also, it's pretty important to learn more about channels, about sales process, marketing, and model, because they can be a key of success. So even despite the fact that great products is a necessary starting point, there are still things that make a dramatic effect on what what results you'll get. So next one is considering your strengths and weaknesses. So I would say PMs are having pretty similar strengths and weaknesses. Maybe it's not something that listed here. It's validated for me. However, I think it might be pretty common. So we are good in building vision and strategy. We are quite user-centric, and we're familiar, of course, working with dev team. It's our day-to-day job, and we are pretty practiced in prioritization. However, our weaknesses, or my weaknesses, are in sales marketing process. And of course, I've actually had a lot of work doing with marketing and with sales guys, with customer-facing team working in Wrike. However, when you're starting something new and you have to build your own sales process, you have to build your understand how marketing works, how channels works. You really have to make a big leap here. So same thing for finance, for paperwork, incorporating company. Our company is incorporated in the United States. Actually, push you to really go deep into things that you're not familiar with. So a couple of takeaways here. That might sound pretty generic, but I think it's one of the most important from the whole presentation. So first one is to capitalize on strengths. It means to me in practice that it's really better to go with challenges on the product side than on the marketing and sales. So we product managers are usually pretty familiar with product challenges and can really do good job here. And I would really suggest to avoid strategies that are building on weaknesses. In our case, in case of Yougood, we have a pretty big sales cycle because our target customer is 200 plus employees, which means we really have to go deep into this step-by-step sales cycle, making demos, attracting like top managers from companies, working with them step by step. So usual cycles deal may take more than months and so on. So next time, in case if I would think about the startup, I would really think about make a product-centric thing that would attract customers directly. And in case if you still want to build something that require a big progress on this weakness or on your weaknesses parts, I would suggest to find partners or hire some right people to cover these weaknesses. So next one would be about learning from other entrepreneurs. So me personally, and I guess it might be pretty common for other PMs, we are learning from each other, especially even right now. And this creates an illusion of understanding how everything works from product manager perspective, how business works, how to start things, how to deliver things. And I would say that I actually learned much more about business starting my company than from years working in existing company in Wrike. So another point here is that startups have a pretty high levels of uncertainty, and it still something that is familiar for product manager to work with things you don't know, and you have to figure out what the vision is, what the strategy is, and how to deliver that in the best way. However, when you're working as a seller, when you start working as a CEO, you have to really understand that these levels that you have right now, they are actually common for other entrepreneurs that starting their own products, and this is not your unique, quite bad situation. It's actually something that people are facing when they starting a company. So last thing that startups are usually doing common mistakes. So you really can save months just from 1 hour conversation with entrepreneurs who are launched something already. So the first takeaway would be talk to entrepreneurs actually. And I mean, sometimes I really like these talks, even if I'm not learning something dramatically new, still it empowers me a lot. It fulfills me by the energy of other entrepreneurs and make a big value for me. So another point here is to find a mentor. It's pretty common thing in our industry. So I'd really suggest to find someone who are doing stuff that you are going to do in 3 or 5 years, and you really can learn from. And actually, people are ready to share their experience and ready to provide you with some really great insights about how things work. Surprisingly, as I said in the previous slides, mistakes are common. They are so common that it's even just unbelievable. But still, you can save months of work and money and everything just from learning these insights from existing entrepreneurs. So last advice would be, or lessons actually I learned would be shipping to learn. So I've spent years working in Wrike with some thoughts about new projects and new products, but I didn't launch it. I didn't really make progress with that working in the company. I don't know, maybe it's just my personal thing, but I would guess that people working in a product management role, they are dedicated to things that are doing, and they it's pretty hard to them to really think about 2 separate products at the same time. But I would say that it's really important to start earlier, because you really learn from practice. You really learn from things you're doing here, and it's important to put your skin in a game and see how things work from the real experience. So my suggestion here is just don't waste time adapting on your ideas, your projects, what you're going to do, and just start doing it as soon as possible. Some research is showing that the distribution of startup founders who are successful is that people who are 40 to 48 years are more successful than people who are less than 30 years. And at the same time, I believe that most of these founders, had 3, 4, 5, 6 attempts to start their business earlier, and that's where their experience they really got is from these attempts. So I guess that's it from me. We have 40 minutes yet left on questions. I would be really happy to answer. Thank you.
Perfect. Thanks a lot, Alex, for the presentation. And yes, we have some questions. And I encourage everyone on YouTube stream and here in Zoom to ask the questions in the chat, and I will address them to Alex. But we do have already several questions here. The first one would be, can you elaborate on what do you mean under start with opportunity, not vision?
Yeah, sure. So I had an interesting experience talking with 5 or 6 entrepreneurs who launched their, big companies so far, but they were in the beginning of each one. And when I asked them what actually leads you to choose this particular idea or whatever, so 5 from 6 told me that actually they learned from existing market what they took what already worked and put it into right environment. And there's no one really told me something like I had a vision to build a product that will make a better world and so on. These guys were really kind of opportunity focused. So they found some place where business can generate money, and then they started working on it. And it doesn't mean that their products are not good. It means just that they started from this point. And I would say that me personally, it was really hard to switch from this. It's still hard actually to switch from this visionary first thinking to make it more business-ish, to think more about opportunity first.
Yes, completely agree. I also see it on my path from product manager to entrepreneur. We also take some of the current opportunities, but we envision our company like in a few years where it's meant to be when we just defined our vision in first place. So I see the same in our field as well. So the second question is, okay, just checking YouTube in parallel, would be how did you address the weaknesses that you mentioned, especially building up the sales processes, the fundraising, what you haven't done, I assumed, before you started your entrepreneurial career?
Yeah, actually, I thought that if I will learn about that more, I can do it on my own. And I'm not quite sure this is the best approach. However, it was really important for me to deep dive into the sales process and build it in terms of hiring sales, working as a sales actually on the first couple of months, I guess. So my approach was to really deep dive into that, learn from all materials I can find, talk to other people who are doing the same in the sales or marketing field, then try it by my own, then realize that actually it's really important to attract sales guy who can help us with that on the market side in US. And then I think if I would have an option to make it another time, I would really think to find a partner who can help me and cover this part of the business, since it's never really easy to chase that amount of expertise that you really need to build it in a good way. So
I see. Do you have any co-founders at your company?
Yeah, and our team, and actually it's pretty product based. Me as with a product manager background, and my two partners who are both, I would say, engineers with product mind. So yeah, we actually don't really have people from in the founding team that worked on marketing and sales parts.
Okay, understood. Thanks. And I think another question that goes in line with the previous one is around what can you recommend for entrepreneurs networking?
For entrepreneurs that working already?
For networking, for example.
Oh, networking, I see. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I see. So I'm not sure if it's ads or not. I actually participate in a camp called Use Skills this summer, and where we, other people who starting their businesses or just thinking about that, we met several existing entrepreneurs with pretty good traction already, like founder of Ozon, of Growth Food, and other companies. So we had a pretty interesting conversations that took more than 3-4 hours for each person, for each speaker, and yeah, it was pretty a good experience in terms of there was an opportunity to ask all the questions we had, to really go through the path that people made with their company and understand their background. Me personally, I actually really like to, I have a lot of friends from Wrike, and people from Wrike actually had some pet projects or existing new businesses that they launched, and they also have friends. So it's pretty common to go to your colleagues and ask if someone are doing something interesting and so on.
Cool, thank you. I would also add here that I attended my first product camp in 2014 in Belarus, in Minsk, and it was also very excited place to be and to meet new people and to do networking. And at that place, I also met entrepreneurs who transitioned from product manager to the owner of their own company. So I would say that's a great community to develop yourself as entrepreneur. And another question that I have here is, being a new company, how do you handle competition when there is another company in the same or closer field which built already the same product or similar product, which is big and since several years in the market?
Oh yeah, I guess this is a main challenge for Yougood right now, because the market of recognition platforms, it's pretty crowded already. So I would say that this is not a challenge of, when you're already started company. This is it will be better to have this challenge before you chosen the particular market and the idea of the product. So if you right now already in that situation, I would say that you definitely have to think about your strengths. For example, if you see that you can make some POs on the product side to make the right differentiators for your customers, it's a way to go. Also, I've learned that it's really important to understand customers, what's happening in the customer's head. So our customers are HRs and in the big companies, and me personally, I'm not an HR. Of course, I had, I've worked with other HRs, but it's not my own problem. We're not solving the problem that we actually have. We are not HRs. We're not solving. We're solving, but we're solving something that really matter to HRs. So that's why the answer for me is to go and speak with them, understand what they goals of the customer segment. What do they really think about on a daily basis? What kind of tools they are looking for? What are the goals within the organization? Like, is that to make a better employee satisfaction, or is it just simply being promoted or something like that? So it's really important to understand their deep motivations behind their actions, and then to input this research results into your work on this differentiator. So yeah, these two suggestions would be, I guess, the major ones.
Okay, thank you. And another question is regarding the value that Yougood delivers. I would like to ask, for example, I'm a product manager and I would like to improve a corporate culture in my company. So how can Yougood help me in that?
Yeah, so Yougood actually, and that kind of tools, they are creating this informal, non-formal level of communication within the formal organization. So especially right now when everyone works remotely, it's really hard to make this human connection between people, even within team. What to say about people from different departments. It's really hard to do that in a natural way. So Yougood and that kind of platforms, they're providing you a space where people can express their appreciation. They can say like, thank you for helping me with the release or something, and appreciate some other person, and it will be publicly shown within the company feed into the feed, and everyone within the company can see how people appreciate each other. So I would say, and also we have GIFs actually, so people can use GIFs and make it more funny and informal. And yeah, so I would say that it would not really build a culture, but it can help you to make it less stressful and more friendly, I would say. So this is the main goal for that kind of product.
Thanks. I love the GIF part, especially when communicating with the team.
So yeah.
Thanks a lot, Alex, for the presentation and answering all the questions. We'll wrap up, and let me quickly check any more questions. No, all good. So now,
Great.
As we move on to the break and the panel discussion, we'd love if you can share a bit of your experience regarding today's conference. What are the insights you've gotten here, and what you didn't expect to get? So feel free to discuss it on our Slack group, either on YouTube chat or in special chat. Thanks, Alex, again for taking the time to be here.
Thank you, Vladimir, and thank you everyone for attending.
Yes, see you soon in the third block.
Great.
Okay, so now we can start. Hello, everyone. Welcome to stage 2 of our product camp. So today we're having a session with Flaherty. He is a managing partner at the ITX Corporative. And today he'll tell us about the strategy and tactics and how this separating two things will help your teams make better decisions together. Before we start, just a few things. Do not hesitate to ask your questions. I'll help you to read them, and we'll have hopefully a very insightful and interesting hour. So now the stage is yours, Sean.
Well, thank you, and welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us today. It's an honor to be here. I'm going to talk about strategy and tactics and why, if you separate the two, you can become a more powerful product leader. We've got a framework, a visual framework, and some contextual models that I'm going to share with everyone. So with that, let's get started. So I run a software development organization called ITX. We have about 250 artists and engineers, graphic designers, software architects, programmers, quality assurance people, and everybody that it takes to put successful software products into the wild. And what we found in the course of running this business for the better part of 2 decades, almost 3 decades, are lots of patterns that show up when you're successful building a product, and patterns that also show up when you're unsuccessful building a product. And here's how it works, and I'll explain it in the context of my business. So I sell services, so we build custom software products to big companies, right? It looks like this, and I call this, by the way, the momentum framework. The momentum framework. Okay. And here's how it works. It works like this. We take income, okay, and we turn that income into inputs, and we turn those inputs into outputs, and we turn those outputs into outcomes. Now, in my world, because I develop software products, again, often for large companies, it looks like this. And you guys, if you've been in the software development space long enough, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. It comes in the form of money, income, comes in green bags of money. We like green bags of money, right? They're beautiful. They make us happy. So the green bags of money, the problem with the green bags of money is they're mysterious. My customers won't tell me how much is in the bag. They just say, I have a bag of money and I need a bunch of features built. Sound familiar? I need these features built, outputs, and then create a set of checkboxes. In my world, they call this a request for proposal, an RFP, a request for proposal. And I have to give them a proposal for how much it will cost and how long it will take to deliver, how much, like what needs to be in the green bag of money to deliver on these features, okay? And what the customer really wants at the end of the day, what they really want over here is to get 2 green bags of money at the other side. They want a return on their investment. Okay? ROI, a return on their investment. That's what they're after. All right, and they came to me generally because they found me on the internet, or they heard about me from one of their friends or somebody that I worked with in the past maybe. And they came to me because they believe I have inputs. I have skills, I have capabilities, I have tools, I know how to use the software products. I know how to code in Java or .NET or React or Node, or I can use Google, I can use GraphQL. My teams can do these things. They have the skills, the talent, the experience to produce this set of outputs over here. And I call this quadrant the execution or the roadmap quadrant. We believe I can execution on a roadmap, okay? And I'll produce some code, and that's the output that they're after. All right, so we've heard a lot of talk about this sort of in the product community, outcomes over outputs, but we still focus on this, what I call the tactical swim lane. This is the tactical swim lane. And here's what I found. If we over-focus on this tactical swim lane, I will produce exactly what they asked for in the contract, and they will get their product, I will get my money, and most of us will walk away unhappy. They'll walk away unhappy because we'll be fighting over what does this line item mean? Like what was included in the contract, what wasn't. You know, I'm incentivized to keep it to a minimum because I want to get my money, and they're incentivized to maximize what this feature means for the users. You know, and it's like a constant battle if we stay in the tactical swim lane. So here's what I propose to do differently. Think about your products. Think hard about your software products, the product that we're building in the world. What is the ultimate goal of that product? Why are we building that product? Here's a little slide too, by the way, just to show you, and you can get a copy of this slide deck from the Productcamp folks because we've delivered this to them. So we'll have this posted on the website. All right. So this is the tactical swim lane. So why do your customers actually come to you? Why do they want this product to be built? And in most cases, the purpose of the software product is to actually change some sort of human behavior. Yeah, it's to change human behavior. And ultimately, what we want is for that human on the other side of the screen in the software world, what we want is for that human to become an advocate. An advocate. And we want behaviors that are advocacy behaviors. We want to see that the person's an advocate. Now, this is a strange word, and it's a hard word. It's not exactly the right word that I need, so I'm going to redefine it for you. In some cases, I've seen my clients and my customers use other words like champion or net promoter or ambassador or whatever you want to use. But what I mean, and I want to be specific with this word, what I mean when I say advocate is one who invests in our collective future. One who invests in our collective future. Now, this is really important. It's really important for all businesses to think this way because this is our ultimate strategic goal. But it's super important in the product space. And why is that? Because we can't build a great product without these people. I'm going to prove that to you. You can't build a great product without these people in your ecosystem who are advocates for the product, like they care about its future. And I've asked hundreds of CEOs and hundreds of product leaders over the last several years, or actually over the last couple of decades, what it would mean, like what would the world look like if we had these people in our ecosystem? And this is what I get. This is a collection of answers that I typically get from CEOs. The first thing I always hear is, well, they'll promote us. They'll become our marketing engine. Yeah. Our best customers, the ones that are the happiest with our products, they will market for us for free. It's amazing. It's amazing. What else do they do? Well, they also give us feedback, positive feedback. Why is that important? Why do we need positive feedback? What does that do for us? Well, I believe positive feedback is fuel for your culture. It's what gets your people up with a spring in their step. And if you want innovation from the people that are building the product, you better show them how it's changing the world for others. And there's social science behind that. There's the self-determination theory, the work of Mitel Csikszentmihalyi. There's social science that proves this. Like people care about this thing called doing work for others. Like positive feedback, it's fuel for your culture. You need it. What else? You also get this thing called constructive feedback from them. Constructive feedback. Why is that important? Well, it turns out you can't really build a great product without this constructive feedback. You can't. Here's the thing. People in your customer ecosystem that have negative feedback for you, if they don't care about your future, what do they do with that feedback? They give it to everyone else. They tell everybody else in the world how bad you suck. But your greatest customers, your advocates, what do they do with it? They take the time, they spend the time to write a 2-page diatribe about how bad you messed up their day and what you can do to fix it. And it's gold. You need to teach your teams to celebrate when you get constructive feedback, positive or negative feedback. When you get that feedback from customers, that's a sign that they actually care about your future. And you should learn to celebrate that. It should be treated like gold. Okay, what else do you get? There's a lot of other things. What else do you get from your advocates? Well, they'll defend you. They'll defend you in the wild when you're not in the room. Here's an example of that. Like, I ask roomfuls of CEOs, I ask them a simple question. Are you an iPhone or an Android person? And the hands go up in the room. About 2/3 of the room are iPhone people, and about a third of the CEOs that I survey are Android people. And then I asked this next question. How many of you, raise your hand, if you've ever had that conversation about which platform is better? And all the hands go up, right? Everybody's had that conversation. Everybody on this call has probably had that conversation. One of those platforms is better. You've associated yourself with when you're an advocate for it. That's an amazing thing to have in the wild, out there defending you, you know? Here's another important thing that advocates give to you. People who are investing in your future, they forgive you. They forgive you when you make mistakes. They forgive you when you make mistakes. And if you're a good product person, you're making some mistakes. You're putting some experiments out there that are going to fail. You're going to make mistakes. You can't move fast if you don't make some mistakes. Now, you want to control the risk, and you want to control the number of mistakes that end up in the wild, but you're going to make some mistakes. Your best advocates, they forgive you, which, by the way, makes them candidates for this amazing thing that we need in the product space. This is one of the triggers that helped me figure this framework out. We need beta testers. We need beta testers. But we don't need any beta testers. What kind of beta testers do we need? We need beta testers who care about the future of the product. The passionate users who sign up to be beta testers who will test our product for free. And they're the best candidates because they'll forgive us, they'll defend us, they'll give us constructive feedback about that feature that we're testing in the wild. They'll give us positive feedback. They'll give us positive feedback, which lends us credibility for the future. They lend us credibility for the future. All right. The most important thing you get from your advocates isn't even on the list yet. It's not even on the list yet. What is it? Ideas. And here's the problem with ideas. If you're a product person and you've been in the product space long enough, you know that this is true. So I'm going to draw it like a light bulb, right? Ideas is the most important thing you get from your advocates, because ideas, even though if you've been in the product space long enough, you'll know this to be a universal truth. Most of the ideas you get are crap. Most of the ideas that you get aren't useful. But some of them turn into those innovations. And innovations, the creativity that comes from your team leads to innovations. And innovations only come from ideas. Ideas only come from people. And really, they only come from people who care about your future. Because if they have an idea and they don't care about your future, they're going to file it away or they're going to give it to someone else. So these things right here, and by the way, I'm now extending my definition of advocates beyond the customer base. This is really important to think about. I'm not just talking about your customers. I'm also talking about your team. Your team needs to be advocates for the product. And if they're not, you might have the wrong people on your team. Or you as a leader might not be setting the right vision. And we'll come back to that in a minute. This is really important to think about. Your team needs to be an advocate for the product. They need to be exhibiting all of these behaviors as well. And you, as the product leader, your job is to be advocate prime. Advocate prime. And if you're not, get off the bus. Go find another product that you can be an advocate for. Give someone else the chance to step up and lead this product. Because you want to maximize the number of advocates in your ecosystem. And by the way, if you look at this chart here, this list of behaviors, these are all behaviors. These are behaviors. And if they're behaviors, holy cow. If they're behaviors, we can measure them. If we can measure them, we have the perfect candidate for what I would call a North Star metric. North Star metric. Boom. How's that feel? Close your eyes for a minute. Seriously, close your eyes. Try it. Close your eyes. Think about this. What would the world look like? What would the world feel like for you if most of your customers were authentically behaving in one of these ways on a regular basis? How would that feel? How much easier would it be to market, to sell, to build your product? Because you got a free-flowing plethora of feedback coming in. You got positive feedback to stand on and fuel your culture with. You got ideas that are flowing. What would that look like? How would that feel? Keep your eyes closed and think about this. What would it look like? How would it feel if your employees, your team, the people around you were authentically advocating for the product as I've defined it? They're investing in its future. How much easier would it be to write requirements? How much easier would it be to get ideas, to get a quality product out the door? It's amazing. It's life-changing. So we need this. So this is the North Star metric for any product. and we define it. And the cool thing about software, for building a software product, is you can build features in. You can use Pendo or any number of these very cool tools that are out there to build features in to look for these specific behaviors in your ecosystem. So you can flag people as advocates and come up with a really good metric around advocates. And it's different for every product, but it's going to fall into one of these behaviors and fall into one of these categories. All right, here's something else that's interesting to know. An answer that I often get when I'm doing this brainstorming exercise with leaders is, well, they keep buying from us and they use our products. So that's important. Well, that's really important. So, but I believe it's a predecessor relationship that I'm going to call the loyalty relationship. The loyalty relationship. And I believe you have to be in this relationship with your consumers before you've earned the right to ask for this relationship. You know, you have to go through this stage, and before you can get to that stage, there's another stage. Before you get to the loyalty stage, you have to go through this stage. This is the trust stage. Okay. So you have to earn trust, you have to gain loyalty, and then at some point you have the right to ask for this advocacy relationship. In loyalty, you can set metrics for these two. I call the metrics relationship performance indexes, RPIs, RPI, relationship performance indices. So you can set engagement metrics, which we've heard about, Google Heart metrics. Everybody talks about engagement, and that's important to understand. But I'm looking for authentic engagement, not just purchasing. And then you can look for metrics that establish trust, or that demonstrate trust. All right. I call this framework here a ladder. I call it the relationship ladder. Sorry. The relationship ladder. Why do I call it a ladder? This is really important. I call it a ladder because every rung in the ladder makes a difference. It takes time. You can't just magically snap your fingers and earn trust. You have to do it through experiences. And it takes time to earn it. You don't get to loyalty without going through a whole bunch more experiences over time. This is where loyalty comes from. And then at the top of the ladder, we want to reach this level of advocacy. That's the golden ticket right there. That's our North Star. And you only earn this through experiences. Every micro experience you produce for your customer moves them up or it moves them down. Moves them up or moves them down. I've got another slide to demonstrate that. It's like that. We want to move people up the ladder, and we don't want to move them down the ladder. Does that make sense? Okay, I call it a ladder because of the micro experiences to demonstrate that every experience matters. And I also call it a ladder because what happens at the base of the ladder if you stop doing these things that have earned you trust? What happens to the ladder? It falls down, right? You lose everything that you took all that time to build. But you have to keep doing the things that made you trustworthy. You have to keep earning loyalty. And then these people become the pool, your most likely pool for people you can turn into advocates. All right, hopefully that makes sense for y'all. All right, so we got a little lost. Let's come back to our framework here. So the momentum framework, separating strategy from tactics. This swim lane at the top, this is what I call our strategy swim lane. Strategy. And I believe our strategy, the ultimate outcome that we're after, the ultimate outcome is to know that we've earned this magical thing called advocacy. You know that by now, right? And you only get to advocacy. How do you get to advocacy? You have to go through loyalty. And in order to get to loyalty, what do you have to do? You have to earn trust. So if you have good metrics for this, you have metrics on the loyalty ladder, you produce over time you produce this magical thing that I call momentum, movement from the bottom left to the upper right. Everybody likes to have those kind of graphs, right? Bottom left to the upper right, that's what we want to see. You want to see motion in that direction, I call that momentum. And when your product has momentum, and you can make a profit with it, so you can tie that momentum directly to profit, you've got a winning formula. A winning formula. All right, let's finish this model out. So what's our strategic output? Strategic output is this other curious thing in the business world and in the product space It's the painted picture of the future that we want to create. We'll never quite get there, but this is the thing we want to go do in the world. This is what I call a product vision. Right? A product vision, and I believe it's really, really important for product leaders to get the vision right. I think Radhika Hutt's going to talk about vision a little bit later on today at the conference. She's been on our podcast. You should have a listen to that. We had a pretty healthy conversation about this. But I believe vision to be the combination of knowing really well who we serve and what problems we solve for those people. What problems do we solve? So that, who do we serve? What problems do we solve so that this occurs in the world? So that we move them up the relationship ladder and we make a healthy profit and return on investment for our investors. All right, so that's vision, knowing who we serve, what problems we solve, and how we're going to measure our success. So what's our strategic input? Well, with my partners, I've been running a business for a number of years, and I can tell you with absolute certainty that the largest cost item on my financial statements, without a doubt, beyond a shadow of a doubt, is labor, human labor. That's my input. It's pretty much my only input. I have other things. I have costs like tools and software and rent and some other things, but labor is my number one cost. The second biggest line item on my financial statements in terms of cost, healthcare to support the labor, okay? So my strategic input is my people, but it's not exactly right because the tactical input is the skills that I hire them for. So I hire people for their hands, right? I hire them because they have a history in Java or .NET or React or Node or whatever. Like, I believe they can use these tools. They've got some reputation. They've got some demonstrated skills. That's why I hire them. But Stephen Covey, who wrote the book The 7 Habits of the 7 Habits of Great Leaders, Stephen Covey has a quote, and it goes like this: "You can hire a man's hands, but you can't hire his heart. Right? You can hire a man's back, but you can't hire his mind." And what we want up here, what the strategic input is the motivation of our people. It's motivation. Motivation of the team of people. It's working together to build a great product. Okay? And if we don't understand human intrinsic motivation, because motivation is the source of all creativity, which is our job as a product leader, by the way, is to maximize the creativity of the people in our ecosystem so that we build great products together. That is our job. Yeah. Maximize motivation towards the vision, towards this strategic outcome of trust, growth, and advocacy. And then our strategic income is the inspired intent of those people, the inspired intent. Now here's the cool thing when you look at this framework. When you know very clearly who it is you're serving that you can turn into an advocate by solving these problems, it becomes much easier to go find the next advocates. You know who you're marketing to, you know who you're selling to. Not only that, it becomes easier to find people to sign up to join your team. The right people who have the same inspired intent to go do that thing for those people to get that result. And it gets them motivated, it gets them up in the morning. Okay, this is the momentum framework. Now, I left this space in the middle here because people often ask me, wait a second, something's not right. Where does culture fit in? Where does culture fit in? Team culture. Is that important? What do you think? Is that important? Well, I don't know many successful teams that don't have a positive, productive culture. Most successful teams have a very good, positive, productive culture. And I believe that culture is this thing in the middle. It's the context that makes our team different than every other team on the planet. It's the context. Culture is the glue that makes the strategy come to life. Okay, because we actually make our strategy come to life through conversation. And these are all conversational tools here. What does an advocate look like? What's our ultimate goal? What does loyalty look like? What does trust look like? What's the vision for our product? We do these things through conversations with our teams. And that's where your culture lives, in the conversations that are occurring in the hallways, in the in-between spaces. It exists in how you talk to your customers, how your customers talk to you. You know, it exists in how your team talks to each other. These are really important things. Culture is the glue. It ties your strategy, brings your strategy to life through the tactics. All right, now, another thing to think about here, and I'm going to show this to you in a different way. And by the way, here's the slide for this, and I'll get you guys all this slide as well. Looks like that. Fully built out. You can copy that if you want it. If I haven't bored you to death by now. All right. So here's what I believe. The number one job of a product leader is to make sure the vision's right. The number one job. To know that the vision's right. And you'll know it's right ultimately in the long run when you can actually see these metrics, the relationship performance indices going up. But that's your job. Get the vision right. Do we know who we're serving really, really well? Have we clearly articulated and defined our persona sets? Have we prioritized them, stack ranked them? Do we have a good understanding of who we're serving with this product? Do we really know what problems we're solving? I did a very cool podcast with Tony Olek a couple weeks back that we published about the jobs to be done framework and how you can use that to actually stack rank the problems that you're solving for your consumers. Very important. So clarify, who are we serving? What problems are we solving? So that we earn trust, loyalty, and efficacy. Your second job is to make sure your team is motivated by that vision. That's your second job as a product leader. Make sure the team is motivated by that vision. Because if they're not, you have one of two problems. Either the vision's not well stated, it's not well articulated, you don't have clarity around who you're serving and what problems you're solving, or the team's not motivatable by that vision, and you need to get them off the bus. And you need to go find people with the right inspired intent. You with me? That's your job. Get the right people on the bus to maximize their motivation towards that vision. Your third job is to make sure the people have the right skills to do the thing that you need to do. Okay, so, and they need to be growing and learning. You need to have a growth mindset, and everybody on your team needs to be growing. It's a part of motivation. And understanding how capabilities work and skill sets work, you need to know that you've got a powerful team with the right tools, you've got the right, everything that they need to actually, the right knowledge, the right skills to deliver on that product. And fourth job, all right, if you're a great product leader, when you set this up right, you've got a way to prioritize features because we know who we're serving and what problems we're solving for them. We've got some metrics that'll show us that we're strategically successful. This is where OKRs fit in, by the way. So we have our long-term objectives, and we can create short-term objectives around the problems that we're solving. We can set OKRs around this. And then we can see that those OKRs are being met in our execution plan. Okay. If you're doing a great job, you got a clear vision. If your leaders have a clear vision, a motivated team, and they're highly skilled, right? The fourth job is to get out of their way and just monitor for waste. Don't micromanage. No micromanagement. Get out of their way. Let them kill it. Get out of their way. How's that feel? All right. Strategy and tactics. I'm going to show this to you one more way. One more way. We're going to do a framework, and then we're going to take a little break and ask questions. All right. Strategy and tactics. This is the title of the talk, right? Strategy and tactics. I think what often happens in the business community, in the business world, is that we muddle these two things. And if we go back about 3,500 years to Sun Tzu, there's a quote floating around the internet. Goes like that: strategy without tactics, that's the slowest path to victory. Slowest path to victory. But tactics without strategy, that's the clanking of swords you hear right before defeat. It's the noise you hear before defeat, before the enemy climbs over the wall and stabs you in the heart. So what Sun Tzu was telling us 3,500 years ago is just as salient today, especially in the product world, is that we need both. We need both strategy and tactics. And I believe we need to separate the two in order to maximize our success. We need to separate the two in order to maximize our success. Okay. And how do we separate the two? Well, we've got to clearly understand each one of them. So how do we understand each one? Well, what is strategy? Strategy is the combination of, I believe, having a clear, articulated vision, knowing who we serve, what problems we solve, and how we're going to measure our success. Okay, and in addition to that, we'll know when we have a good strategy. We'll know we have a good strategy because the team will be motivated motivation. Why that's good. And Sun Tzu talks about this a little bit in The Art of War. He believed that, I don't care how good your vision was, if your team's not signed up to get after that vision, how far are you going to get? How far are you going to get? Not very far. We need motivation and vision. And the combination of those two things, I believe, the combination of those two things makes for a healthy, hardy strategy. Okay, next, tactics. Let's break that down into its component part. Tactics. So what are tactics? Well, tactics are those things that we do, so that we actually get something out in the world. Like we produce an output that's valuable that will get us an ROI, right? It's the deployment of skills and tools and treasure to execute on something that's going to give us what we call momentum. So, and by the way, I'm going to put the word up here. The strategy and tactics gives us momentum. Right? My double carrots, that stands for momentum. When I write that, it means momentum. Movement from the bottom left to the upper right. Trust, loyalty, and advocacy, and a healthy return on our investment. All right, so tactics. Tactics includes two things. It is the combination of having a clear and executable roadmap, our ability to execute on that roadmap, and having the skills, the talent, the knowledge to produce. All that capabilities. Now, when we maximize all four of these things, we maximize this magical thing called momentum. But look at the equation. What happens if any one of these is 0? How much momentum do we get? 0. If any one of these is 0, you get 0 momentum. And it makes sense. Think about it. If our vision's not clear, the problems we're solving, how we're going to measure success, where are we going? Nowhere. If we don't have a motivated team, if we have 0 motivation towards this vision, where are we going? Nowhere. If we don't have the ability to execute, if we don't have a clear roadmap, a plan, we're not going anywhere. And if we don't have the right skills, the right talent, the right tools, we're not going anywhere. Now, what I found is this is a useful construct for thinking about, and I've used the Nostr model, the Nostr framework to kind of as a framework to show how this works. But you can actually describe, you can use this as a diagnostic tool for your teams. This is really valuable as a diagnostic tool for your teams. What do I mean by that? Well, what happens if your vision's not clear? What happens if you don't have a clear vision? Vision is weak. Even if the team's motivation is high, their ability to execute is strong, and they have the right skills, the right tools, the right talent, what happens? With a weak vision, you experience confusion. So that's your diagnostic right there. You experience confusion when the vision is weak. Why do you experience confusion? Because you don't have clarity around who you're serving, what problems you're solving, or how you're going to measure success. All right. Now, if you do have clarity around who you're serving, what problems you're solving, and how you're going to measure success, but the team is not motivated by that, the team lacks motivation, motivation is weak, yeah? Even if they have the ability to execute, they have a roadmap, they have a plan, and they have the skills, the tools, the talent, the treasure to execute, without motivation, you get apathy. As a product leader, you all know exactly what I'm talking about here. We've all experienced apathy on our teams. We've been in this space long enough, and it's terrible. And you cannot build a great product without a team that's motivated to build a great product. So this is the symptom that you feel when the team's not motivated. Okay? Now, if the team has a clear vision, meaning we know who we're serving, what problems we're solving, how we're going to measure our success, and they're excited by that, they're aligned, they're confident, and they're committed to that vision, but execution's weak, our plan is weak, our roadmap is weak, we're not executing well. Even if the team is actually highly capable and well skilled, they have the knowledge, they have the tools, what we experience here is waste. What we experience is waste. All right, and lastly, we have a team with a clear vision. Team with a clear vision. They're highly motivated. At ITX, we have a phrase for that. Oops, I got a little excited with my M. We have a phrase for this. We call this one team, one dream. We have one team, one dream, marching towards a great goal. They're super excited. They have a plan. They can see the yellow brick road. Use a little reference from The Wizard of Oz. One team, one dream, and they can see the yellow brick road. We got a good roadmap, but we're hamstringing them on the capability side. We're hamstringing them on the capability side. What happens is it manifests as frustration. And we've all felt that too, right? It manifests as frustration. So this is what I call our diagnostic tool. It's a very cool way to think about, it's a framework for thinking about how to diagnose when your product team just feels off track. Come up with a way to think about that and talk about that. And it allows us to build better products. All right. I would like to stop here and ask for some questions, and then I'm gonna finish strong with a couple of other frameworks and models if you guys are okay with that. Put that up in the corner here. And I'll swing over and we'll do some questions.
Okay, Sean, thank you. That was inspiring, at least for me. So we have a question in YouTube. I will ask that. So Alexander thanks you for your energy and says that you're a very lively speaker. So
thank you, Alexander.
Asks about mistakes that you usually see in junior products, and do you have some checklists? How do you check those mistakes?
Checks and mistakes for junior product people, like programmers or product leaders in particular?
It's not defined here.
All right. Let me answer it. Let me answer it a little bit more generically. This, if you take this framework right here, and you look at it and analyze it, right, and you go back, you can go back and use the diagnostic framework. I've seen junior mistakes over and over and over again, and if you simply just show them this framework and diagnose what's going wrong, you can have a healthy dialogue and produce a better. You can produce a better product and a higher success rate for your teams. So probably the most common thing is not being able to recognize when the team is frustrated or apathetic or doesn't have clarity on the vision or doesn't see all the waste that's being felt in the delivery and in the tactical output because they're so focused on other things. So I think if you just work on, as a junior product leader, if you just work on awareness of what the team is feeling, it'll make you a better.
Okay, thank you. Also, I want to remind that you can ask your questions in YouTube, and I have also a few questions myself. So as far as I can hear, I always hear that the strategy and the tactics are always changing during the growth of the product. But what I can hear from your speech is that in the right and the correct world, the structure of the product, and you're looking for ways to get there. Is that correct?
Well, are there a lot of other questions? Because if there's not, I'll jump right into a framework to answer your question a little more powerfully.
Well, I don't see so far questions in YouTube, and here in Zoom, it's also no questions so far. So
let's do this. So here's my belief. So vision, we're going to go deep on this concept of vision. What is a great product vision? And I don't think we have to make it as complicated as we sometimes do. So in my opinion, vision, I keep saying this in our ecosystem that we serve. And what problems do we solve for them? And this is the ultimate, the quintessential problem of the product manager, by the way, is we get this all messed up, and we have too many dominant players telling us what features to build, what not to build, like yelling at us one thing or another, right? So if we don't have this dominance hierarchy well established, knowing clearly 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, with clarity going this way, like. We are clear, this is the stack rank, these are the people that we serve first and foremost. This product exists to serve this customer ecosystem. We've got to get that right. Otherwise, we end up with one of the product diseases that Radhika is going to talk about, right? When you have product, you haven't stack ranked the people that you serve. So think about it as like persona sets, okay? And there's people that you serve. And somewhere up here, by the way, is the CEO of the company, or the hippo, the highest paid person in the organization, right? Yelling the shots and deciding the features that are going into the product. And that's a problem. You've got to get the dominance hierarchy right. You've got to put our users at the center of the universe here. Think about this as being the center of the universe. I'll explain why in a minute. And then we got to stack rank the people that this product exists to serve. All right, next, we got to stack rank the problems that this product or service exists to solve. And we want to do this in such a way, same thing, stack rank. This is the problem we're going to solve so that this person becomes an advocate. All right. Now, this is the goal. Now that we have clear goals, the goal is to maximize the number of advocates in our ecosystem. That means we need to we'll turn them into an advocate. It's helping us build a better product, generating ideas and innovations. How's that feel? Make sense? All right. Now, if you've been a product leader long enough, if you've been in this space long enough, you know this isn't easy. This is very hard. And you're going to have some salesperson come sliding into your office on a Tuesday afternoon with the best idea ever. They've seen that we solve these problems really well. They went and talked to these customers over here in this other ecosystem, and they said, hey, if we just make these little tweaks to how we do this or how we market or whatever, we can go make a whole bunch of money. And we all want that. That sounds amazing, yeah? Happened to all of us. The other problem is another salesperson is going to come sliding into your office from the other direction on a Thursday afternoon, and that person is going to say, whoa, I talked to these customers. They're really happy with us. But they want us to add these other features in. If we add these features for this customer, if we add these features, it's going to produce us a ton of money because we can charge more. It'll make our product stickier. All these things will happen. It's magical. The problem is you can't do both. At least in my world, you have fixed resources. And if you have fixed resources, you can't do everything for everybody. You want to, but you can't. Now think about the best products and services and the best companies that have been most successful. What did they do? How did they do what they did? How did they grow? How did they change and pivot over time? Think about Amazon. What did they start with? They did one thing really, really well. They started with books, and they sold it to people who cared about books. That's it. That's all they did. And then they started to slowly expand this. But they were very careful. Bezos was very, very careful to always keep the focus on the customer. The same problems, right? The customer first, solve very specific problems, and don't solve others. The best products know exactly what problems they solve, and they're also clear about which problems they're not going to solve so that they can remain focused, yeah? And then when you expand, you do it slowly, because here's the problem. If you choose either of these paths just because somebody came into your office and started screaming about how much money you could make, it's gonna cause diffusion to occur. Diffusion. And you won't be able to serve these people that are your core set of advocates as well as you did before. There's no way around that. Feature creep, feature bloat, things are gonna happen, and you're gonna diffuse your ability to serve these people really, really well. So your job, in my opinion, in my humble opinion, as a great product leader, your job is to keep downward pressure, focus. Call it focus. Keep downward pressure on only doing things that are going to improve your advocacy base. So when you're thinking about your vision, answer your question. When you're thinking about your vision, only do things that are going to help you expand your advocacy base in a powerful way. How does that feel? Make sense? It's going to look more like that. It's going to be a fuzzy path, but we only want to expand and experiment with things that are going to improve our trust, our loyalty, and our advocacy from the people that we care about. And sometimes those innovations are on our team, they're internal innovations, but we want our teams to be happier too, yeah? And this is really important. So this is how I describe vision, and that's my short answer to your question.
Okay, I got it. I have another one about who creates this vision, because if other teammates come and they ask to, I don't know, create this feature or that feature, does that mean that that's the problem of not involving those teammates into the vision creation? Because if the vision is shared, if everyone understands why we're doing and for whom and what problems are we solving, then that situation should not be happening, right?
Ideas. Where do we go and ask them? So you can do surveys. You can do customer studies, right? You can go talk to customers. But, you know, in the words of Steve Jobs, like if I'd ask my customer what they want out of their way, that's all. They want us to get out of their way. Scary, right? After spending all that money. All right. So, you can also wait for your customers to passively give you feedback. And that's gold, like I said. That's gold. That constructive feedback, there is gold in those hills, and we want to do that. We definitely want to pay attention to this passive feedback. We can also go out into the woods. I misspelled that. It's terrible. Sorry. We can study our customers. We can also look at our analytics and try to derive insights from our analytics. Actually, one of the most important things I think you can do in any product in terms of finding ideas is to comb through the search logs powerfully. Like, what are people looking for in your product? Like, to comb through the search logs, look for the points of frustration, you know, study this stuff. And we do a lot of that as product leaders. All right, here's your answer. Here's my answer to your question. You ready for this? What's the most powerful way to get ideas for your product? What's the most powerful way? Good, passive. While you're thinking about that, direct to customers and indirect, so in the ecosystem. The best way to get innovations, to get ideas that might turn into innovations, is to take the team, to take the people around your customer ecosystem, the people that are around your customer ecosystem. So if your salespeople, they're out talking to lots and lots and lots of customers. Put them in a room, and put them through a process. You have a workshop process. This is what ITX does, by the way. So this is my sales pitch. You set me up for it. Put them through a structured process so that they're thinking about the customer in a customer-centric way, right? Because they have the ideas. They're in there. It can't just be the leader coming up with the vision in a vacuum. You have to know that you've gotten it right. And how are you going to know that you've gotten it right? Because you got to test it on the people that you're trying to motivate to produce the thing. You have to craft the vision, the language for the vision. You got to do it together. You know, it's great. It's fine to have an idea to start with, but you have to allow for that idea to change over time. And you have to give your team the flexibility, and to motivate them, they have to feel like they're a part of that construction of that vision. I hope that answered your question.
Yes, indeed. Thank you. But also, where does the CEO's idea stand in that equation that you have shown? Because usually that's the most idea generating person in the company.
Yeah, CEOs are allowed to have ideas all day long. And you know, their ideas matter because in a lot of cases, in my experience, a lot of cases they're the founders, and they saw a lot in a lot of the cases in products that I built that have been immensely successful. You know, the CEO does have good ideas. They're not always the best ideas, but they're good ideas, and you have to figure out a way to fit them into your pipeline and experiment with them. But you certainly shouldn't exclude a CEO's ideas just because they're the CEO, right? That wouldn't be appropriate.
Yeah, that's right.
In theory, right? In theory, the CEO is the prime advocate. So in theory, they should have ideas and they should be good ideas, but they should also understand that their ideas are not always right. Like the customer is the one who actually decides whether or not they're going to become an advocate, right? The CEO doesn't decide that the customer is going to become an advocate. The customer does. So we have to take those ideas and we have to figure out ways to experiment with them.
Okay, thank you. We also have one more question in the translation. So how do you solve problems of misunderstanding in your team? For example, if someone is offended that his idea was not taken into account during brainstorm, what techniques do you advise to use?
Okay. Can I say that I love that question? That's an incredible question. And here's the answer. I think here's the answer. My slide's up while I talk. My answer is that so the only ideas that matter are the ones that are going to produce trust and loyalty and advocacy, okay, and produce a return on investment for the team. We're going to do both of those things. And if your idea is the best one, then you should let it win. And if your idea is not the best one, then you should let it die. And we got to take our egos off the table. And the best way to get your ego off the table, is to make sure that everybody on the team is aligned. And you gain alignment when you have very clear goals. Like you know who you're serving, what problems you're solving, and how you're going to measure your success. And if you all agree that the goal is to get to advocacy, then it doesn't become about the ideas anymore. It becomes about the customers. I hope that makes sense. Put the customer first. Get everybody on the team aligned. When the team's aligned, it'll no longer be about whose idea it was. It'll be about what's the best idea for the customer. It's going to solve that problem in such a way that that customer is going to become an advocate. You're going to pull them into your ecosystem.
Thank you. And one more question regarding the diagnostic tool that you show. How do you diagnose those problems? For example, if I'm junior or middle product manager and I'm in the company and I'm working with my team, how do I see that my team is frustrated, for example? What if I don't see those signals? Maybe there are some tools. How can I check and maybe ask all the teams how they feel and stuff like that?
Well, the place to start is just to ask. So what are we feeling? What are we feeling as a team? Maybe have them write down. So here's the 4 words. Which one do you feel in the team, in a scrum meeting, you got a problem, right? So at ITX, one of the things we do is we run these breakthrough meetings where we actually put people in a room and we talk about this stuff. We talk about it openly. So have everybody take a sticky note and write down one of these 4 words. Put them together, measure, which one comes up the most? Okay, now we can work on that. If frustration is the problem, let's analyze that. Why are we frustrated? Let's look at the chart. Why are we frustrated? What is it? Oh, capabilities. Frustration generally means we have a capability problem. Someone on the team's not pulling their weight. We don't have the right tools. We don't have the right timeline. We're frustrated. There's something here that's frustrating us. So let's figure out what it is. Let's work backwards so that we can solve that problem. Look, it's not a perfect answer. This is not a perfect framework. It's not going to solve all of your problems just because you have a pretty little colored chart to help you analyze where your problems are. You have to go deep and you have to do the hard work. Here's the deal with all these frameworks. You guys know who this is? Anybody ever seen this gentleman? Look at that face. That is a beautiful man right there. Beautiful man. You know who he is? George Edward Pelham Box. George Box. You know why George Box is important? George Box, he was a famous statistician. He got a PhD from London University. He went on to run the statistics department at Princeton University. He went on to start the statistics department at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. He wrote several books on statistics. I believe he was a Nobel laureate. He never won the prize, but he was a laureate. He's dead now. He can't win the prize. But George Box, you know why he's famous? Famous statistician, probably the most famous statistician who's ever lived, who you've never heard of. He's famous for this quote. All models are wrong. All models are wrong. Some models are useful. These frameworks that I've given you today, folks, these frameworks are frameworks that I found to be super useful. I hope that you find them useful too, but they're wrong. They're only going to be guideposts for you. They're going to help you make decisions and they're going to help you make better decisions and motivate your team, but they're not going to answer all your problems. All right. Can I finish up with one more framework?
Yeah.
I got 3 minutes left, right?
Yeah, well, let's begin. I think we can make it.
Right. 3 minutes. Let's do it. Here we go. One more framework. At the beginning of this talk, I told you guys your purpose in life as a product leader is to maximize the creativity of the people that you lead. Creativity is an unlimited resource. It's unlimited. It's our job to produce innovative products. Innovation only comes from creativity. We need our teams to be creative. Think about your own life. If you're not surrounding yourself with people who make you more creative, you're surrounding yourself with the wrong people. And if you're not contributing to the creativity of the people around you, you're doing something wrong. Leadership is about creativity. If we don't need creativity, we don't need leaders. We just need managers. Okay, here's what great leaders do. Great leaders produce teams that produce innovation. Grace Murray Hopper. Grace Murray Hopper was the first female U.S. Navy admiral. She was also one of the programmers of the COBOL programming language. She's no longer with us, she's dead. She also is the person who is responsible for the word bug, by the way. So she came up with the word bug. We actually have a conference room at ITX that's dedicated to Grace Marie Hopper. It's the Grace Marie Hopper conference room. So she's also famous for this phrase: the most dangerous words in business are, this is the way we've always done it around here. All right, we can keep operating our business. Think about this. We want to produce innovations. We want to produce innovations. Yeah, that's what we want to do. We can keep operating our business status quo. This is the way we've always done it around here. And we can make a profit over time. We can make a profit, but we're not going to get any innovations. We want innovations. What is an innovation? I asked you. What is an innovation? I believe innovations are anything that cause one of three things to occur in your ecosystem, either with your customers or with your team: an increase in trust, an increase in loyalty, or an increase in advocacy. One of those three things. What do we call that now? We call that momentum. I gave you guys some new language here. This is momentum. Sorry, momentum, movement from the bottom left to the upper right. Now, when we have an innovation, we'll know it's an innovation because we'll see trust, loyalty, and advocacy go up. Let's just say we have this innovation, I1. We'll see it go up, and it will go up over a period of time, and then it will come back down again, right? We get value for a period of time because it becomes status quo, or our competitors come up with a better innovation, yeah, or they just get bored with it. All right. If we're a really good leader, we'll come up with another innovation that's called innovation 2 over here. Yeah. We'll get value. We get value out of this for a while. We get trust, loyalty, and advocacy going up. That's a good thing. But what do the best leaders do? The best leaders, they create this space. This is what Daniel Goleman calls open awareness. Open awareness. They create this space for innovation to occur. How do they do that? By making the goals clear. By getting their team motivated to produce some innovations that we'll see in the wild. I call this a model for continuous innovation. Continuous innovation, to create the space, to create the environment. And what happens is your teams will come up with other ideas, micro innovations. Micro innovations. And the small ones matter just as much as the big ones because they add up. And you get to collect all of this value. And that's our job as product leaders, to produce, to maximize the number of innovations that occur in our ecosystem. With that, I'm going to drop the mic. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you very much. That was very insightful. Yeah,
cool.
I enjoyed it. Hope everyone in the YouTube room also enjoyed it. So, and now with that, we are gonna let you go. Thank you for answering my questions and our questions. And we're moving to our next speaker. Just a moment. 1 second.
Radhika.
How are you, Sean?
Good.
Good to see you.
Yeah, you too. I'm going to jump to the chat.
So, great that you know each other. So, hi, Radhika. Let me just introduce you in a few words to our audience. So Radhika is author of Radical Product Thinking, and she is going to tell us about how to use radical product thinking to overcome product diseases and to innovate just smarter and build successful products. So we have a timing. I'll just walk you through it. So we have 30 minutes. You can take however much time you want to speak, but I think from 5 to 7 minutes will be enough so that we can go through the questions if they appear at the end. Is that okay with you?
Perfect. That sounds great.
Okay, and one last question. Do you need me to somehow signal you when the time is up, when 5 minutes left, something like that? Or you keep the timing yourself?
That would be great if you can signal me. I think my timing should be good, but please do signal.
All right, so I'll signal somehow.
Excellent.
Now the stage is yours.
Okay, great. Thank you. So in what we're going to do today, we're going to be challenging a lot of the conventional wisdom that you've learned about how we build successful products. And we need to take this radical approach in building world-changing products. And I want to start off by explaining why we need this radical approach. But first, I think we need to start with understanding our mantras for just how we build products today. You know, what we've learned is the way to build products is that you have to fail fast, learn fast. Maybe you have to move fast and break things. But above all, and most importantly, we've learned that you have to just be iterating really quickly. Right. And we've learned that if we do these three things just right, then we stand to build, you know, successful products and make lots of money. What's happened over the last decade, right, is that we've gotten really good at using lean startup. We've become increasingly agile. I mean, these methodologies have just become so ubiquitous. But it's become to the point that we over-rely on iteration. And the extent to which we over-rely on iteration really hit me at a meeting where an executive said, you know, I know that we don't have the right designer on the team right now, but that'll just mean a few more iterations, but eventually we'll get there. The assumption has become that if you just iterate long enough, that you're going to build world-changing products. And that is the fundamental flaw in our mantras for how we do innovation and how we build products. This idea that if you just iterate long enough, you build world-changing products, that is the fundamental flaw. Because the reality is, right, lean and agile, they give you the equivalent of a fast car. Now, having a Ferrari or a McLaren, that is great, absolutely wonderful to have a fast car. But the reality is, right, we continue to just iterate and optimize for this fast car. We've learned how to be more agile, how to have a higher sprint velocity. We've gotten, you know, from our sports car to the top of the line Ferrari. But the problem is when you step back, you realize, well, a fast car is honestly only useful when you know where you're going. And that's been where we haven't invested our effort. You know, over the last decade, we've really invested all of our effort in having this fast car. What hasn't kept pace is our ability to set the destination and know where we're going. So meaning our ability to have a really clear vision and strategy so that we know where we're going and how to navigate to it, that hasn't kept pace. And so we keep iterating in a way that's not driven by a clear vision and strategy. So what happens? The result is, and the breakdown that we see is twofold. The first is that we see product diseases. And, you know, I call product diseases this pattern of mistakes that I've been seeing over the last 20 years. And I've caught a lot of these product diseases myself. So in fact, I'll share from these examples. The second is, in addition to these product diseases, we also see that our products really inflict collateral damage on society. And I also want to spend some time talking about the second effect of this collateral damage on society. But let's start with product diseases, right? Because they're so common. And I've worked in so many industries at this point, from broadcast, media and entertainment, telecom, government, even wine. And I've seen these product diseases regardless of the size of company, all the way from startups to multinationals. So let's do a checkup and tell me if you've seen these product diseases, and feel free to share your experience in chat. So this first disease is strategic swelling. Right? This is where your product starts out really well, and then a customer has an idea for you. You know, if you just add this one feature, I could also use this product to do blah, this new use case. Another customer comes along and they also have a great idea for you on what else your product could do. And so pretty much your product starts to grow and swell to the point where, you know, it would be making coffee for you if you just ask nicely. And that's when you know you've hit strategic swelling, when your product is just so bloated that you don't recognize it anymore, right? Anyone has seen strategic swelling? Feel free to share in chat. This next one, right, is obsessive sales disorder. And I have absolutely contributed to this disease myself, right? This disease happens when your salesperson comes to you with a glimmer in their eye. They're all excited and they say to you, you know, if you just add this one custom feature, we can win this mega client. And it sounds mostly harmless. And so we say, yes, let's do it. And pretty much by the end of the year, you're sitting with a stack of contracts and your entire roadmap is driven by all the things that you have to make good on, right? Obsessive sales disorder is what happens when we continue to just trade off short-term gains and work towards those short-term gains and give up on the vision. This next disease is narcissist complex. This is what happens when we're so focused inwards on our own goals, what we think the customer needs, as opposed to really thinking about the customer. It gets to a point where we get disconnected from the customer and what they actually need. And I think the worst case of narcissist complex that I've come across is where an executive of a group of hospitals said, you know, for us to be successful, we need patients to come back often. And when you meditate on that for a second, right, you realize, wow, they've really gotten disconnected from what this means for patients, that it means that patients have to keep getting sick all the time. And I'll share one last disease, which is hypermetricemia, because it is so common at this point. We all know that it's important to be data-driven, measure everything, test everything. We've gotten obsessed with A/B testing, and that is all wonderful, right? But often the problem with hypermetricemia is that we get obsessed with metrics and analytics without thinking about whether these are even the right things to measure in the first place. And so very often we realize that we're optimizing for metrics, but in the end, we realize that our product isn't fundamentally better in any way, although we've hit all sorts of metrics and moved numbers up and to the right. So all of these diseases, they're absolutely curable. But these diseases make good products go bad when we're just iterating without a really clear vision and strategy that's driving these iterations. But the other problem that I talked about, right, is in addition to these product diseases, what happens when our product is iteration-led as opposed to being driven by a clear vision is that our products start to create collateral damage to society. And I've started to call this collateral damage to society digital pollution, right? Because very similar to environmental pollution, just as the industrial boom led to environmental pollution, our carefree growth in the digital era has led to digital pollution. And I want to give you an example of digital pollution from my own personal life, right? Because very often if I talk about digital pollution, we're immediately going to think about the big tech companies. We're going to think about Facebook, Google, etc. And yes, just like the oil giants, there are some big polluters, the big techs. But every one of us is building products, and each of our products actually end up contributing to digital pollution. So I want to give you just some points to think about when you think about your product and think about how are you contributing to digital pollution, right? And the example I want to share with you is this game called Prodigy. So my son, when he was 7 years old, came home and he was really excited to play this math game. So he had been introduced to this math game as an advanced student in class. And, you know, it turned out that my daughter had been introduced to the same math game and she hated it, whereas my son loved it. And so I look at this game and then it hits me right off the bat. Like, of course, I understand why my son loves it and my daughter hates it. The way this game works is that you have these Pokemon characters that are battling each other, and you have to answer a math question right to be able to attack your opponent. And so, you know, of course, as a product person, this takes me down a rabbit hole. I'm wondering, well, what was this company thinking when they came up with this game, right? Were they thinking about how it affects the different genders? And of course, I look at their marketing video and here's what it looks like. The boys on this video were going, yes, and pumping fists. The girls on this video were looking like quite sullen. So then I asked my kids, so what do you guys think? I didn't show them this marketing video. I asked my kids, what do you think? Is this targeted at boys or girls? And my son goes, well, boys, of course. And my daughter, to which responded with biting sarcasm, she said, but don't worry, the next version will be for girls and it'll have Disney princesses that invite you to tea if you get the answer right. And this was when my daughter was 10 years old, right? But I'll let you meditate on that for a second. And what you realize is that hers is a scathing criticism of how we build products. We often optimize for user engagement, for metrics, that disease of hypermetricemia, without thinking about how it's affecting society. If we look at Prodigy, their website says that they have over 50 million users, right? Now, just let's say half of those are girls, so 25 million. And let's just say less than half of those girls think that their that the boys in class are better at math than they are. That's, about, let's say 10 million girls who think that maybe they shouldn't go into a STEM career. That is collateral damage to society. So our approach when we're building products, that are just focused on iteration without a clear vision and strategy for the change we bring about, they create product diseases and they create digital pollution. And this is why we need something different. So why isn't lean and agile enough to get us out of trouble? It's because lean and agile give us speed and execution, right? But speed can look like this, where we're all moving in different directions, where we don't have a clear vision and strategy. And so direction matters. And this is where in high school physics, you know that speed plus direction is velocity. And that's what you need. You want velocity, not just speed. And so what is radical product thinking? It's a methodology for building world-changing products that create the change that you want to bring about. And it gives organizations a very systematic step-by-step process for how do you build those world-changing products. In the radical product thinking way, it means starting with a really clear vision for the change you want to bring about, translating that into a strategy, then into a set of priorities, then into execution and measurement, and finally into the culture that you want to engineer to be able to drive this sort of innovation. In the radical product thinking way, you can very systematically engineer the change. And the entire toolkit is designed so that you can communicate your rationale with your team and within your organization, so that you can bring people with you on the journey. Now, I realize that a lot of the words that I've used, right, you've heard those words before. For instance, everyone knows, oh, of course I need a vision, right? Duh. And we all know that we need a strategy. But I want to really illustrate for you what I mean by a vision and a strategy, because in the radical product thinking way, I mean something very different. And I first want us to unlearn everything that we've learned about what is a good vision. A good vision is not a BHAG. It is not something that has to be heroic or big. It's not a short slogan. Because let me give you an example of what happens when you have that sort of a BHAG. Here's an example of a vision statement that is a broad, big, aspirational vision. Traditionally, we've learned that this is a good vision, right? So it reads, contributing to human progress by empowering people to express themselves. Now, when you have a vision like this, if I hold up any feature against this, the answer to this is yes, let's do it. Because I'll give you an example. This could be the vision statement for my kid's piano teacher. She is empowering my kids to express themselves and therefore contributing to human progress. This could also be the vision statement for a dance studio, for a company making Post-its, because Post-its are empowering us to express ourselves. Anything goes when you have a vision this broad. And that's why this vision is not useful as a North Star. So what should you do instead, right? So here's what a good vision does look like. It should answer the who, what, why, when, and how questions, right? So the first is, whose world are you trying to change? It can't just be all consumers or all businesses, right? That's just way too broad. Whose world specifically are you trying to change? What does that world look like? Meaning, what exactly is the problem? Why does it need changing? This is probably the most important question, because maybe it doesn't need changing. And let's be honest about it. Then we ask, when will you know that you've arrived? Meaning, what does the world look like when you can say mission accomplished? And finally, this is where you can talk about your product or your approach. How are you going to change it for them? So in the radical product thinking way, I use this fill in the blank statement, which makes it really easy to write such a vision statement, right? This helps you focus on the profound questions of who, what, why, when, and how, rather than just focusing on wordsmithing. So here's what this statement would sound like for a startup I had. I founded it in 2011, sold it in 2014. It would read like this. Today, when amateur wine drinkers want to find wines that they're likely to like, they have to find attractive looking wine bottles or wines that are on sale. This is unacceptable because it leads to so many disappointments, and it's hard to learn about wine this way. We envision a world where finding wines you like is as easy as finding movies you like on Netflix. We're bringing about a world through a recommendations algorithm that matches wines to your taste and an operational setup that delivers these wines to your door. Now, this is a radical vision because I had not told you anything about my startup, but at the end of this, you knew exactly what we were doing and why we were doing it. So now that you've learned about what a good vision is, I want to take a few minutes to just spread our thinking on product, right? Because when you apply this radical product thinking way and systematically translate vision into action, anything can be your product. Your product is your mechanism to create change in the world. And so the example I want to use to illustrate this point is the country of Singapore as a radical product. Singapore, if you think about where they started, right, in the 1950s, it was this poor, struggling island where the majority didn't even have running water or sanitation. In fact, this is an iconic picture of Singapore from the 1950s of a man carrying night soil, and I leave that to your wonderful imaginations to think of what that is. But let's just say that from that poor, struggling island without sanitation to where Singapore is, it was because of a radical vision. That was the start of it, right? The first Prime Minister, Mr. Lee Kuan Yew, when Singapore became independent, it was because they split from Malaysia after a failed merger. And when it became independent, nobody thought that Singapore could actually survive as an independent country. In fact, even the first Prime Minister in the first press conference, he got emotional saying, all my life, I thought Singapore's place in the world was with Malaysia. Singapore didn't even have natural resources, not even drinking water. They were dependent, 70% of their drinking water came from Malaysia, right? But Lee Kuan Yew had a vision. He said, the change he wanted to bring about was a better life for Singaporeans. His mechanism was the country of Singapore. He wanted to design Singapore like his vehicle to bring about the change he wanted to see. He talked about it as producing a first world oasis in a third world region. He talked about it as a platform to explore the region. He talked about it like a product, right? But defining your vision is only the first step in engineering your product and engineering change. So there had to be a strategy. In the radical product thinking way, your strategy has to be radical, and the mnemonic is RDCL. Which is real pain points. In this case, you have to ask, in the case of Singapore, what do businesses need in such an oasis? What's that pain point? The design defines our solution for the pain point. Capabilities means asking the question, what's the secret sauce, the special sauce that enables the solution? And then finally, logistics is our business model. How do we support and enforce this plan, right? So I'll just go through one line of this. For businesses coming from the West, right, Singapore had to make it really easy for these businesses to be able to communicate. In terms of the design, this meant that the official language had to be English. But think about so many countries that went into civil war when there was a lot of ethnic diversity and one language was picked over others. It wasn't, easy. They had to have some capabilities to be able to power this design. In terms of capabilities, Singapore had to do some language education, get people to buy into this idea of why English needed to be the business language. And so even today, Singapore respects mother tongue languages, which are Chinese, Tamil, Malay, and English just happens to be the business language. And then finally, in terms of logistics, they had to fund all of this education, the infrastructure build out with loans, etc. That was part of their business model. Now, even when you have a wonderful vision and strategy, prioritization is where things go crazy, right? People forget about your vision and strategy when they're making decisions. And that's why you need this radical product thinking approach for balancing your vision against the reality of your everyday needs. So vision is your long-term and survival is your short-term, right? So things that are good for vision and survival, of course, those are ideal. But if you always focus on ideal, that's just being short-term driven still. So sometimes you have to actually invest in the vision. This is where you're doing something that's good for the vision, but maybe it's not helping you in the short term. So for example, if you are refactoring code for 3 months, you're investing in the vision. The opposite of investing in the vision is when you're taking on vision debt. This is when it's good for the short term. For example, when you want to win that deal by building a custom feature that's good for the short term, it's helping you survive, but it's not good for your long-term vision. So the more vision debt you build, the more you're taking on, you're heading towards obsessive sales disorder. And so the right set of priorities balances these quadrants. So let's see how Singapore did it, right? They declared independence, and that was investing in the vision. But declaring independence wasn't enough, right? You have to do things in the other quadrants. They had to build alliances with other countries so they could survive. They had to create an army, which wasn't necessarily creating a better vision or better world for Singaporeans, but it was helping them survive. That was a little bit of vision debt. And then they did a bunch of stuff in the upper quadrants of being good vision fits. I'll talk about creating access to drinking water. You know, they very systematically planned access to drinking water. And today Singapore gets 70% of its drinking water from its own innovations. And it's on track for being fully self-sufficient in terms of drinking water. Singapore was designed as a radical product, very systematically translating that vision into their everyday actions. And so how can you plug in radical product thinking into what you're doing today? If you're using lean and agile for execution, great, keep doing that, right? But think about your vision and strategy first, and think about your execution as a hypothesis-driven approach for proving out your vision and strategy. And so communicate your vision and strategy using radical product thinking, and then you can execute in this feedback-driven, iterative manner, driven by this really clear vision and strategy. And this is how you can really systematically engineer change through your product and communicate it with your whole team and bring people with you on the journey. And so finally, if you'd like to learn more, you can get the Radical Product Thinking book. It's on bookshelves. You can get it from Amazon, Book Depository if you're in Europe or international. You can also join the mailing list to be able to get the free toolkit from radicalproduct.com. And finally, please feel free to reach out to me on LinkedIn as well if you have questions and if I can't get to those in these next few minutes. And with that, I'd love to hear your questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That was very inspiring. There are 7 minutes left, so we can answer your questions. I have the first one in the YouTube. So when recruiting with a product team, what are good questions to ask to spot any red flags around these frameworks? Maybe, I believe that was concerning the diseases that you mentioned at the beginning.
Yeah, I think the first thing is, right, it's really important to have an open discussion about diseases. And as a team, identify which diseases are you running into. So in the book, I talk about 7 diseases. I've mentioned 4 here, but there are a few more. But talk about diseases to see, you know, which diseases are you seeing in your organization or in your team? And that makes for a strong foundation for why do you need a radical approach? Why do you need to do something differently? It's always hard to get momentum for change. And so what sparks that momentum is identifying what is the problem. So start with a very open discussion of product diseases. I often do this even as a book club, like, you know, talk about these diseases by reading about it in the book, for example, and it starts that conversation for what's going wrong.
Mm-hmm. Okay. The next question is from me regarding the you told that this framework works when you need to, I don't know, change how people, for example, choose wine or something like that, right? So what if the product exists in the market that is quite mature? There are a lot of other players there. So does your framework works in that situation? Because people are used to, for example, buying things on Amazon, and I believe that they don't want anything to be changed. Can we use the radical product thinking framework to create a vision for our product?
So this way of thinking, right, and starting with a vision, that is really important. And that is the way of thinking that you can apply anywhere. So let's take this example of Amazon. If you're trying to build something that competes with Amazon, well, you still have to answer these questions of who, what, why, when, and how, right? Whose world are you trying to change? What problem are you solving that's already not being solved by Amazon? What are people doing today to solve that problem? Why does that world need changing? Because honestly, if Amazon is doing it so well, maybe there's absolutely no reason to build this competing product. So those are still the same questions we have to go through answering. If we don't have clear answers to the who, what, why, when, and how questions, we have no business actually building that product. And so whether it's a mature product or something you're building from scratch, very often the misalignments that we have in our team is because we all have different answers to the who, what, why, when, and how. So even in mature products and mature teams, I use this on a regular basis. I talk about this vision on a yearly basis at a minimum, because fundamentally our markets are never staying the same. Things keep changing in the market, and it's important to be able to realign as a team to see, where are we aligned on this who, what, why, when, how questions? Where do we differ on our answers? And so you do this as a group exercise. I think in the previous talk, Sean was saying, we should not be, it's not just the CEO who creates the vision. And that's exactly right. It has to be the whole team that has a shared vision. And that is important, whether you have a mature product or you're building something from scratch.
Yes, but regarding the vision in the mature product, so for example, you have a market and you have an Amazon competitor, right? So, and you already exist, but there are still people that are got used to buying from Amazon. So Amazon solves their problem. We're also, for example, solving their problem. How to define vision further? I mean, you're not shutting down your business, right? Just because Amazon solves the problem. You're already existing and you have your market share. Maybe it's small, but still. So in that case, what should we do?
But the answer still comes down to, right, what is the why behind what you're doing? It's not to say you should shut down the business, but what is the clear why that you're solving that Amazon is not solving? Maybe, you're specializing in a certain type of product. Amazon's search results really suck, and you're providing a much better search approach. There has to be something that you're solving. This answer of why is the status quo completely unacceptable is a really important question to answer in the vision. And whether it's a mature product or not, you have to be able to create a clear answer to that question. And that goes to, whether you're trying to get investment or trying to launch a product and find product market fit. If you're not finding product market fit, often it's because there isn't a clear reason for why this product is different from, or what need it solves that someone else is not solving. So that's why I'm saying that the who, what, why, when, how questions really still need to be solved. It may be a smaller market share, right? But maybe it's because you're addressing the needs of a different type of user. Maybe it's, for example, the Amazon for construction companies where they're trying to find, bathroom accessories, right? But what exactly is it that you're solving? It's for a specific group of people that you're solving the problem. Why is the problem not solved for them? And why is the status quo unacceptable? Those are the key questions that define your vision for whatever your product is in a mature market or a new market.
Okay, got it. Thank you. So the framework works in both ways, actually. That's what I got from your answer. All right, so the timing is up. Thank you very much, Radhika.
Thanks so much.
Yeah. So, and we're moving to our next speaker. David Dylan Thomas, the founder and CEO at David Dylan Thomas, will talk about design for cognitive bias. Hi, David.
Hey, how's it going?
Hi. So again, the same, I'll repeat just about the timing. We have 30 minutes. We usually get from 5 to 10 minutes at the end of your speech for questions and answers. And I can signal for you when the time is up if you need, or you can track the timing yourself. Which one works for you?
I'll track the time myself because my screen is going to be all full of presentation, but then I'll be done about 10 minutes early for questions.
All right, thank you. Then let's begin.
Cool. So I trust you can all see my screen, and here we go. So today I'd like to talk to you about designing for cognitive bias using mental shortcuts for good instead of evil. My name is David Dylan Thomas, and I run a company called David Dylan Thomas LLC. I basically go around and get people excited about and give them tools for more inclusive design. I wrote a book called Design for Cognitive Bias. It's available now. And the road to this book begins with a podcast I used to do called the Cognitive Bias Podcast. The road to the podcast actually begins with this woman. Her name is Iris Bonnet, and she gave a talk once called Gender Equality by Design. It's a fantastic talk. It's on YouTube. I highly recommend you check it out. But one of the points she makes is that a lot of inherent racial and gender bias often comes back to pattern recognition. And what she means is, imagine that you're hiring a web developer, and the image that might pop into your head when I say the words web developer might be skinny white guy. And it has nothing to do, it's not at all, you don't think that men are better at programming than women, far from it. But the pattern that may have been built up in your mind from movies and television, from offices you may have worked in, might make that equation. And if you see a name at the top of a resume that doesn't quite fit that equation, all of a sudden you might start giving that resume the side eye. Now, when I saw that so much racial and gender bias could sometimes come back to something as simple and, dare I say, human as pattern recognition, I decided I need to learn everything I possibly can about cognitive bias. And so I did. This is the Rational Wiki page for cognitive biases. There's well over 100 here, and I realized I am not going to figure this out in a day. So I took one a day. And the next day I'd move on to the next one. And this turned me into the guy who wouldn't shut up about cognitive bias. And eventually my friend said, Dave, please just get a podcast. Now it's worth establishing from the jump, what is cognitive bias? And at the end of the day, it has to do with a series of shortcuts your mind is taking just to get through the day. Every day we have to make something like 1 trillion decisions, right? Even right now, I'm making decisions about how fast to talk, what to do with my hands, where to look. And if I thought carefully about every single one of those decisions, I'd never get anything done. So it's actually a good thing that a lot of our lives are spent on autopilot. But sometimes the autopilot gets it wrong. We call those errors cognitive biases. Now, here's a fun one. It's called illusion of control. It happens when you are playing a game where you have to roll a die. If you need a high number, you tend to roll the die really hard. If you need a lower number, you tend to roll it gently. And we all know it makes no difference how hard you roll the die, but in situations where we don't have control, we like to feel like we have control, and we embody that desire in how we roll the die. Now, this next one is not so fun. It's called confirmation bias, and it happens when you have an idea stuck in your head, and you really only look for evidence to confirm that idea. And if you ever see evidence that doesn't confirm the idea, you yell fake news and you move on. So a really powerful example of this came during the lead up to the Iraq War. The whole idea was Saddam was saying to weapons of mass destruction, we need to get in there and get him before he gets us. Seemed like a compelling argument. As it turns out, not so much with weapons of mass destruction. And within a year, the president of the United States, who had insisted there were weapons of mass destruction there, said, yeah, we didn't find anything. Regardless, the number of people who believed there were weapons of mass destruction stayed very high, so high that even 14 years later, over 50% of Republicans and over 30% of Democrats believed, yeah, there were weapons of mass destruction there. This is an extremely powerful bias, and we're going to come back to it. Now, part of the problem we have fighting these biases is that you may not even realize you have them, right? There's literally a bias called the bias blind spot where you think you don't have any biases, but you're sure everybody else does. Part of the problem spotting it is that about 95% of cognition happens below the threshold of conscious thought. So we're making these decisions so quickly, we don't even realize we've made them. So the next time somebody asks why you did something, the most honest answer you can give is, how the hell should I know? Even if you know about the bias, probably still do it anyway. There's a bias called anchoring, and the way it works is I could ask everybody listening to this to write down the last 2 numbers of your phone number. And then I could say, okay, we're going to bid on a bottle of wine. Those of you who wrote down lower numbers are going to bid lower. Those of you who wrote down higher numbers are going to bid higher. It's called anchoring. It's a thing. But here's the thing. I could tell you all of that before we begin the experiment. I'd still do it. In fact, I could say, I will pay you cash money not to do it. You'd probably still do it. Now, the good news is that there are design and content choices we can make to help keep some of these biases at bay, or even sometimes use them for good. And that's what I'd like to talk to you about today. So let's get back to that skinny white dude. So as it turns out, in experiment after experiment, if you have 2 identical resumes and the only difference is the name at the top of the resume, if it is a male sounding name, it tends to keep going through the process. And if it is a female sounding name, it tends to stay on the pile. But here's the thing. Why do you need that information? What about the name is helping you, the hiring manager, figure out who to hire? Think of it like a signal to noise problem, right? The signal, the thing that is helping you figure out who to hire, right, are the qualifications, the experience. What might actually be getting in the way, based on patterns you may have grown up with, are things like gender or race, or really what you're reading into the name in terms of the gender or the race. Now, the city of Philadelphia actually did a round of anonymized hiring for one of their developer roles. What they found was that, one, even in the high-tech world of web development, the best way to anonymize a resume is to have an intern physically print it out, get a marker, and redact it like a CIA document. The other thing they discovered is once they found a resume they liked, they would want to go to GitHub, a code repository, to see that web developer's portfolio. But the second they got there, the web developer's profile would load and all the personal information would be there and ruin the experiment. So clever people that they are, they wrote up a Chrome plugin, a little program that would anonymize all that data as the page loaded. And then just to complete the circle, they took that code and put it back on GitHub. It's there now if you ever want to try this yourself. Another really important term to think about is called cognitive fluency. And it's this idea that if something looks like it's going to be easy to read, I will assume whatever it's talking about is also probably easy to do. By the same token, if something looks like it's going to be hard to read, I'll assume whatever it's talking about, it's probably hard to do. Now, I don't know about you, but I've been making a lot of pancakes lately. This is a recipe for pancakes. And the text is kind of small and clumped together. And I might glance at that and think, you know what? I bet pancakes are kind of hard to make. I don't know if I want to make pancakes. I could take that same content, give it nice full width imagery, little scannable bursts of text, and I might glance at that and think, you know what? I bet pancakes aren't that hard. Maybe I'll make pancakes. A 2-minute video, forget about it. We're making pancakes. Now, think about this when it comes to deciding whether or not to drive or take public transportation. I take one look at that printed schedule and I assume immediately that public transportation is impossible. I'm going to drive. I take one look at that app screen and all of a sudden I'm thinking, you know what, maybe public transportation isn't that hard. Now, I can't see your faces, so I'm going to ask you to vote in your hearts. How many of you think that Marie Curie was born in 1866? Okay, how many of you think that Marie Curie was born in 1868? Okay, you're both wrong. She was born in 1867. But the point is, people usually tend to pick 1868. Why? Because when something is easier to read, we actually think it's more true. But it gets worse. If something rhymes, we actually think it's more true. This has consequences. Now, what's happening here is that we like things that are easier to process, right? Things that are easier to process feel more certain. I'll give you an example. If I asked you, what did you get for your 5th birthday? You got a toy truck, right? You might not feel too confident about that answer, right? It's hard to remember. It's hard to process. It doesn't feel very certain. If I asked you, okay, what did you have for breakfast this morning? You might feel pretty certain about that answer, right? It's easy to remember, easy to process. It feels very certain. Things that rhyme are easier to remember, easier to process, feel more certain. Things that use big, bold fonts and imagery and plain language, easier to remember, easier to process, feel more certain. Now, this becomes important when it comes to things we need to believe. In America, we have a crisis where, generally speaking, African Americans do not believe health information that comes from the government. In a 2002 survey, when given the statement, the government usually tells the truth about major health issues like HIV/AIDS, only 37% of African American respondents agreed with that statement. By the time you get to 2016, that number has dropped to 18%. Now, I could do a whole other talk about why there are legit reasons that African Americans have concerns about health information that comes from the government. But the fact remains, this is information that could save lives. So if it needs to rhyme, if it needs to use plain language and pictograms, so be it. Now, when I first put this in my book, my editor very wisely challenged me and said, okay, that's great in theory, but can you point to actual instances where plain language and pictograms have saved lives? And I'm glad she did, because it really forced me to do the work and find some really interesting examples. So here we have women who are smoking while pregnant. And when they're given information at the 3rd grade reading level, right, easier to process, they were more likely to stop smoking while pregnant and even 6 weeks postpartum. Here we have people who are caregivers, right, helping other people take their medication. When they had a plain language pictogram-based intervention, we saw decreased medication dosing errors and improved adherence to actually taking the medication. Now you might think, okay, that's great for plain language and pictograms, but rhyming, really? Let's talk about click it or ticket. Here in the States, we had a bunch of states roll out legislation that said that if you don't buckle your seatbelt, you can get a ticket. And this legislation all on its own did a lot of good, especially with older drivers, but not as much with younger drivers. So they rolled out the Click It or Ticket campaign. And the results were that national belt use among young men and women ages 16 to 24 moved from 65% to 72% and 73% to 80% respectively. And just to put that in more human terms, for every percentage point you go up in people actually buckling their seatbelt, about 270 lives are saved. So rough math, that's about 4,000 lives saved in part through rhyming. It's silly, but it works. The most dangerous bias in the world, in my opinion, is the framing effect. And it starts out innocently enough. Let's say you go to a store and you see a sign that says beef 95% lean. And next to it, you see a sign that says beef 5% fat. Which one do you think people are going to line up for? It's the same thing, right? But I framed one of them in a way to make it seem more appealing. Now, that's all good and well when we're talking about beef, but what if I said, should we go to war in April or should we go to war in May? You see what I did there? We're no longer talking about whether or not it's a good idea to go to war in the first place. And wars have been started over less. Now, if you are multilingual, right, bilingual, you have a secret weapon against the framing effect. If you can think about the decision in your non-primary language, you are less likely to fall for the scam. Now, I speak a little bit of French, and if I try to think about the beef decision in French, it would go something like, let's see, beef, that's boeuf, that's a lot of L's. Let's see, 95%, 89, no, wait, 87. And by the time I've done all of that processing, right, I can see right through the scam. Now, the framing effect can actually be used for good. There's an experiment where you show an audience a photo like this and you ask them, should this person drive this car? And what you basically get is a policy debate, right? Some people are saying, oh, old people are bad at everything, don't let them drive. And other people are saying, oh, respect your elders, how dare you, that's ageist, let people do what they want. All you really learn by the end of that conversation is who's on what side. Now I can take that same photo, show it to another audience and ask, how might this person drive this car? Right, and what I'll get is more of a design discussion, right? Some people might say, what if we change the shape of the steering wheel? Or what if we move the dashboard? And what I might learn by the end of that conversation is several different ways that person might be able to drive that car. I only changed 2 words, but by changing the frame of the conversation, I changed the entire conversation. In fact, what if I zoom out a little more and ask, how might we do a better job of moving people around? Because that's why the guy was in the car in the first place. He was here, but he wanted to be over there. And if I frame it this way, things like public transportation are on the table. Now, I want to close by talking about our biases because these are the ones that can really get our users in trouble. So I told you we'd come back to this. For a long time, I had a misconception of what the scientific method was. I thought it was, I have an idea about how the world works. I am going to test that idea. If I get a good result, a whole bunch of other people are going to try the same thing. And if they get the same result, great. Check that off, write it down, it's a law, let's move on. After talking to some actual scientists, I found out it's a little more complicated than that. I have an idea about how the world works. I am going to test that idea. And if I get a good result, a whole bunch of other people are going to try the same thing. If they get the same result, great. I get to spend the rest of forever trying to prove myself wrong. I have to ask myself, if I'm wrong, what else might be true? Then I have to go and try and prove it, right? I have to go and try and prove that. This is a much more rigorous approach, and it was designed specifically to fight confirmation bias. Now, as designers, it's very easy for us to leave good design on the table because we fall in love with our first idea. Let me show you just how easy. Let's say we're going to play a game with the computer, and the computer is going to show us these numbers and that question mark and say, hey, put whatever number you want where the question mark is, and I'll tell you whether that number fits the pattern. Put in as many numbers as you like. And when you think you know the answer, tell me what you think the pattern is. So if you're like me, the first number you try is 8. And the computer says, congratulations, that fits the pattern. Would you like to try another number? And if you're like me, you say, nah, I got this. The pattern is even numbers. And the computer says no. And the reason it says no is because I never tried this. The pattern is not even numbers. The pattern is simply every number is higher than the number that came before it, which is a much more elegant solution, probably easier to code, probably cheaper to build, but I never got there because I was so in love with my even numbers idea. Now, there are approaches to help us avoid this outcome. One of them is called red team, blue team. And the idea is you have a blue team who does the initial research, maybe gets as far as a wireframe, but before they go any further, the red team comes in for one day. And their job is to go to war with the blue team. They're there to find every hidden assumption, every more elegant solution, every potential cause of harm that the blue team missed because they were so in love with their first idea. And I like this approach because it's fairly economical. I don't have to go to my boss and say, hey, from now on, we got to hire 2 teams for every project and they got to check each other's work every day. No, I need one team for one day to make it a little less likely that we're going to put something harmful out into the world. A great tool for this approach is called speculative design. And it's kind of like that show Black Mirror, which if you haven't seen it, is basically a Twilight Zone for tech. You take some near future technology and you tell a story about what would happen if real human beings got their hands on it. And it's always a terrible result. I think anybody working on a new technology by law should have to write a Black Mirror episode about it first. But this is a real job. The folks down at Superflex went to the United Arab Emirates to help them think about the future of energy. And the question on the table was, should we stay on the road of fossil fuels or should we start investing in renewables? So one of the things that Superflex did was to say, okay, let's figure out what your air quality is going to be like if you stay on the road of fossil fuels 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 20 years from now. But they didn't just figure it out. They bottled it. And then they made them breathe it. And by the time you get to even 5 years out, it's unbreathable. So by the end of that engagement, the UAE announced that they were going to invest over $150 billion in renewables. The final bias I want to talk about is called the déformation professionnelle. Told you I speak French. So this is a bias where you see the whole world through the lens of your job, which in the workaholic world, a lot of us inhabit might seem like a good idea, right up until it isn't. The paparazzi who ran Princess Di off the road that night probably thought they were doing a good job. And technically speaking, they were. They were getting really difficult to get photographs that were going to fetch them a really high price. What they weren't doing such a good job at was being human beings. Now, the former police commissioner of Philadelphia, a guy named Ramsey, when he first took the job, asked all of his officers the same question. What do you think your job is? And a lot of them would answer to enforce the law. And he would say, that seems like a reasonable answer, but what if I told you your job is to protect civil rights? Now, that's a bigger job, right? It encompasses enforcing the law, but it's a bigger job because it forces you to treat people with dignity. Now, I have had this slide in here for a while, and every year, every month, it gets harder to get through, it gets more emotional, but I keep it in here because now more than ever, it is clear how we define our jobs is a matter of life and death. Now, Ramsey was telling his officers that day that their jobs were harder than they think. And I'm here to tell us our jobs are harder than we think, right? It isn't just design cool stuff. We have to find a way to define our jobs that allows us to be more human to each other. Now, people are working on this already. You've got Mike Montero out at Mule Design creating a design ethics booklet that's kind of a Hippocratic oath for designers. You've got the Design Justice Network, which is doing amazing work in this area. And they have these 10 principles. I'm just going to read you the first 2. 1, we use design to sustain, heal, and empower our communities, as well as to seek liberation from exploitative and oppressive systems. 2, we center the voices of those who are directly impacted by the outcomes of the design process. Now, if you just try to stick to these first 2, you have got your work cut out for you. It's the difference between what Erica Hall calls user-centered design versus shareholder-centered design. We often think we're doing the former when in fact we're kind of doing the latter. There is a great intervention for this called the Tarot Cards of Tech. And it's this website and you go to it and there are these cards and you click on them and they flip over and give you these really provocative questions about what you're working on. How might cultural habits change how your product is used, and how might your product change cultural habits? Now, if Twitter had asked itself this before it launched, we might live in a very different world today. Even software engineers are getting in on this, right? So the Never Again pledge was signed by a bunch of data scientists and software engineers when they saw that their work with data was being used to hurt immigrants. And they pointed to a very long and sordid history of data being used to hurt excluded populations and said, look, we don't want to be a part of that history. And here's a list of things we're going to do to make sure that never happens, up to and including destroying unethical data sets. This kind of collective action is playing out at places like Google, where Project Maven was a battlefield AI, that when the people working on it saw what it was, they said, look, we did not get into this business to make weapons. if you make us work on this, we're going to walk. And Google backed down. They walked away from a $250 million project with the military. And then they turned right around and did Dragonfly, which is censored search in China. So this battle is ongoing. We must rapidly begin the shift from a thing-oriented society to a person-oriented society. When machines and computers, profit motives, and property rights are considered more important than people, the giant triplets of racism, materialism, and militarism are incapable of being conquered. Now, this is not some software guru at a TED Talk. It's Martin Luther King. Over 50 years ago, he saw this to be true. So the question I will leave all of us with is, how can we define our jobs in a way that allows us to be more human to each other? Thank you.
Thank you, David. That was very interesting. You have quite a lot of thoughts. And when I was listening to you, the first two questions that occurred is how do we, maybe you have some tips how to define those biases in your job, for example, right? When I'm thinking about my job, how to see that I'm using some bias and find myself at that situation in order to think differently. And the same is about other people. When they are talking to me, for example, someone is talking to me and sees that I'm a woman or something like that, how to understand that they are biased to something and what to do in that situations.
Sure. So those are two very distinct situations, but two, unfortunately, very common situations, right? So with the first one, where you're trying to check your own bias, on a design team, on a product team, one of the best things you can do is to start by identifying those biases. So there is basically a 2-hour meeting you can do called an assumption audit. And what you do is at the beginning of a project, before you even kick off, you get your team in a room and you ask 5 key questions. 1, who are we? Right? And you're only going to self-identify as you feel comfortable, but you're going to think about things like gender and age, nationality, income, what have you. And then you're going to ask, okay, well, how might those identities influence this thing we're working on? Then you ask, who's not in the room, right? Anybody here ever been incarcerated? Anybody here ever had their immigration status questioned, right? And then you ask the 4th question, which is, well, how might that lack of perspective compromise this thing we're working on? And then the final and most important question is, what might we do to include, honor, and give power to these voices during the design process? And I choose those words very carefully, right? Include, yeah, sure, talk to people. Honor, maybe pay them for their time. Give power. Is there any way you can identify the folks who are going to be impacted by this product, who have absolutely no say in the creation of this product? And can you actually give them more power, more say? And the reason you want to do that is because they're going to have to live with what you build. So doing that and bringing in those external, identifying, like literally asking the question of what biases might I have, but then bringing in outside perspectives and giving them some degree of say helps check your biases, because the people you bring in are going to have their own biases, but they're going to be different biases that come from different lived experiences. And if you're thinking about power, lived experiences that have sometimes been the target of some previous products, right, that might not have gone so well. So I think that's one way to think about dealing with the biases you might not be aware of. In terms of dealing with people and recognizing they are being biased towards you, one of the critical questions you need to ask, and this is assuming we're not talking about like a toxic work environment where it's actual harm is being committed, at which point you need to either get out or talk to HR, like that's kind of a different issue. But if it's more someone just doesn't see you or doesn't see what they're doing, you kind of have to decide whether you're more interested in changing their beliefs or changing their behavior. And the distinction I'm making there is changing beliefs. Like literally, if someone doesn't understand that women are as good at their jobs as men are, that's a very, very long road that probably involves some therapy, like to get them to that stage. If on the other hand, you need them to hear you and listen to you, that is more about understanding what biases they have that everyone has. And that becomes more about, persuasion and basically understanding what problem are they trying to solve and framing what you're trying to get them to do in terms of that. So an example I would give is we have a politician here in the States, Stacey Abrams, this amazing senator who, or when she was a councilwoman, she basically had to work with a very conservative group we have here called the Tea Party, which you may have heard out there. I don't know. I hope you haven't. But she needed to work with them around climate change. So there was a bill coming out that was going to be terrible for the environment. And she needed their votes to make sure that bill didn't pass. But instead of trying to convince them that climate change was real, right, change their beliefs, instead she tried to convince them that property taxes were real, because that was their issue, taxes. So she said, look, if this bill comes through, there's going to be erosion of the soil bed that's going to ruin the property value in this place that you're trying to protect. So, how are you going to vote, right? So she focused on the thing that they care about to get them to hear her, because if she stood there trying to convince them about climate change for hours, nothing was going to happen. That was not going to be the way to get the behavior she wanted. So both of those are noble goals, beliefs versus behavior. But in the situation, you kind of need to figure out, okay, what's critical here? Is it more important that this person change their opinion about this bias? Or is it more important that I just get them to do the thing that I needed them to do? And it's a case by case.
Okay, thank you. And the second question, that might be quite a wide question, but it's quite interesting. What was your journey of defining those biases? Maybe you can answer briefly.
So yeah, I will say, in the broad scale, like I said at the beginning, I had this podcast where I literally did 100 episodes, each one on a different bias, and that was me learning about these biases. For myself, and this is a journey I think we all need to go on individually, it's kind of that scientific method thing I said, where it's like, take the thing that you're sure is true and ask yourself, if I'm wrong, what else might be true? So as a small example, I'm a Black man who lives in America, and as a result, I'm very fearful of the police. But at one point I had to ask myself, okay, how fearful? How fearful should I be of the police? What are the actual odds that me as a Black man would get shot by the police? And so I did some research. And what I found was, yes, it is far more likely that I will be the victim of police crime or a police shooting than a white person. But there is a group for whom it is far worse. Indigenous Americans, right? Native Americans are almost 10 times more likely to be shot by the police than I, which I had no idea was the case. And if I hadn't actually asked the question, I would never have found that out. So I think for each of us, it's important to ask ourselves, what are those critical beliefs that we hold dear? And just take a little time, because that was honestly 10 minutes of Googling answered my question, right? Just take a little time to challenge that idea and say, okay, well, if I'm wrong about this thing, what else might be true? Let me go see if that's true. So for me in my journey, that's how I've been kind of thinking through these different biases I know that I have.
Mm-hmm. Wow, well, that's an interesting journey. Well, thank you, Dylan. Our time is up. Thank you for
so much.
teaching and for answering my questions. And for our people who are listening, I wanted to share that Productcamp, it isn't just a conference, it's more like we're trying to build here a community. So if you don't hesitate to share a problem with projects that you have and that you're trying to solve, because you never know, maybe someone already has an answer to the questions that you have. Like, for example, the speakers before answered many of my questions regarding the vision and the tactics in the product management. So, and next in our program is networking in spatial chat. I will send the link right now in the YouTube, and see you there. Thank you. Okay, bye.
Okay, hello everybody. My name is Andrei Sitsko. Let me, by the way, tell a couple words about myself. Yeah. So I have been working in mainly in startup companies throughout my professional career, mainly as product manager. I have experience working with quite different types of products, varying from enterprise B2B and up to B2C products. Yeah, so I have experience in different domains. So now I am working in ID Finance. ID Finance is a fintech company. Just to begin highlights about ID Finance here. We are a group of companies. We operate in different countries, such as Mexico, such as Spain, Kazakhstan, Russia. These are our active markets. And we have a range of financial products, again, varying from B2C lending products, and also we have enterprise products such as risk management, scoring management solution, let's say. The company have been growing pretty fast. So basically growing revenue 2-3 times each year. And yeah, and we started basically in Russia back in 2013. And then we spread geographically into other geographies. But when we also decided to increase our product line, diversify it a little bit, and we launched different products such as digital banking, such as mortgage products. We started lending for, not only lending actually, financial products for small, medium businesses. And now, as I mentioned, we are also working on some products for enterprise clients. Okay, if we go to basically to the topic of our conversation, yeah. So working in ID Finance, and also earlier from my past experience in other companies, I was always working with different countries, different people from different countries, and it has been a challenge all the time, because basically there are some challenges, right? There are some challenges when you are located in one country, when you speak one language, when you attain one culture. It is a little bit difficult to understand different mentality, different culture, get up to speed with a different market. Yeah, and I think as more and more companies, sorry, just let me open the window here. As more and more companies going global, I think more and more product managers are now facing the same problem. Yeah, the same challenge, because basically this is not something which is, let's say, traditionally taught in product management courses. Yeah, for example, how to do customer development if you don't speak your client's language, right? So how would you do that? So I decided to raise this topic, to discuss it. I wouldn't say I have ready answers for all the questions. It's more like food for thought, which I would like to share from my experience, right? So basically differences lay mainly in these 4 categories, which you can see on this slide, which are basically clients. Yeah, clients mentality, clients behavior is different. Obviously, different market, different players. Infrastructure, here I mean all the facilities, all the maybe legal regulation or some, let's say, government services which you would need for your product. In our case, for example, this is financial regulation. This is credit bureau, for example, yeah, as we use credit history data for client assessment. Yeah, and last but not least is also the personnel, yeah, people you would hire locally, right? So those people will be quite different from what you would expect in your native country. Yeah. So let's maybe go one by one, and let me bring some of the most let's say conspicuous examples of cases which we have in our experience, yeah, in this regard. One of the, let's say, most popular things which are frequently mentioned is the different, and this relates to the area of the client differences, right? So one of the big things which differentiate some countries from other countries is how do they use internet, basically, yeah? We know very well that in some countries there were, let's say, personal computer, PC era, and then smartphones appeared. But in some countries, such as Mexico, Pacific Asia, Africa, people jumped through the PC era directly into smartphone stage. Yeah, so they are used to consuming online data, using internet via smartphone, not via computer, yeah, via laptop or something like that. And this is something, again, unusual, for example, for me, yeah, because, well, I'm like middle-aged person, yeah, and also from Russia, so I'm more used to use laptop if I need to do some heavy operations, like, for example, banking stuff, yeah. And basically, in many of our geographies where we are present, we of course see that share of mobile web traffic is around 80%. Yeah, so majority of people access our services through mobile, but we also have mobile application, yeah, like separate application for Android, which is not really used in countries like Spain, in countries like Russia. So its penetration is around 10%, like 10% of new clients start interaction with us with downloading mobile application rather than accessing our website through mobile web, yeah, just 10%. And then it grows up to 25% with repeat clients, yeah, with recurring clients. So, and we continue doing this strategy that, okay, so we have this mobile application, but probably it's not like the highest priority, yeah. But when we launched mobile application in Mexico, yeah, quickly it gained more than 50% of adoption. Like more than half of our clients started interacting with us through mobile application, not through the web page. So they did this effort of downloading and installing the application, and then like interacting with our services, yeah. And well, this was like the first kind of surprise, yeah. And then we started digging into it, and we discovered that there are also a lot of mobile app-only players, competition, yeah, competitive players in the market, which we really didn't pay attention before, yeah, before we launched our mobile application. So basically, what happened is that we were underestimating our, let's say, market, our competition landscape, yeah, because we underestimated the role of mobile application in the country, yeah. So I think that's a pretty good example of such a difference, which basically brings significant takeaways, yeah, for the business as a whole. So another example, for instance, how clients discover products. Yeah, so we are like digital company. Yeah, we provide our services online. So in all the countries, basically, we launched initially our financial services online through internet. Yeah. But then at some point we discovered that in Kazakhstan, we actually can get better clients not via online channels, which we are using in all other countries, but through offline channels. Yeah, so there is a network of let's say agents or small offices in Kazakhstan spread across the whole country, and those guys they do provide financial services, and clients they just stop by these places, and then they are served by those agents basically in offline. Yeah, and what we discovered is that we can get we're talking about primarily about lending products. Yeah, credits, financial credit, personal credits. And basically what we discovered is that the financial discipline of the clients which we get through offline channels is better rather than what we get in online channels, which was quite interesting. Yeah. So basically what we did is we changed our strategy quite significantly. We started investing in offline channels. Well, of course, we still being like online company with this streamlined processes, but we built this offline acquisition funnel. So we started building incentive schemes for these agents which were already present. Then we started basically opening our own points of sales. Yeah, and basically now we want to have our exclusive network of partners, offline network of partners, which is also quite interesting. Let's say divergence from what we traditionally do. Yeah, in other countries. So because traditionally we use online channels such as, well, CPC, social media, affiliate networks. Yeah, so those online channels. But in Kazakhstan, it proved to be better actually to use offline channels due to mentality of the people. Yeah, so the people, they are more used to offline in-personal communication. And when we're talking about financial products, there is more trust in this person-to-person communication rather than in online, and therefore in online we get actually worse clients. Yeah, worse in terms of financial discipline.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. Can I ask you about the previous slide? Because that was very interesting, and I'm don't going to interrupt you, but
sure, yeah,
very interesting. We can see that India is growing very quickly, and it's the biggest revenue here, mobile usage and everything. This what do you think? Why is this, and what about and what is connected with?
Well, actually, that's like overall picture. Yeah, this is the slide which I found on the internet to illustrate the differences in mobile app consumption. Frankly speaking, I didn't give much thought to it, but I think just the point is that the growth. Okay, that's like 1 year growth. Well, no, I don't have an answer right now. Yeah, I don't have an answer because we are not operating in India yet. So I don't really have that much information about that market. Yeah. So I just put this slide to illustrate the differences, right? between different countries in terms of like basically number of hours spent. Yeah, so how many hours are spent in different countries in average. Okay. Another example, I think the last one, yeah. Another example is related to the way people actually pay. Yeah, so we have, as I mentioned, we have lending business, so people need to repay their credits. And this is also something which is done very differently in different countries. Yeah, so in, let's say, Western European countries such as Spain or, well, Russia, Eastern European countries, yeah, you would expect like as a normal behavior that people just pay with a card. Yeah, so they link a card like with Uber, with Netflix, whatever services. Yeah, and they just, the card is just being charged when it's need to be charged. However, again, if we speak about Mexico, for example, in Mexico we have half of the payment made offline. Yeah, so there are several retail chains, and I'm talking about small shops like which sells groceries, cigarettes, that kind of stuff. Yeah, and there are several big ones, such as, I don't know, I don't think those names tell something, but the names are Oxxo, for example, or 7-Eleven. 7-Eleven is actually from States, I think. And those networks are connected to payment systems. So a client can actually come and while he buys, I don't know, cigarettes or milk or something, he can pay something like, for example, financial services. So he can pay his mobile phone, top up his mobile phone. And this is heavily used in Mexico. Because Mexico is really big cash economy still, like more than 80% of transactions is done in cash still. Yeah, and this is also reflected in the way we do business there. Yeah, in Kazakhstan also, interesting thing is that only half of online payments is done with Visa, MasterCard, MasterCard cards. Yeah, it happens to be that in Kazakhstan we have this unicorn big bank named Kaspi. Yeah, and Kaspi provides its own payment system, which is similar to how this is called in English, quick payment system in Russia, for example, or Bizum in Spain. So this is something like with QR codes, when you scan a QR code and then you can just pay, yeah, via QR code.
It's kind of Western Union system, not the similar, but
I don't know, maybe
instant payment. Yes, okay.
Yeah, so basically you're bypassing the Visa and MasterCard schemes, yeah, which is also
contact maybe. In Russia.
Yeah, maybe,
something
yeah,
like
maybe it's similar, but the point is that in Kazakhstan it's so widespread, so that really half of, if you take the statistics, half of the online payments is done through Kaspi Pay actually. Yeah, so Visa and MasterCard are not getting their fees from this half of the online payments, which is very different from States or from Spain, for example. So again, something to look at, yeah, something to take into account, definitely, if you need to take payments, right? Okay, so what about customer development, by the way? Yeah, I mentioned in the beginning that, okay, so there are different things in different countries, clients' behavior is different. How are we going to go about it? Yeah. The biggest problem I personally have, yeah, we have, is customer development indeed. So how do we get insights? I wouldn't again say that I have ready answer to this question. If somebody has, would be happy to learn more about other approaches. What we do is several things. Well, first of all, we can do nothing. Yeah, we can just not do customer development. We can rely on data. We can run tests like this test, that tests, and since business is still quite similar, quite to some extent, and client behavior is relatively similar, and I'll mention about that later. We can just rely on, quantitative experience. Yeah. Another thing is we can employ customer support teams for different surveys, or we can just do this email surveys or something like that. Yeah. The problem is again that this is not qualitative methodology. This is quantitative, because neither customer support nor email forms like questionnaire forms, they will give you very deep insights about what client thinks. They'll just give you some things which client answer, yeah, which is quite a superficial data at the end of the day, from which you cannot really call it customer development, right? So then another approach would be to use a research agency, and this is something which we do with some success. Yeah. Usually, if you're able to pick a good research agency which is into your domain, they can do really good customer development, customer researches. Yeah. The problem is that when we do customer researches with the research agencies, usually we mainly rely on the raw data. Yeah, so we listen to the conversations. Here we deal with different language, so you cannot just listen to the conversation. So basically that was the reason, for example, why I started learning Spanish myself, because we're operating in 2 Spanish-speaking countries. Yeah, so there is some added value of understanding Spanish. Yeah, I can cover 2 markets. So basically I can read the transcript of the conversation and rely not only on the conclusions of the research agency, but also on something which I can read from the conversation. Of course, I will be missing a lot of these subtleties. Yeah. And I think the last thing which we do is just to hire a local product management team and let them do this customer development. And about hiring, I'll mention a little bit later. Another point which I would recommend is related to market understanding, like how to get up to speed. Yeah, with the local market. Basically, important thing is to visit the country. Yeah, even if you do not really talk with people and live there, but you can still understand something. Yeah, for example, when I was in Mexico, I saw these queues in the paydays to the ATMs, which quite clearly demonstrated this cash economy. Yeah, so when people get paid to their cards, yeah, bank accounts, they go and withdraw money because they do not really use them electronically. This is something which you would not encounter neither in Spain or in Russia, for example, but you can see it clearly in Mexico, for example. Other thing is to talk with people from your domain. Yeah, so you may just find people from the same industry, talk with them. Usually those people, they do speak English at least. Yeah. Read news, obviously, yeah, and also read relevant social networks. So there are usually some social networks or reviews, for example, Google Play reviews, which you can read to understand how people, what people think about your competition and what do they value, what do they like, what do they dislike, yeah. And about hiring, I'm trying to go a little bit faster because I see that running a little bit out of time. About hiring, when I mentioned like hiring a product team would be a good solution for customer development and basically for building the local product management expertise. But hiring itself is a challenge, yeah, when you try to hire in another country. Basically, initially you will face with the problems such as nobody knows you. You require mandatory English, which decreases the number of candidates and raises their salary automatically. Especially, for example, in Mexico, people who speak English, they are paid much higher, yeah, than other guys. You would probably have too high expectations. Well, in particular in product management, I used to work with product managers with quite high technical background. I'm not saying that they can code or do something like that, but at least they can do proper calculations, right? So they can conclude the A/B tests. They can calculate the economics or business case. Yeah, this is something which I used to have when I hire in Russia. But due to some probably peculiarities of education in neither in Spain or in Mexico, for example, I can find such a background. So I would, at the end of the day, I needed to change my expectations. Yeah, otherwise just goes nowhere. And another problem which we faced in different markets was that people were more let's say executors rather than leaders. You know that product management is about building right products, right? Yeah. So the part which is related to which products to build was not really covered. So product managers, which there are a lot of product managers on the market there. They are more like product owners or project managers, and they are mainly expect to be driven by somebody else, like top management telling them what to do. Yeah.
Good. I'm sorry, but we have only 3 minutes left.
Yeah.
And we have one question from YouTube. Can you recommend good agencies for CastDev in Asia?
In Asia, right now, no. So we just started working in Asia. So in Asia, I don't have. I can recommend in Spanish-speaking markets so far only. So anything related to Spanish-speaking markets, you're welcome. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. You have a great speech. That was very interesting to me because I'm working finance area as well.
Cool.
Not in fin market, but just in general finance.
Right. Okay. So if any questions, anybody, I guess my contacts are available somewhere. So guys can reach me.
Okay.
Right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
A good speech. And the next speaker is Andre Remati.
Yeah. Hi. How are you?
Hi. Nice. Just I'll tell you just a minute.
Sure.
And he's a product manager at Productcamp, head of EPAM system, and that will be the speech about why Eastern European product managers might not succeed in US. Very interesting topic. I think it's very vital for everybody.
Yeah, I guess and thank you for the previous speaker, Andre. I think that's kind of what he was discussing is partially a kind of addition to what I'm gonna try to tell you about in the next 20 minutes. So let me start with saying like, it's not just about product managers. I'm a product manager, so I'm talking from my experience, but pretty much it's about all managers that there could be that are having like communications cross team. So it could be like a marketeers, it could be like business analysts, it could be like whoever, and so on and so forth. So this is going to be the same, absolutely the same story for everybody else. So a couple of things about myself. Yeah, just like you said, I'm a product manager at EPAM, and also I'm working at Productcamp as a head of CIS, meaning that I'm helping product managers from Russia, from other CIS like Ukraine, Belarus, anywhere else like Kazakhstan, to understand where they are at in terms of global practices, like international approach to product management, and possibly continue their career abroad, like in the United States or any other multinational company. And I know what I'm talking about because I've been working in IT management since 2012. Even though I'm only 30 years old, I have a considerable experience already. I've been in product management since 2015, and I've been living in the United States for the last 5 years, working with such clients as Edward Jones. I'm not sure if you know this, it's a very big wealth management company. Chevron, everybody knows, oil business. Pearson, this is education publisher, Equifax, and so on and so forth. So as like you see this picture to the left, I've seen some things in my life which make me speak for my experience. So the presentation is not very long, and I'm just gonna try to give as many evidence, as many examples, as many content as possible. So please ask your questions in the chat box. I'm gonna be very happy to answer anything you got from you guys. Okay, so well, first and foremost is language proficiency. I understand that when you hear language proficiency level of English, oh well, but no, everybody understands that. What is new? What is new that you said? Well, but it's not as obvious as you may think, and I'm going to give you a few examples. So the first thing is actually, apart from like just having good grammar or like knowing a lot of words in English language, there are some more kind of interesting nuances that also have to be addressed. It's, for example, it's pronunciation. And I'm not specifically talking about the accent, because everybody has accents, right? The United States is a country of immigrants. You have immigrants from everywhere, from China, from India, from other countries, from CIS countries. So everybody has some sort of accent. But I'm talking specifically about some words that you may use, like you may pronounce incorrectly, which will make a fool of yourself. Like the most obvious is like the difference between short E and long E, like in words shit and sheet. So kind of those things, like pronunciations of like similar words, is very important, because if you're a manager, and I'm being serious for a second here, if you're a manager, you have to talk to a lot of people. You have to communicate cross-team. And specifically employers in the United States are going to be looking for a person who can, even having like some sort of accent, like all of us do, convey what they want, convey what is being requested. So this is why pronunciation is important, because if there's going to be any ambiguity in how you're saying things, even though you're maybe using the right words, it is still very important to pronounce everything so everybody clearly understands what is needed. Intonation is another very important and interesting thing, because I know that in a bunch of languages, in a bunch of Slavic languages, for example, you may not have an intonation at all. You can speak this way all the time and everybody is going to understand you. But in English language, intonation is very important, because you highlight things like you're saying about like some specific challenge that you have to address, or some specific figure, specific number that is making sense in this conversation, and you have to highlight it with the intonation, like I'm doing right now. You probably, if you listen to me for a little bit of time, you may hear when I'm just making those emphasis. Another thing, what is important, is the intonation is kind of like live speech. We're human beings, we have emotions, right? We have something that we want to convey when we're talking. And intonation is a very clear way to say that I'm a living human being, I have emotions, I'm charismatic. And it actually for English-speaking people, it is very helpful. It is very helpful when you talk with the intonation. So to give you an example, intonation, as I said, may be different in different cultures. So I remember this example from somewhere before. I think one of my English language teachers told me about this. So I think there was some sort of like request from a person from, I think from Bulgaria. And for example, oh, can you please close the window? And for that, the response was, yeah, sure. Like for an English-speaking ear, or for example, in Russia, it would sound like "da, сейчас." So for that, you're smiling, right? You understand what I mean. So for a Russian-speaking ear and for English-speaking ear, it would be like, why is he so angry? What did I say? I didn't say anything. But this is natural. This is just natural intonation. They don't mean anything bad. They're saying, yes, my dear teacher, I'm just gonna go and close the window. So what I mean here is that the intonation may be different in different cultures. So that's something very important. Choice of words and political correctness. I know that this is a very widely spread word. This is kind of connected, but may not be, maybe separate things. So let me try to tell you what I mean. So obviously there are different ways to say the same thing in every language. You may use more words, you may use less words, you may be like, I don't know, like more evasive, you may be very direct. We'll get to that point a little bit later. But for English-speaking countries, for the United States specifically, you may want sometimes to use words that are going to be kind of a little bit lighter. So just to give you an example, while I was listening to Andre, the previous presentation, he used the word problem, which is very concrete, very useful word to say that there is something that we have to address because it is like causing something bad. However, in English-speaking countries, whenever we're in business environment, people would rather use the word challenge, because problem usually means that there is somebody who is responsible for that, and challenge is something like a little bit more objective. I think you know what I mean, right? So those are like kind of like more diplomatic ways to say about to talk about the same thing, and that comes with practice, with more kind of like understanding of the environment. Well, political correctness is kind of the same sort of thing, but still a little bit different, because you most probably know that in the United States, you have like some specific things about the human being that are protected by law, right? This is like religion, gender, it is like political, I don't know, your own political taste, and so on and so forth. So what political correctness actually means is that you have to be mindful, you have to be careful not to offend anybody because of, I don't know, their religion, their sexual orientation, something else. That's just this. So those are things that are very clearly can be seen in the language. So I'm just gonna go and shift right to the next slide when we're talking about mentality. So I think that this is the most interesting topic. It's a very big topic. I'm just gonna cover a few things. So there are very drastic differences between mentality in English-speaking countries of the world, I would just put it this way, and Eastern European countries that may be not only CIS, it could be like Croatia, Serbia, Bulgaria, Poland, Czech Republic. So let me give you a couple of examples. By the way, I'm not saying that every country is the same. I'm just saying that it's kind of like if you think about like that in a more general way, you would be able to separate those things more or less equally. So first example, realism versus perfectionism. So think of it this way. In the United States specifically, the society is very kind of perfectionist. So it's striving for perfection. For example, the society wants that every member of the society, I don't know, has opportunities in their life, has good education, good healthcare, so on and so forth, that they have a chance to get to a certain level in their life, to succeed, right? Whereas in like more realistic society, like everybody understands that everybody starts off like different level, depending on like if my parents are rich or poor, like how good of like a school I go to. So realistically speaking, it's not possible for everybody to be like equal. Even though you can strive for perfection, it doesn't mean that it's possible, right? And this is, I think, the fundamental difference between like mentality, because if you are not familiar with the culture, you may think that perfectionists are just delirious. They're like they're dreaming alive. They don't understand that that's never going to happen. Whereas more realistic people may be thought of being cynical. So I'm not saying that this is the approach you should take, and I'm not saying that this is how you should view those people. It's just how like us, without knowing different cultures, different kind of mentalities, this is kind of first impression that we can make of those people. But it's just different way of thinking. Another good example is politeness versus decisiveness. I think this is like mostly a widespread sort of stereotype about like Russian speaking people specifically, that they're very straightforward. They say exactly what they mean. It's not only about Russians, right? It's also about German people. They say the same thing about German, that very precise. They are just say exactly what they mean. And why? Because they don't want to waste anybody's time. They want to be just to surely say what they mean without anything else that is not really important. Whereas Americans, English people, I know Italians are also this way. They're more polite, meaning that they may use more words. Would you be so kind to do this? Or do you think it would be a better way to do this? And so on and so forth. So they kind of, with this, they are trying to not offend you when they kind of may not agree with you. I know that in many countries, like disagreement is okay. Like, okay, we have different opinions, we're all people, we don't have to agree. But in English-speaking countries, when you agree with somebody, they may be a little bit offended. Also think about, I think the best example is feedback. When you share feedback, if you're too straightforward in saying like, oh, you got this wrong, this is a mistake, and so on and so forth, which is absolutely normal in Eastern European countries. If you say that in the United States, people will get offended because but I didn't know. I mean, they're gonna get really upset about that. So it's just different approaches. Also, just not to get too much time into this, being serious and being silly. I know that in a lot of Americans, there is an inner child, like always inner child when they're even grown up. So they're not afraid to be a little silly, to fool around, to have some fun, even at workplace, to kind of joke around too, which may be considered a little bit not serious from people from other cultures. But it's just kind of like the more or less, I think it's kind of mentality / cultural side. And probably the last point here would be fatalism, meaning that I know that there is this concept of fatalism that whatever you do, the result may not be connected with the process. And this is actually part of realism as well. So kind of realistically, the situation is that you can do this, but the result would be the contrary because of some external factors. However, like in English-speaking countries, okay, I know that there may be something that can go wrong, but my job is to do the max, is to do whatever I can to strive to that result, to strive to that goal, to do everything possible to do this. So that is also a very different thing. So a couple of things about like culture, like about differences that may not be very clearly understood. So in the United States, there is a lot of small talk and smiling. You probably heard this stereotype that Americans are always smiling versus like people from Europe and Northern Europe. They're always like kind of like very serious. So the reason why Americans tend to small talk a lot and smile a lot, it's because they this is the way for them to convey the message that I'm your friend. You have nothing to be afraid from me. I want to be a friend with you. So this is the way for them to kind of show them that you can trust them and that they can trust you too. So they're going to expect that in return as well. And if they don't see that, they kind of may feel, oh, maybe he just or she just doesn't like me. So I was having, I'm going to tell you one quick story here. So I was working with a bunch of people, like they're American based, but they're also working with teams from Ukraine, from other countries. And once I think I was told, oh, Andre, I don't know what's going on with my solution architect. He is not smiling. He when I was trying to talk about like, oh, how did you spend your weekend? Whatever, like whoever, like Sergey, for example, how did you spend your weekend? And he said, oh, you know what? I would rather go and talk about our goal, about our topic for discussion. And this guy, he was, oh, what did I say? I didn't say anything wrong. I mean, why he's so angry at me? So they can get really upset about that. Very interesting thing that I realized not so long ago: yes versus no. So in Eastern European countries, when you say yes, you mean yes. And when you say no, you mean maybe, right? But in the United States, it's the other way around. It's when you say no, it's no. And when you say it's maybe. So for example, you're trying to sell a feature to your client, right? And you're saying, oh, Mr. Johnson, here is this feature. It's going to be really great. It's going to drive your kind of income or revenue like 5 times. And he says, oh, yeah, okay, yes, okay. That doesn't mean that he eventually is not going to change his mind. But it just means that for now, it makes sense to him. But he also wants to have some room for thought so that he can just decide, okay, this is definitely what we need. He can talk to somebody else. So kind of before a person says, I promise to you in the United States, they kind of give themselves some room to kind of, change their mind. And this is normal. I know that, honestly, just from my personal experience, when I just witnessed those things, when people say yes and then they change their mind, I was really disappointed. I was kind of, oh, but they give me their word, but they did not give me the word. They just said, okay, that makes sense for now, but then they kind of thought otherwise. So that's kind of a different approach. There should be different approach to our clients here. And last but not least is about hierarchy and authority. I know that in many countries, also in Asian countries, it's the same kind of hierarchy in the society, and also like at workplace is very important. So like your boss is a person who you expect, who you respect and obey. And like if it is a CEO of the company, that's like somebody, like some deity, some god that is over there. Obviously I'm exaggerating it a little bit, but the premise is that there is like a very big distance between people, which is usually, I'm going to say that, usually not the same here. Just to give you an example, I have a boss at EPAM. We used to work, actually. He left the company a year ago. But even though he is like a millionaire, he's been working for much more years that I'm present on this planet. So he has huge experience. He has a really good title. We can, he says, Andre, you can call me anytime. We can talk about like different things on the phone. We can go have a beer and so on and so forth. So there is no big distance, even though like kind of our achievements in life are incomparable. So there is less distance because we're all human beings. We're all human beings, and we're kind of like equal in terms of that we're the same in terms of law and in terms of society. So the question rises, okay, so if I want to have a career, if I want to start a career in the United States, what do I do with this? So the best bet for that would be is just try learning language as much as possible with the native speakers. Don't be shy to ask questions, but better, of course, if you go and study in the country so that you're here, that you're surrounded by Americans, or if you want to go to the UK or Australia or anywhere else, it's also good. The other thing that I can recommend is actually what I've been doing for the past year. Product Gym is the company that I have got to the CIS countries. This is the second largest product school in the United States. And the kind of focus area for us is to teach you how to get a job in the US. That means how to get through interviews, what things to ask, what things not to ask, how to respond, what to do with the case studies, how to do self-branding, and a lot of different things. Also, for example, how to create your resume. That is going to help you to accelerate your career and get offers. Apart from that, we also have a bunch of classes that are going to help you to get into different aspects of product management work, because we have English-speaking professionals from all of these fancy companies, including Amazon and Atlassian and Google. Plus to that, it's since it's all in English language only, you're going to get your level of English pretty high. So if you're interested, you know how to find me. My name is Andrei Rimati. It's very easy to find me by this name anywhere. I'm the only person with this name and last name. So yeah, let me know. I gave some room for questions, like around 8 minutes. So please feel free to ask me questions about anything that you found on those slides.
Yeah, thank you for your lessons. That was very interesting because a lot of details, and I think that you preparing very well. And
thank you.
You research a lot of information for that because there is just exact. And the question is the product you mentioned, it's perfect, but if you need something more, you're not in the US yet.
Mm-hmm.
You work in Europe or in
Mm-hmm.
Russia or somewhere,
Mm-hmm.
and you're going to prepare for a job for the USA. So just you need to understand the details. You need to understand some maybe culture mentions and something. And what do you think? Which is the best way to prepare? Listen music, or maybe some watch movies, or communicate with people, or what?
Yeah, I think that everything would, my personal experience, I'm not a native speaker of English, as you may have understood already, I think. So the best bet is actually to try to surround you with English-speaking people, and hopefully it's like people who are native speakers of English as well, not immigrants. I'm not saying that they're not speaking English good, but I think it's just going to be more productive when you're around native speakers. You're gonna pick up more. And if you're like younger than me, like if you're in your 20s, or maybe even early, if you're just fresh off the school, try to do that more, because the younger you are, the easier it is to get into that language area. Also, I think what I meant by Product Gym is that it specifically helps you to understand the business environment differences. So this is where it is helpful. Obviously, it's not going to help you with like English language if you don't know it at all. It's not going to help, but it's just going to help you understanding what the business culture of the United States is, how to respond on interviews, and so on and so forth. So it's also helpful. Apart from that, I think you brought up a couple of very good things. Watching movies in English, I know that it's very helpful. I've been doing that too. Try to do that actually with English subtitles. So for example, you're hearing something and you also see how it's written, how it's spelled. So it's really important practice. But yeah, just try to speak as much as you can. That's really helpful.
Good idea. Okay, thank you so much. That was very, very interesting. Because that's always a problem when you're trying to connect with people. There is some mistake which could be disaster for some people, but you don't want to do anything special, but there is something like this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you so much.
Sure.
And,
yeah, we have a couple of more minutes, I think, for the next speaker to prepare and for you guys to ask any questions if you have any.
I just check YouTube, and maybe there is more questions.
Yeah, sure. This is a very difficult topic, so I know that it's kind of maybe a little hard to answer questions right away. You can send me questions to Facebook. You know my name, so you can connect to me there and ask questions if you need. Actually, while I still remember and while you're looking for questions, so I think that Andrei was talking about customer development and generally and how it's different in different countries. And one thing, I've been doing customer development for like clients for a very long time, and the difference between doing that in CIS countries and here is that Americans may not want to respond to some of the questions that they are going to consider like personal about their personal life. They may not want to answer that. So they kind of have their own privacy. Whereas I think just Russian-speaking people, they're more direct. They can, okay, well, I can answer about my, for example, what they don't like to talk about is how much how much salary they receive. Whereas I've seen so many people who said, okay, yeah, I get this, or I get that, or there is this range or that range.
Okay. Nice to meet Anna. You ready?
Yeah, I am. Hi, everyone.
Hi. Just we have 3 minutes before your lessons and before a speech. And Anna Altuhova, partner engineer, VR at the company. Could we name company? No?
No, it's Facebook
Okay.
or Meta now.
Meta, okay. And the speech will be about very interesting topic, product in metaverse. And okay, go ahead. I think that we could start already. And if we have some more questions, so we will continue.
Okay, sure. So I'll share my screen then. Can you see it?
Yeah, it's perfect.
Awesome.
You could see it.
So I want to start with the goal of this presentation. And the goal is to tell you more about the metaverse and opportunities it provides for us. I also want to like brainstorm with you all to I want to think what new products we might need there or what already existed products we want to use there. And so I would appreciate your ideas, comments, and questions at the end of presentation. And let me start with the agenda. So we will discuss first what metaverse is, why now, of course, why now it's so trendy and popular, and challenges it might bring to us, and a few spaces I want to discuss. There are many spaces, of course, but I won't discuss 4 of them: gaming, working, learning in metaverse, and the commerce. Then I will briefly touch the development, what technologies do we have today, what we can do today, already today, and some conclusions and your questions at the end. So I want to start with what is metaverse. So at the end of October, Facebook presented metaverse, and it's a popular word now. But what is metaverse? Metaverse is a set of interconnected digital spaces. So everything, VR, virtual reality, AR, it's 2D, and all of these spaces would be connected into one space. So you can easily switch between all of them. You can go from one to another, and this set is metaverse. And we can do things there that we cannot do in the physical world. And of course, probably the main value of that is the social presence. So we all can feel that we are here at the same room or same space. We can see our body movements, our mimics, emotions, and that would give us great opportunity to be more connected with each other. And why now? That's a great question. Because metaverse doesn't exist, at least not yet. And as of today, there isn't anything that could be identified as a metaverse. But I believe there are a few things that indicate that we are ready for that jump. And first of all, we already live in the virtual world. So all our work, relationship, communications, we can buy, house online. You don't need to go anywhere, just electronic signature, email. So everything is already in the digital virtual world. That's how we live. So we can do everything there. And pandemic only show this us one more time that we can do anything there. So right now we can I don't know, we can do wedding on the Zoom, right? My friends just did a wedding ceremony, and everyone were online, and so now more and more people, during the pandemic and right now are more connected and have more knowledge how to use online tools for learning, working, and that's a great move toward metaverse. Technologies. So the technologies were built and we are still building them, but right now I think we are at that state where technologies can support us and can give us some sense of VR, AR, and how we can switch between them. So I think the current state of technologies is good, and it also helps us in terms of metaverse. And the last thing is the digital value. So Bitcoin, all the blockchain and NFTs, non-fungible tokens and art, it has value now. And we are started to realize and understand that it has value, and that's something that will help us to live in metaverse and use it. So you can buy, and I will talk about that a bit later. You can buy, I don't know, a t-shirt. You can go to online Metallica concert. You can buy digital T-shirt with Metallica. You can take picture and cool. And we are all already at that state of technologies. And the next, I want to talk about challenges. Two main challenges. Of course, there are many, but I want to talk about two of them, ecosystem and hardware. In terms of ecosystem, so we need to build a platform that can connect all the worlds, like our 2D internet right now on a 2D screens, VR, AR. We want to have the same standards, protocols. We need to open it for all developers and lower that barrier to enter this space. There are many questions there. We want to make sure that it's safe, that we have enough privacy, because in the metaverse, we will have like our real avatar, and that's an object, that's a valuable object. So you need to protect that. And so there are many challenges there, also ethical. And I think it's not on any one company. It's not about Facebook or Meta. It's for all the companies and for all the people to think what we want to build and how we want to do that. In terms of hardware, so of course we need to build more and better hardware for that, because it might be not comfortable to wear a headset for a few hours right now. So not everyone will agree to do that. Even for adults, I don't know, even after 2-3 hours, it's too much. And for kids also. So we need to build a better hardware. We need to learn more and investigate and build brain-computer interfaces. So it would be more natural and easily for us to communicate with the digital world. And that's our challenges in terms of hardware. It's a long way. I think it will be a long way for us, but the good thing that every year we have more and more, I don't know, like more and more technologies, more and more opportunities, more researchers, more advancements in terms of hardware. So each year it's more and more comfortable for us, it's more advanced, and I believe in the next few years that would be, we will have like the great hardware for everyone. And next slide is about gaming. You know, gaming is a huge market. It's already a huge market with the huge revenues. And I want to talk about a few examples, and I want to talk about products you might need there. So in terms of games, like Fortnite, they expanded their product. They're now hosting concerts, and you can go to online concert. They have brand events and more in their digital world. So that's a great example for us. And again, as I said, you can go to online concert, you can buy t-shirt, you can, that's what we want, to make a live video and post it on Facebook or Instagram, take pictures and send it immediately inside this world to your friends and family. So inside of metaverse, we expect that we can easily switch between different experiences like 3D, 2D, AR. So we are in VR world of online concert, but we were able to open 2D screen to send a message to mom or to, I don't know, to your friends, to take a picture. So it's a combination of different worlds and experiences. And gaming is a huge, again, market for that. And if you're developing any games, start thinking into that direction right now. And for gaming, there are many tools, APIs already that you can use and build your game. Pokemon Go, AR thing, again, it's a combination thing. You can go to online concert into Fortnite and open AR VR app like Pokemon Go and find a Pokemon on the concert, right? So it's an interesting combination. Beat Saber, that's just one example of VR game, but I'm excited about opportunity to combine all these worlds and inside one world be able to do so many things. And the last is Dreams. It's a game, not a game, but yeah, it started as a game for on PlayStation, and it's a tool set to build your own games, your own world. So you can build your own space. So it's not just a game now. You can build your world, your space there. The next is work. Work. Let me move it somewhere. Yeah. For work, I think it's also a huge market. And for work, the first, what we need to do in terms of products, we need to bring all our 2D apps there. You can see on the screenshot, even you're in VR meeting, you still need 2D screens there. So you need to be able to open a browser, a calendar, a spreadsheet to work there. So we need to bring our 2D apps there. So if you already have some product for work, 2D product, so keep tracking the news from Metaverse. Probably very soon you will be able to bring it to Metaverse without just a little change. So because we need all these 2D apps there, so we need to bring them there. And for AR interface for work, that would be great too. Just imagine the mechanic into the like fixing your car in glasses, and he can see all the details, all the state of details. He can order online immediately the missing detail. AI, artificial intelligence, immediately could tell him where something is broken and he needs to do. So that's an awesome. Or any type of such work, like, I don't know, plumber, or you could easily find the issue. You can easily order something online, find all the information. So AR interface for work, it's a huge space. And I think you can easily go there too. I added a picture of the doctor of some surgery, and VR AR technology there are like already used there in that space. This medical, pharmaceutical space is a huge space to bring technologies there. And the new working interfaces. So that's something new we might need to work in metaverse. What it can be, so anything, again, as a combination of different interfaces. So any of you can think what you might need in the metaverse, what can improve your life there, and that would be a new interface for work, for education. That's probably my favorite because I believe that it's very big opportunity for any entrepreneur to go into online education space, because it gives us a social presence. Let's see, like the students on these pictures. Like during the pandemic, our kids and actually students and adults, they were all in front of 2D screen alone with anxiety and without opportunity to feel each other. And just look how cool it will be to be in the same room with the, so it's a right voice, so you can hear the voice from the right direction, and that's really cool. So, and our kids are fully into that. Like it's natural for them to learn online, and like right now you can learn anything online. Before the pandemic, some of the classes were only offline because the teacher needed to hear you or to see you. But right now, everything can be online. Yana teaching classes, accent reduction classes, everything is possible. And another opportunity for education, it's work trainings. Let's say you're a pilot, again, you're a surgeon, you're a doctor. Many companies they're already using VR or AR for work trainings purposes. So it's already a working thing, and it will grow and grow more in the next years. For education, again, as I said, our kids, the next generation, it's natural for them. It's natural. And they're going to live in that AR, VR world, in that metaverse world naturally. And that also will help us to grow the metaverse. And I believe it's endless opportunities here, and because you can learn anything, access to information crucial, and just think of anything, and you can learn it online now. So you can build any, like here on the picture, piano teaching class in VR. So you don't need a teacher, right, like sitting next to you, come into your house. It can be in this world. That's awesome. And the commerce, NFT, again. NFT is a new thing. Not new, but new for many of us. It's hard to believe that you can buy this picture, and this picture was sold for almost 70 millions, and everyone can have a copy of that image. So, but what's the value of NFT? So NFT is a non-fungible token. So, and in this token, you have like the field with the ownership, like, and the owner of this print picture is Anna Altukhova. So everyone can have this copy in their VR room, VR space, VR home, but I'm the owner, and that's something that's working. And I mean, people are ready to pay the money and invest in that right now. And so it's for commerce, for any products. I think metaverse is a great space, like digital goods. We already discussed the t-shirt or any clothes in the VR. And I have a picture here from the runaway show, and it was digital. Like there were no real clothes, there were like digital. And you can move many products to digital space. And I believe that's a huge opportunity for creators, for manufacturers to use that space. And so if you have any real product in the real world, think about how it can be used in metaverse, and you can bring it to metaverse. Online shopping, Amazon, or actually any online shopping. It would be really great if I can touch, I don't know, this thing, not touch, but see this thing before buying. Maybe it's not the right size, maybe not the right configuration of something. Like before ordering something online on Amazon or any website, you can see this thing and you can say, oh, that's not the right thing for me, that has something missing or wrong size or anything. So I think it's great and it can be done already now. And for online shopping, again, you can try on, I don't know, any clothes, any watches, anything there before buying. So, and that is something we can do right now. So we have technologies to build that right now. And the last thing here is services. I believe that I want to start with example. Just imagine you have your VR space, VR home, and you can invite, I don't know, Jennifer Lopez or Elton John to sing just for you, or to some violinist to play just for you, or anyone. So services, it's something we also need to build, like the platform to connect you to the services. So, and you can get a service in your VR space, and it would be easy, available for everyone. And that's also an opportunity if any product managers here with a product as a service, service as a product. So you already can think about VR space, AR space, metaverse space in future, how you can bring it there. For the development, so more and more things are coming, but as of today, we have already some standards. Let's say WebXR, that's a standard for 3D rendering. So it's actually a group of standards that are used together to support 3D rendering. And of course, it's used, and it's something we can use, we should use today. PWAs. PWA, that's a progressive web application. It was introduced last year on FB Connect. It's the opportunity to bring any website, any web page into VR space, because we still need a lot of 2D screens there. So we still need to be able to open any web browser page there. And PWA, that's an easy way to have that experience in VR. So if you have a like URL for your web page, it takes only, I don't know, 5 minutes to build PWA right now. It's a working technology. So if you have a website, you can already today build that PWA application so it gives you the sense of the native app. So you will see this is inside of VR space. You will see the 2D screen with the feeling that it's a native app. And you can do it already today. You can start bringing your 2D websites, 2D screens into VR. Spark AR, it's a huge tool and it's an easy to use. I downloaded it a few weeks ago and I started to build something. So it's open for everyone, for all the creators. It's free, so you can start using, you can start building something today. And of course, Unity, Unreal, and Oculus Hub. They're more and more user-friendly. They're not so technical right now. They're more and more open for developers because we need more developers to build that platform. So you can start using them today also. And so the barrier to enter this space, it goes down every day. And that's a positive thing in terms of development. And at the end, I want to say that Metaverse as a vision is evolving and growing. More and more people are interested in contributing into that, into building this space, into exploring this space. More and more creators want to create content for this space. And possibilities there continue to open each day. More technologies, more and more people, more and more developers. So I think you want to be among early adopters to get all the benefits from this platform. And again, the key component, the key idea that we all need to build all together is to connect all the experiences. They're all interconnected. So you can bring a thing from experience, I don't know, A to experience B. So you can bring this t-shirt, Metallica t-shirt, from VR concert to another game, to the work meeting. You can go to the work meeting in that Metallica t-shirt. And that's the key idea of the metaverse.
Anya, sorry for interrupting you. We have 2 minutes left and only, and we have a question.
I'm done, yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much for your presentation. It was perfect. I love this topic, and that was very interesting as well. The question is, Anna, hello, thank you for presentation. Could you tell us some successful case how businesses integrate AR to their products in the tech industry? There's many cases in work, not just opportunities. Maybe real cases.
Yeah, let's back to work. So there are actually many, and I know that my doctor in San Francisco, he's using AR glasses to record our meeting, to store some notes, and he's using them like for years now. I know that we have VR pilot trainings for big airlines companies. I know that in tech space, I know that Facebook, of course, is using the Oculus devices, and we are using them for the work purposes also. So you can have some trainings there. So instead of watching the 2D screen, you can be there, and of course, Google, Microsoft, and NVIDIA, they're all developing their own apps, their own standards, some platforms. So something we need to connect in future. So many tech companies are using it, VR, AR for work also.
Okay, that's time is up. Thank you so much for your speech. That was perfect, and thank you for participation in this conference. And we could, if everybody have question, you could ask Anna, maybe, and she can ask.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to talk about that exciting topic. Feel free to send me your questions. More than happy to ask them. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
And the next speaker is Audrey Crane, and the speech will be about moving from feature teams to product teams using design. Hi, Audrey. The stage is yours. Your microphone is muted.
Yes, I see. Sorry about that. How's it going?
Everything is good.
Good.
The conference is almost finished, but that was perfect.
Well, hopefully it's not too late for everybody there where it's late. I am going to share my screen and then present. We'll see how this goes. It seems like no matter how many times I press. Good. So you see the big from feature team to product team?
Yep. Yes, we could see it. It's perfect.
Fantastic. Perfect. That's a good way to start. Okay, I'm going to jump in. I know we only have 30 minutes and I want to get rolling. So my name is Audrey Crane. I work at a company called Design Map. We're based in San Francisco. We've been around for 15 years, almost 16. We're really focused on designing digital products for complex situations. So it's often B2B, pretty much always SaaS or mobile, sometimes B2B2C in places like healthcare and finance, where again, the complexity level is high. Sorry. And so I'm one of 4 partners actually. And as I was getting ready to talk at this conference, I was a little bit nervous. I felt like I needed to establish some credibility since I'm a designer and not an engineer or a product manager. So very briefly, I feel like this is the only slide I need to establish credibility. I wrote my first computer program when I was 5 on a Radio Shack TRS-80, or as they were affectionately known, a Trash 80. And I studied theater and math in college. So I loved non-Euclidean geometry. In fact, my favorite postulate is Euclid's Fifth. And I worked at Netscape from in the late 90s, so about 1995 to 1999. I worked directly for Marty Kagan, or the Great Wise One, as Christian Idiotti calls him. And then some lesser known, but just as great and wise ones. Hugh Deverly is a great mind in the design space. I also got to be in the room when Ben Horowitz rolled out his Good Product Managers document. And lots of other amazing people. And I also wrote this short book on how to help senior executives understand what design is and why it matters, and how to use it to build a more successful business. So since then, I've worked inside companies, running design teams. I've freelanced and consulted for some pretty amazing clients. So hopefully, evidently, many with blue logos. So hopefully that establishes me as credible. And today I'm a partner at DesignMap. And specifically, one of the things I've been doing recently is coaching some leaders and working with product teams who are struggling, honestly, almost having like an existential struggle. Like, what is their job? Why are they there? Are they serving the business? Are they serving customers? Is it even clear what they mean by customer? Should they ask the customer? Should they just do what they're told by their stakeholders? But I've seen some of the folks that I'm working with successfully begin the shift from being feature teams to being product teams. And so today I'd like to share some of those strategies with you. So to start with, just kind of briefly level set on terms. I'm sure everybody here knows these terms, feature team and product team, but I just want to make sure we're all on the same page before I get into the techniques. So borrowing directly from Marty Kagan's books, which I'll do quite liberally throughout this talk, where a features team purpose is to deliver features, right? That's the moniker feature team. An empowered product team's purpose is to solve problems in ways that customers love, but that also work directly for a business. Or another way to look at them, a features team knowledge of the customer is kind of minimal, right? There's just the hope that if the business says they need to build such feature, that there's someone out there that will actually find that usable and valuable. Whereas an empowered product team has deep knowledge of the customer. And the responsibilities are very different. On the feature team side, it's prioritized features by certain dates. On the empowered product team, though, they're producing desirable outcomes. A different way to look at it is, we could say, if a problem has more than one potential solution and more than one potential way to implement that solution, empowered product teams are given problems to solve, right? Whereas feature teams are given solutions to implement. So that model will come back later, and it's helpful, I think, to frame it up this way. But interestingly, the compositions of the teams are very similar. So you'll have a product manager, an engineer, and a designer. On a feature team, maybe you have like a fraction of a designer or nominally a designer, but generally, I think it's pretty well established that on all three of those disciplines exist regardless of which type of team you live in. So today I'm going to talk about how you can leverage the fact that you might have one there. So borrowing design methodologies and just using the fact that you have designers there to move from being feature teams to being empowered product teams. And I'm going to talk about approaching it very briefly in 3 different ways. So one is kind of a bottom-up approach, another is a top-down approach, and then the third is kind of an outside-in approach. So the first one is bottom-up. It's creating value where you are, or the subtitle, don't try to boil the ocean. So this is really about like where those feature requests happen, really where the rubber meets the road. So the experience of getting a list like this, like a prioritized list of features, is probably familiar to most of the people at this conference. It's not a great experience. And I think the reason it's not a great experience is because you have all this knowledge and experience and training and smarts, and you're capable of doing all kinds of things. But when you get a list of prioritized features, what you're being asked to do is almost like taking an order. You know, it's a really tiny subset of what you're capable of. And what's interesting as we started to think about this is that we don't think this is really specific to product managers. All kinds of people get this like order request that's a tiny subset of what they're capable of. I'm going to play you a video, and it's a video of it's a little video clip of a TV show that was on a few years ago about a Broadway production. And I'll turn my volume way up, so hopefully you can hear me okay, or hear the video okay. So just to set it up a little bit, there's a new director. He's not very experienced as a director. And he's talking to his leading lady about how to perform this role that she's in, which happens to be Marilyn Monroe. So I'll go to the next slide and hopefully the audio will work out.
Never mind. Anyway, what I'm going for is to hell with all of you. I'm here.
But isn't this when things are going terribly wrong for her? Everyone on set hated her. I mean, she was hiding out in her trailer popping pills.
But we don't want to telegraph that, so she's putting on a brave face.
So when she says, here she is, boys, Marilyn Monroe in the flesh, she's up.
Trying to be. Like, here she is, boys, Marilyn Monroe in the flesh.
Did he just give her a line reading?
Derek used to say.
Derek.
So I don't know if everyone caught the last little exchange between the chorus members there, but he said, did he just give her a line reading? And I know not all of you are English as a first language, and not all of you have a theater background. So I'll just explain briefly that this idea of a line reading is forbidden, absolutely forbidden in the theater. And theater is a really old profession, right? It's that many thousands of years old. And in any even high school, middle school, kindergarten production, the director doesn't tell the actor how to say the line, because the implication is the best thing that you can do is just pretend that you're me. And all of your training, all of your experience, all of your ideas about how to do this, they don't really matter. Just like take this order. It happens to designers as well. So designers get wireframes or sketches or drawings on whiteboards and asked just to like make it look good. Teachers, it happens to teachers as well. Here in the States, they might get a really detailed lesson plan handed to them. And again, like what you know about these kids, your training and experience doesn't matter. Just do what you're told. Do this like tiny subset of what you're capable of. This is actually a letter to Santa. And it's another kind of an order, right? Instead of me being able to come up with what might be best for my kids, I'm just told like, okay, well, just go do this. We don't need your understanding or ideas or anything other than your ability to take an order. It kind of feels like this, right? It feels like working in a restaurant, asking people what they like for dinner. But to quote Marty, we're trying to move away, the empowered product team is trying to move away from what he calls a subservient model to a collaborative model. So how can we turn a service touch point into a moment of collaboration? So we have some ways of approaching this, because as consultants, we have this happen all the time, and my coaching clients do as well. And we think this is a moment where you can really deploy design thinking. This is a model of design thinking that happens to be Stanford's. There are several, I'm kind of agnostic. But in any case, whichever design thinking model we're using, we're talking about applying it not to your product, like designing your product, but applying it to the process of designing a product. So designing moments of collaboration and treating people who are submitting these feature requests, your stakeholders, treating them like customers. So the first step is to empathize. Why are they giving you these feature lists? What's the root of that request? Empathizing with them and getting curious and understanding, like, did their boss give them this? Is this what they think it's supposed to work like? How did they learn that? Did they have a success or a failure working like that in the past? Also understanding what their personal success hinges on, and even getting to things outside of work, like, do they have kids? What are their hobbies? What are their interests? This part of it is building a human relationship and really building trust, which Marty talks about a little bit as well. And once we've empathized with them, then we can create a validated problem statement based on why this is happening. Why are we getting these feature requests? Is it because it's always worked well in the past, or we tried something different in the past and it didn't work? Maybe it's something about contracts are getting signed by the sales team and the person putting in these feature requests really couldn't do anything about it. Or maybe they just don't know what you're capable of. But once we've empathized and we've kind of defined a problem statement, then we can use the old design trick of how might we address that problem statement. And some prompts for this are, how might you address it if you were outside of your company, if you were a consultant? What's the smallest, least expensive thing that you could try? what would it look like if you wanted to make this person giving you the feature list look like a hero? What would you do differently? So after coming up with some ideas and picking one, then it's, it's a question of prototyping and testing, and of course, iterating it. So trying it out once or twice with one or two people, making adjustments, and then trying again. So some of the strategies that I've seen work for this kind of prototype and test step are story mapping out all the features and looking for understanding and also overlaps and gaps, and really engaging with the feature requester, and also helping them understand what you're capable of. You could employ a design sprint at this point. If the problem really is contracts are getting signed without any input, like maybe you can go meet with the sales team and figure out how to support them so that they can win their sale, but you are solving for outcomes and not features. I like the technique I heard you say. And so even just playing back what you heard can be really helpful. So I guess I would warn, and it's probably obvious from my description, that this is a long game, right? You're not just going to do it once and then everything is going to be different. You're going to iterate and try, but you're changing not a product, but a process. And so it's these like little nudges and attempts that can start to move the ship in a different direction. So that's bottom up. That's kind of the longest one to describe, but we're going to get into the next two. But this is the looking for designing moments of collaboration where service is implied or expected. Now, I said, don't try to boil the ocean. And now I'm going to say the opposite of that. I'm going to say, go ahead and try to boil the ocean. So here, what I'm proposing is using design as a Trojan horse for the whole product team to become an empowered product team. And specifically what I'm talking about is executives are getting the news that design helps drive revenue. And in lots of companies, you're getting some airtime, but executives don't know how to support design. They don't know where to start, but they're seeing these reports from companies like Forrester and McKinsey and Gartner that tell them their business can be more successful if they figure that out. That's why this little book exists, actually. Now, it's not that designers aren't good at talking about the ROI of design too, but I think that product managers and engineers specifically can help them, because it's not designers talking about how important they are. And designers tend to talk to designers about design. They're not, forgive me for the designers out there, but I think most people would agree that they're not great at talking to other disciplines about design and why it matters. So product managers in particular, I think are especially well suited to help talk to the organization about the value of design, because they know the language. They know what parts of the strategy resonate. They know who to talk to in the organization. So specifically what I'm talking about, especially again for product managers, is helping your design leader build a deck like this and talk to management and executives about how and why to leverage design. You can help them tell the business story. Your input on the deck is going to help make it resonate, or whatever your format of information sharing is in your organization. It's going to help it resonate and stick more with the business audience. And you can help build the audience too. I have one client who put together a deck like this. She shared it with her boss. He was like, this is pretty great. I learned a lot. Like, why don't you share it with my boss as well? So she shared it with her boss's boss. He said the same thing. Then she shared it with his peers. And she actually just about a month ago shared it with the CEO of the bank that she's working on. So a pretty big organization. So kind of doing a roadshow, and everybody was interested and learned how they could help support design with the goal of supporting their business and ultimately their customers. And the reason I'm suggesting that you make this big investment in helping your designer go on this roadshow is because design wants what you want, right? They want to talk to customers first, not last. They want to understand the real problems. They want all the things that empowered product teams have: creative flexibility, knowing that they have a real impact, and being able to work not on tickets or orders or feature lists. And really what we're doing here is by evangelizing for design, you're evangelizing for empowered product teams, where design becomes a Trojan horse, essentially, and that advances the whole team. I'm very proud of that animation. And my little joke, like it's Trojan, not Trajan, which is a font. Anyway, I'm sure I'm the only person laughing at that. So we've got the bottom up approach, we've got the top down approach, and now we want to talk about the outside in approach. And so this is the third method, the idea that usability testing is never just usability testing, or I'm thinking of it as like Operation Customer Hug. I looked for images of like a bear hugging a person, and there are a lot, but they're all creepy. So we're just going to go with bears hugging bears. So first of all, I just want to acknowledge that there are still some companies out there where feature teams can't talk to customers. Hopefully you're all gasping and shocked, but believe me, we know some of them. It's rare, but it still happens. And sometimes it's like an organizational issue where some other part of the org owns customer conversations. It might be like a customer insight team or even an innovation team, customer success or sales, or maybe there's just a separate research team. And also sometimes in B2B, customer is not a customer. Like the user isn't thought of as a customer, it's the reseller, the OEM. So you only talk to buyers or resellers or things like that. So that might as well be nothing. Like if the product team can't talk to actual customers, then it's like, we might as well just be playing pinball. So by definition, hopefully we're all in agreement that it's impossible to be a product team without regular customer contact. But even in cases where the team can talk to customers, the conversations may be limited, and this could be like a self-limitation or an external expectation. But in any event, it's a limitation to conducting usability studies. But if you're only doing usability studies, then you're only talking about the implementation details, right? So we talked about implementation in this model that we looked at before. A customer problem has more than one potential solution, right? And more than one potential way to implement that solution. So where empowered product teams receive a problem and they have the opportunity to identify the best solution, as well as the best implementation, feature team just receive that solution. That's what that feature, that order is, right? And hopefully they have the opportunity to identify the best implementation. Presumably the solution is to a problem that actually exists and it is a good solution. But what I'm suggesting is actually going beyond testing just the implementation, which is often just usability. Can customers figure out how to do this thing? And ask questions probing on the solution, which can start a really productive conversation about value. It's really hard to be passionate, be what Marty calls a missionary, about solving a problem that you don't know exists or understands. So even extending that to the problem. So I'm specifically saying in those research sessions where you and everybody else thinks that you're just talking about usability, find places and ways, and I'm happy to talk to anybody about specific ways to do this, to ask about what problem this solution solves for them and how well it does that. And just two small but important points. One is, if you are a product manager doing the research, I just want to throw out there, try not to be so awesome. Like no Superman or women in the research sessions. And specifically what I mean is that product managers are genuinely almost always charismatic, great communicators, great evangelists for ideas. And the reason that's true is because they're not the boss of anybody. So they have to be persuasive in order to be successful product managers. But if you take that successful product manager hat, great evangelist, charismatic persuader hat into a research session, then you're going to find out that you are in fact charismatic and persuasive, but you're probably not going to learn that much about the product. In fact, you might learn wrong things, which is even worse than doing no research at all, I would argue. So it's a small but important point. I actually have like a whole workshop talking to product managers about how to not be Superman or Superwoman in the research sessions. And then the other point is just to get the stakeholder into those interviews. And not just one interview. Most people have seen this happen where you get like a really important stakeholder in, they watch one session, and then forever after, that person is the only person that they can think or talk about when they're thinking or talking about customers. So it needs to be multiple, but hopefully they're watching the session and they're learning about the people and they're learning about the problems that these people have and whether or not these solutions work, rather than just learning about whether the implementation is effective or not. You could do video compilations or stories. Don't do reports. Even your mom doesn't read reports, right? But this is where we can start to move the needle, where the stakeholder starts to get interested as well in the problem that we're solving. And then we get to collaborate and work together on that. So now you have the third method. You have working bottom up, top down, and now outside in. So just to wrap up, your company and its processes might be a big ship to turn. And these are small things, but it might make sense to apply pressure in small ways across many areas, because by building support and understanding across multiple levels while simultaneously driving collaboration and understanding, and always building an understanding of customer needs and outcomes that we're seeking, I have seen feature teams employ these techniques to turn the ship relatively quickly. Some teams can make really substantial progress towards a new way of working in just a quarter or two. And ultimately, right, this is all with the goal of better outcomes. We're improving the product, yes, but we're improving team morale because they feel like they're doing work that matters. Folks are enjoying their jobs more. There's more personal satisfaction than just taking an order. Even for people who wait tables, that collaboration, like, do you have any allergies? How hungry are you? What kinds of things you like, can be a lot more fulfilling than just taking an order. And of course, this all adds up to a better business outcome as well. So there's a rising tide and all the boats are going up with it. I would love to hear how it goes if folks try any or all of these tactics. And I would love to help or share advice or listen to feedback from anybody about any of these. My friend Jeff Patton says we're all in our own ways working to make the world a better place by trying to create better outcomes for ourselves and for our customers. And I feel honored to come to Productcamp and speak with you all and have a chance to contribute to that. With much gratitude for the folks that contributed to this talk and helped me put it together. So that's what I have. And I see we have 3 minutes, so I'm feeling pretty excited about the timing too.
Yeah, thank you so much. And it's perfect timing. And the speech was very vital, I think, because the way we communicate with clients, it's always the vital part for any product, and so that we need to understand it, how it works. And what do you think? What's the best way for the small company? What to start with to find the proper designer, or maybe to research the market, or what? What do you think the best way?
Yeah, I'm a fan of working with a consultant. It doesn't have to be us, but if you bring in a design consultant, they can start to get going on whatever projects you're working on, and they can help you find designers. So they don't need to be recruiters to say like, well, I'm going to review your job posting and make sure it makes sense. I'm going to help you by posting it in the places where designers hang out. I'm going to review portfolios or even be part of the interview team. And also, if you do that, then the designer that you're trying to hire sees that you actually care about design and you're investing in design, they don't really want to be, just like no engineer would want to be like the only engineer on your team and think that you don't care and you're not investing. Like they see, okay, they care about design, they're investing in design. And that's really powerful once you bring that person on and you put them together with your consultant and they're learning from each other. The person that you hire understands the work and why decisions were made. And then when the consultant goes away, they become a better steward for that work going forward. So I really like that kind of both and technique where you're using an outside consultant or consultancy to bring somebody in and then have them work together. And then you have that core competency going forward.
That's a good answer. Thank you so much. And we already finished almost because it's time. And thank you for your speech because it was a very good one. And I'm as photographer, I'm almost 20 years photographer. I understand how it works and the colors and everything. And it's very vital for people and so on. So I can estimate.
We're designers. It has to look like
yeah,
that.
yeah. Okay, thank you so much. And now the official closing of the camp start in the first stage. I will summarize and go to the after party in network special chat, and that's all. This first international product camp is finished, and that was history, and we are all a part of it. Thank you so much.
Bye bye. Thank you. Bye.